Hello everybody and welcome on back here to another day at CCT in South America. I'm Exner. I'm joined here with Hayes. It's been a while. It's so good to be back with you once again. We're back in South America Swiss stage, baby. You know, and I'm looking forward to carrying forward some of the action. We've got some exciting matchups here today. Hayes, how you doing?
I'm great. It's very good to be back alongside you once again as well. Season 1, boys, you know, through Season 2, tail end of Season 2 now as well. Been a while since I've done some South American CS, so I'm keen to check in with my Brazilian, Argentinian, and sometimes some other nationalities sprinkled into the mix as well. Keen to check in with the region and see what's potting on this side of the world again.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it has been pretty exciting. The Swiss stage, I think, has been, you know, full of some surprises here in terms of some of the rosters that have locked in qualification, some of the rosters that have been eliminated earlier than, you know, you might expect. And obviously, there's been so many shakeups here in Tier 2 in terms of, like, organizations. They've all been jumping around. A lot of organizations as well, kind of, I mean, unfortunately, leaving the scene. It leaves a lot of these unsigned rosters with all the more pressure to qualify, to make it into playoffs, to try and gain those VRSs so that, you know, they can attract organizations in the future. So, you know, if we're looking at the schedule today, as you can see, a lot of these matchups here are teams without orgs, some long-standing orgs like Yuara, and a lot on the line here for these matchups. But we'll start off, you know, kind of zooming in for our matchup that we're going to kick off the day with. It's going to be Swingers taking on Yuara. This is a matchup that both these rosters kind of in good position, only a best of 3 away from qualifying to the playoffs. There's still room to maybe make a mistake, make a slip up here, and you'll still be able to fight forward. So definitely looking forward to seeing, you know, this opening matchup, seeing what Swingers can do, seeing what Yuara have capable, and who's going to be that next playoff team.
Basically 2 lives in the competition now to qualify for the playoffs. That's what's at stake here for these teams. That's the opportunity they have afforded to them because of the good work they've done earlier on in the Swiss stage. So let's bring some rosters up here. Like Cole says, let's zero in our focus on our first matchup, Swingers against Yuara. I said let's just go with Swingers first. For me at least, certainly more recognizable name value on the side of Swingers. Actually, you know, somebody like Leo DRK, if we can just bring the Swingers roster up, that would be great. Somebody like Leo DRK has been around the scene for a long time. Someone who was actually touted as like one of the up-and-coming prospects and stars of Brazilian Counter-Strike, and kind of tapered off. I mean, I remember seeing him in Fluxo and doing some really good work at the start of 2023. They were actually the team to kind of rule the roost of Fluxo. I'm lying. It was not Fluxo. Okay, it was actually the Oplano mix on 00 Nation that he played in. So scrap that point entirely. But certainly still does stand that he's one of the guys who is exciting to watch and kind of fallen off a little bit, but he seems to have established some of his older form again. Ninjas is a guy I enjoy watching on the AWP as well. I feel like he's done some good work ever since I've kind of popped up on my radar from Arctic. And then Desh is a guy who I haven't seen a huge amount of, but I feel like, you know, my memory's not great, but I feel like he's the one guy I've actually seen have some seriously big pop-off games.
Yeah, he's definitely capable of getting explosive, for sure. This guy has a lot of potential. Sometimes it's not always really showing up in the server, and as you said, it's a lot more flashy than anything, but, you know, that sort of potential you're showing up, especially when the pressure's arriving, can matter a lot. And, you know, this is a team full of experience, but you're also bringing in ninjas on this roster, which I think is a great addition. You played over the last year with Galoras for quite some time, and I think really built that project into something special. Was one of the more one of the bigger teams that was causing upsets last year, and now he's on this roster, bringing in a lot of energy. I believe he's calling on this team as well, so, you know, you have that to back up into this team, and he's just bringing a lot of energy into this roster that I didn't really think had a lot of potential. I mean, you talk about Leo, you talk about Dash. These are all guys that have had multiple opportunities to really succeed, and you know, haven't really made their mark on the South American scene, but they're looking to do so here with this roster. On the other side of things, Yuara, they have also been a team that's stuck around with this core. They're looking to make big splashes here in 2025. They finally made some roster moves after a long time. Made a couple of those actually in the recent months, and I think that's what they definitely needed here. They needed some addition, they needed some firepower. They honestly just needed a prospect, I feel like, more than anything. And right now, if you're talking about, you know, some good opportunities for this team, you've got a very young Revolts who I've been impressed with as an individual. He's only 18 years old. I think he can build this Yawara roster here if he's able to capture that full potential into something, you know, special in the future. It feels like he understands his roles very well. The numbers aren't too flashy just yet, but you know, that I think that's going to come through eventually in terms of, you know, how well he plays and executes his position.
Absolutely, get some experience, right? Kind of rub shoulders with some opposition better than him, and he can grow and learn from that. I mean, this is certainly, you know, maybe the infancy of his career, very early stages. You look at the composition of this Yawara roster. Zhao and Stax have been on the team for a year and a half, and then the other players have kind of joined over the past 6 months. The one thing that kind of caught me off guard when I was checking some of these guys, because I really don't recognize the names as much as you sort of would be familiar with them, is that Tele D, who's 25 years old, this is actually his first official team he's ever played on. And I just feel like, you know, for a region that is incredibly stacked with players, I was just surprised to see someone 25 years old that was playing in their first team. So I'm keen to get a little bit of a closer look at Mr. Tele and see what he's all about.
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of one of those players that is getting really active for this roster. I'm definitely interested to see what he can bring long term. For the known quantities of Stax and Zhao that have been working together for, you know, so long here. We'll take a look at the map pool though, see how these vetoes are going to shake up here early on. Been interested to see, you know, quite a bit of train being brought in the Swiss stage, a lot more than last Swiss stage when it was just being introduced. So want to see if that comes out here. Is Ancient going to be picked out? And there it is.
There we go.
We are picking into it very early. Got to watch them, you know, not too long ago play out against it versus Solid, and it felt like they had some decent bit of damage on that map, and they had some good protocols there ready to go. So I'm interested to see if they can bring that forward once again. Close things out on Dust 2. Which, as for like explosive opping, we're talking about, you know, a player that needs to show up today. I mean, you highlighted Dash earlier. I think that's going to be called upon once again here for this side of Swingers. But honestly, again, the firepower on Swingers right now, for me, is certainly going to be in their favor, pretty heavily so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's probably the big cornerstone of their success in general. You know, they haven't been together for very long, barely played a month together. So it will certainly be individuals kind of calling some shots, some spawn-based plays, kind of figuring things out on the fly, but just having 5 talented players who can all pop off. You know, if you have 2 guys who have a great map, then that's enough for Swingers to just run away with it. Ancient, although they have been a mixed team, has actually been a very solid map for them. Played it 8 times, won it on 6 of those occasions. Decent win streak on it. I mean, beating MIBR Academy and Dusty Roots, 2 teams who generally have decent structure, is actually a pretty good result for them. And then they lost an OT to Bestia like a week and a half ago. And we know that Bestia really enjoy Ancient, so that's a pretty good reflection there for Swingers. And they played Train once and they lost to Odyc 13-11. So I think that Swingers will feel quite comfortable coming into the veto, whereas for Yawara, I mean, Ancient can be a bit of a sore spot. So yeah, I'm probably leaning into Swingers based off the veto here.
Yeah, I mean, the one silver lining I'll say, and I'm with you, I think overall Swinger's going to be in a much better position heading into this best of 3. I've watched a lot of Yawara here, and again, you know, sometimes I struggle to see who's going to be that next piece of the puzzle. You talked about, you know, Revolts and kind of that development stage, but I do notice that, like, the calls coming through from Stacks consistently, they have such good structure, they have such good, you know, protocols here, that sort of team play and cohesion is what they lean on a lot more. It's going to be difficult to deal with kind of the chaotic situation that Swingers are going to throw at you. So they're looking to break down all the protocols. They're looking to break down this best of 3 though, as we're ready to hop on into the action. Ancient going to be up first, and looking forward to getting into this one, seeing what Swingers can do, seeing who our next playoff team is going to be here in South America.
Yes, sir. That's what we're looking for here at the end of the series. We'll be promoting another team through to the playoffs. The loser will have to come back in that 2-2 bracket in a couple days from now. Of course, this is Swingers map pick. Yawara gets to choose which side they start on. The defensive half is where they find themselves. There's quite a bit of util, a couple flashes, a kit and a smoke grenade, a set of Julies in play for Revolts. A player that Exner has earmarked for us to keep an eye on. But Swingers, they're not asking any questions. They're going to go simple and direct.
Straight into the B side. No real resistance to be met. Playing this retake here, important that you always have a kit, and they do. They got that checked off. Got one flashbang here, gonna look to throw it towards long, I believe. Catching him with their sides turned right there. A couple of freebies, and Zhao gonna tear through them before that flash was ever even required. Now a 1v4 for Leo DRK. He connects one through the smoke as well. Oh my god. Again, that kit Still picked up on the revolts here. He's going to try and stick that defuse. An incredibly hard clutch ahead of him. He finds that kill. He gets revolts off the bomb at the final second. But still plenty of time as the trade comes through the defuse as well. DRK almost stepping up early.
I mean, I feel like that's as impossible as the one person. He actually gets incredibly close. It's a great effort from him, forcing the fight initially, recognizing he can't just fall back to cave and try and play it out in the 1v4. Gets that first kill, then through the smoke, gets quite fortunate, but hey, he bought the lotto ticket, punched in the winning digits, and then really has nothing going for him, smoked off, and the defuse being stuck with the kid jumps through the smoke, gets the first. Smart decision making there for the player who was sticking the defuse to actually get off of it and take the fight. So Yawara do come out on top. It was always supposed to be their pistol round. I mean, a little bit sus about the post plant there from Swingers and how they were kind of just in limbo, not doing much. But hey, let's put that behind us because there's now a pop in towards the A bomb site. Oh man, Revolts hugging the wall, completely blind, doesn't get checked, and he punishes them.
I mean, that's beautiful right there. Couple of kills to mean things on this force by getting sidelined very quickly. Bit of beast and DRK in another one of these impossible situations, but see if they want to give it much more of a go. No control towards B side, and that smoke's not going to do him any favors either. Just gonna have to wait this one out for a little while. It happens some
Surely
wild
no way
games
back.
in South America.
Yeah, well that's pretty normal, I guess.
They've been insane. Seen
Standard
some. I thought we were over the hill. They're actually gonna give this one a go. I thought they were saving, to be honest with you. And it goes as well as you'd imagine. But I thought we were over the hill with South America. We're seeing so much, officials. Teams are actually getting a lot of LAN experience. You're seeing the top levels of South America kind of lean over more towards Europe as well. Like if you're talking about Pain, if you're talking about MIBRs, they're all kind of kicking it in EU now. And so I think we're going back to some of the old problems that this region has faced here in terms of like choking, in terms of struggling to close out games. But that also means you've got the next generation of talent that are being developed here as well, and they're getting more opportunities.
Yeah,
which
it's a
is
bit of a
important.
vacuum in that way. As the top teams filter off to EU, more opportunities for teams in the lower end, and it'll take them a season or two, but then they do start to grow and develop some more. And we will see Tele go searching. Nice 1D coming through there from Vinny. I mean, this is about damage right now for the T side. Kills, a couple of kills already, at least something for them to take away from the round. But I actually would like to emphasize the point there that you were making about how Yawara will certainly have a pretty damn good system. They'll have good teamwork, good communication, good synergy. And that's generally the way to beat a team who are just stacked to the brim with firepower. So certainly something worth keeping in mind as we head into the series.
Yeah, I think, Stacks, he sometimes does struggle in the firepower. He struggles to, get those gimme kills, but he does bring in a really good system.
Yeah.
You do have that, coach and the coach and IGL combo that has been working together since, that they moved in for quite some time. So I think that that goes a long way here for this team. Now that system has been kind of upended in terms of some of the roster moves that they've been making pretty consistently. They're bringing this new AWP presence into the mix as well. So they're still trying to get, Nards involved in here long term. But so far so good here on Ancient. Got themselves a good kickoff. Some aggression towards A, but a lot of action towards middle right now, putting some pressure on Cave for Tele D.
It's an important round here for
towards
Swingers.
middle as well.
Looks like it. Quite keen to contest the control here. Revolt's going to try and flank around into Jag, but T's already forward. Stacks is there as well. They weren't expecting that second layer to come through from mid, and that's fair enough. I like that extra layer added to the mix there for Yawara. And that's a good statement being made early on in the half here as well, that they're going to be taking initiative, going for these cute sort of plays. Smart decision there for Stacks not to swing back into Cave with the molly, but needs to take an extra tick or two. Zhao also making moves right now. Yawara super dynamic on this defensive half.
Yeah, they are suffocating Swingers right now. Every fact. Stacks with the Bushmaster smoke. He's got low HP. Go grab some info while you're at it. And catches Desh with his back turned. That's a beautiful setup. Ninja's not long for this world either, as Zhao spotted out, but gonna complete this flank low on HP. Zhao just goes and chases that frag down. 10-1 for Zhao at the moment.
Wow.
I mean, they are just so good at collapsing on this map control. Tele-D pushes in through cave into Jag, goes and shoots a couple shots through the smoke to distract and turn the attention away. That's when the double play up shelf comes through, and all the while you have Zhao that's pushing 2 on this flank. There's no relief at all for Swingers when it comes to this map control. They got to fight for some mid ground here early, I feel like.
Yeah, maybe that's the change up. It's also one of my reasons why Ancients has become one of my favorite maps to watch. For what we just saw there from the CT side, you really can. There's many options on the table, many options available. And the option Swingers are going to go for here is the half investment and the pop into the A bomb site. They've got Util, and oh, look at this here. Ninjas is going to get caught off by Stacks, doesn't check the cubby, and now the focus will shift over towards the A bomb site. And while it starts off decently for Yawara, Swingers find 2 kills back in return, swing the round back into an even kill situation, and Stacks is now a very important point of contention. Vinabe's going to go searching, and well, Stacks not the cleanest, but he's still been able to find a vital frag.
But the donut control is going to be taken. Leo DRK in a nice off angle, catches one on the sideline. Zhao's still able to step through, and out in the open, not quite planted for Donut, it seems, so he feels the pressure to push forward. And Zhao going to close out the clutch, now 1-12 for him. He wins the 1v2. Yawara remain flawless, although a little bit pricey on this round. They'll be happy that they managed to still close it out.
I mean, especially when you consider that was just a half investment coming through for the T side. They get a bomb plant and 4 kills. It's a pretty damn good return. But the round won by Yawara, that's going to be the main focus here. Can't really fault Leo. I suppose they're just trying to finish off the job. Maybe could have just tried to play off his teammates slightly better. Doesn't have to force the fight, but that's really just splitting hairs at that point. 5-0. And if Yawara win this gun round here that's about to follow, then they find themselves in a commanding position.
I must need a timeout. I mean, we'll see what the adjustment is here for the T side. I kind of diagnosed them with a need to go for mid control and maybe send someone through the smoke trying to establish that ground while also working up that cat side. And feels like every move that Swingers are also making is being met by a reaction from Yawara, which is really promising. So we'll see if they can be a step ahead of them. I believe it will be some sort of flash play through the smoke. Ninja's at least getting that shelf molly down, and they're back to trying to take this early initiative, but great shutdown from Revolts. And again, Tele-D follows up off it. They got a players pushing the mid-smoke while we're at it. And talk about getting suffocated out of another round here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the word. Suffocated, smothered. Good angle being held there by Nades. That's going to take the attention away from Zhao. He'll swing and get that first frag for free. Ponta sure gets one back, but that's just the first kill of the round here for Swingers. There's a pretty good idea there could be more to be found here on the bomb site. It's create enough space here for the plant, but he's faked it out to try and draw another player. He wants to try and search for some more here before he commits to the bomb plant, but that's just given time here to Stacks on the flank. He'll finish off the job, and you got to look at that and think, yeah, Pont, I mean, 1v5, getting 2 kills and a guaranteed bomb plant. You want to take that, right? You want to take that plant, but either way, look at what that, I mean, I guess it actually would have made a decent difference coming into this next round's investment for Swingers as well.
I mean, max loss bonus there, you gather yourself a bomb play. That's always going to be a decent gun round coming up, or at least, you know, a great half buy. Still get a hero AK for Dash. Everyone else trying to get involved as well. You are just doing such a good job of shutting down any sort of game plan, any idea that you have rolling on the side of Swingers. This time a boost for Dash, and finally a little bit of relief. No mid control taken by the CT side. So they get to breathe and then take this ground.
I do kind of like the change up from Yawara though, because they recognize they're playing against a half investment, so map control's not as important. You don't really want to fight in the front lines against the Pistols, but Pistols have done a good job of closing the gap. Stacks is going to go searching, and he will find 2 kills coming through from him. That's a decent enough return. However, Dash's answer back in kind with 2 of his own.
That's ready to get loud in the server. AK picked up as well on the Vina Beast, who's very quick with those headshots. Yavara always moving here, it feels like on the CT side. You got this deep control from Revolts towards A main. See if this shifts out the defenses. Revolts continue to aggress. I feel like, yeah, in his brain, he needs to. So he's going to continue to press the issue through A main right now, walking all the way up. Meanwhile, Swinger's in a big pause at the moment. But Nard's op is going to get in position soon. Revolts might catch him early. There's the info. Spotting out multiples in Red Room. Forces the panic to set in. Dash low on HP. Trapped into the corner. Nards to close it out. Got his first kill in the last round despite the 6-0 scoreline. And now finds 2 more there, getting heated up with his op. They haven't even required it much for Yawara, but in this round they need it, and he gets the job done on top of the info from Revolts.
Again, the main theme there is proactivity for Swingers, taking initiative, making moves. Big flank coming through around A main, in towards middle, catching Swingers in transition towards Red Room, and then, like we say there, that sows the seed of chaos and panic. That's why Swingers feel like they have to force their way forward all of a sudden. They can't clear out the angles the way they would have liked, and they run straight into the York, who just picks them apart. 7-0. What a wonderful start here for Yawara on their opponent's map pick as well. They've come out the gate swinging. Leo could find some good timing here on middle as the CT tries to fall back, and yeah, the spray will eliminate stacks. So finally a rare opening frag, and they've learned Exner. They've realized that Yawara are forcing the issue, and they can just patiently wait and punish.
Oof. Again, you have the op presence here. Nard said has been stepping up in a big way. Teled's been very proactive in this position. Threads a quick kill in. And we're right back to evens. 3v3 taking the timing though. LED a little lackadaisical on the retreat there. Gets caught by Bonzer crucially. Expecting some relief there. There won't be any. Nards though. Here's the close range play. Volley in. Missed actually. Oh man.
Oh no.
And now it allows Nards to strike with his op. You got this flank from Chow coming through as well. Feeling a little bit claustrophobic on the bomb site. Chow steps forward for a kill. It's just Venabeast. Left standing, up against 2. Can he bring a clutch in? Spotted out now. Location known. Back's turned. He gets the second kill as well. Headshot out of the pistol. But Nards can't finish it, and Venabeast gonna put him on the board.
Oh man, the one guy's kind of looked pretty good so far for Swingers in some of these rounds that they've been losing, so it's not entirely surprising to see him piece that 1 versus 2 together. I mean, just stuck in between a rock and a hard place there, on a swivel, turning back and forth 180 degrees, recognizing where the attention's being taken and which player is probably most likely to swing. And he reads the situation to perfection, does Mr. Venabeast. That gets you a Swingers rather their first round on the board. Has to be a lot more where that came from. I mean, even that was patchy. It was scratchy. It was scrappy. But it worked. The point is on the board, and ultimately that's what matters the most.
Absolutely. Get that round win. You know, interesting to see you instantly call the timeout as well. Happy with the fact that they've finally been called upon. But I think you should be a little bit happy that, you know, a 5v3 does turn into a 2v1 for Yawara. They managed to pull it back with that same bit of proactivity right there. Here you go. I think this has been a great motion from this T side to get some mid control. Rolling up shelf with a little bit of pressure as well towards mid. This time though, walking through the cave smoke. This is a risky business, but they are rewarded. This should be surprising for the side of Yawara's. Zhao, last player you want to play up against, but shut down quickly with a headshot there. Teled's overwhelmed. Somehow Revolts has got into this position, but Leo DRK reads into it. A 2v4, I don't know if they're going to be all that interested in making this happen. That might encourage them, but still on the opposite side of the map here. Swingers, you get to activate up ramp.
Yeah, I think that Yawara have still accepted their fate in the round here, though. Just going to bunker down on the say bomb site, call it a day. You look at their money as well. They've got no money to speak of going into the next round. May even be inclined to just save around these 2 guns. Good work from Swingers. I mean, I love the space being taken so early from Jag and then just scaling forward because there's no contact. Kind of just figuring out what they've been offered up for free. And then Zhao, I was surprised he was just so static on the angle looking into cave there next to pillar. Normally you want to be jiggling, you want to have some sort of movement, you know, have a little bit more cover. He was just posted on the angle, and in CS2, when you get peeked on like that, you're really going to struggle, especially when you have an M4 against an AK. The odds are heavily stacked against you at that point, so yeah, it seemed a little bit too static for my liking to Zhao in that position. Only fair we give him some criticism with all the praise we've sent his way so far. As Swingers start to come online.
Playing up against Swingers there, you gotta know it's swing or be swung in CS2. And as you said, holding those static angles is always a big difficulty, I think. Maybe hoping that a bit of a awkward angle to play and could catch him off guard. Too diligent for Leo, though, from what we saw in that last round. Fighting on all fronts here, as you can see, posted. Eliminated quickly, then covering his flank. I thought Revolts for sure had, a potential round-winning play for him. Leo reads into that so effective. Now, 2 rounds in a row there. Swingers looking to fight back, despite the early dominance. We'll see if Yawara have anything to shake things up. 4 players leaning over towards B is definitely interesting. And definitely correct with the positioning right now from this T side.
Oh man, we're gonna have a massive brawl over towards this B bomb side. Swingers emerge through the double doors initially, and they find the opening kill on Tele-D, and they're aware of Stacks' swing that comes afterwards, but they're not ready for Zhao. Mows them down. Nades doesn't actually allow for Swingers to kill Zhao. It's Mutiny. He's at least able to get another kill in the meantime, and it's all down to Desh.
Oh my god. Zhao pressing forward right there in a big way. Makes sure to redeem himself. After going missing in that last round, now dashing a clutch. Does have that bomb. Could have the element of surprise. He wants to go and clear things out first, though. Maybe he opens up an avenue towards A if he so chooses. Doubling back, though, as he clears out CT. Should start to understand where the reposition is from Nards. Great Molotov to secure that much. Smoke for his back. The pose plant gonna activate here. Now, where does he play from? CT still a bit of an insecurity long term. Gonna reposition towards long. There's so much utility still on this CT side to try and nullify this AWP. Just wait for that reaction right now. They're waiting for Esh to make a move. Still silent about his approach. There's that utility being tossed on him, but he gets to play from the short side. Molly's not going to cut it, but a missed shot just the same. And now he's going to be met by a smoke here. Defuse being stuck. He lands a shot. He lands it. Follow up with the Glock. Oh my god. Revolt sticking it. Has to get off the bomb. And Desh misses his initial pickup, but has the lineup on the money right there. No hesitation. Knew exactly the location. And what a round to pick up there from Swingers.
Well, I just can't believe how he hits the first shot, the leg shot, then pulls out the Glock and is able to hit the instant headshot through the smoke there as well. Man, a couple 1v2s here in and amongst the rounds that Swingers have won so far to just kind of keep them alive here on their map pick. Oh, we saw Vinny rather doing it earlier on, and now it's Desh who's been able to win a 1 versus 2 of his own. I thought after he missed the initial shot from the player crossing ramp to site there, I thought that was where the round was over, but he just decides to do mode ultimately, and it works out for him.
Yeah, no kidding, man. I mean, an incredible bit of poise shown out there from Desh.
And that's after Zhao's quad kill, by the way, or triple kill. At least they lose that round. That's a disaster that they lose that round.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge build of momentum. Finally, a chance to shut down what Swingers were getting away with here. 2 in a row is fine when you build up that economy, but making it 3 in a row, that's going to break their back and force them onto an eco here. Their long last. And Desh brings him that. We knew he could get explosive, but that is just pure composure in the last round. Now, can they capitalize on it here? A little bit awkward getting overrun for Leo. Now the mid play there springs into action. Ninja's available to shut things down. They're going to continue their aggression through a main Revolts. Activist can be read into effectively. And now it's going to jump around the corner there. Easy dismissal for Swingers to move up to 4.
Easiest round of the map here so far for them, and they could salvage a 10-5, rather a 7-5 half very realistically. They've got some momentum behind them, some wind in their sails. I think Ponta's a player we haven't actually spoken about yet, at least not much about. He was sort of playing that Tropa de Taco roster. I got to cast a couple of their games, mostly in ECL South America, and honestly, wasn't really the player who caught much of my attention. Obviously, VSM is the guy who would get most of the limelight in that team, but I feel like Ponta did leave quite a lot to be desired in that Tropa de Taco. I think it's not Tropa de VSM, but still, point is, show me what you've got, Ponta.
Yeah, I enjoyed him quite a bit there. He had a little bit of success there with Audic, more so I'd imagine the Tropa de Taco. I haven't watched any Tropa de Taco, to be honest with you, but I did like him on Audic quite a bit. Again, able to play pretty effectively. It's not all that much fair. Their Dex just removes ninjas straight to the wall. Nothing you can do about that one, but hey, Teled gives it right back. Trying to push past that smoke, hoping to capture a little bit of ground here. Not off guard. Great flashbang from Dash, comboed with the peek there. His T side still looking to tear it up despite a tough start for the round. No escape for Zhao.
I'm trying to figure out here if Yawara have actually changed up their style on the CT side, because I feel like we haven't seen them sort of contesting for the same sort of control we saw them going for at the start of the half. I think that they kind of pulled back a little bit, and they were giving more control to swingers in middle for free, not going for that same sort of initiative, and I don't think that they had to change that approach. I feel like they just let their foot off the gas a little bit, and swingers punished them as a result, or do you think that swingers are kind of adjusted adequately that Yawara couldn't keep committing to that same opening?
There's definitely a mix of both there. We saw, I mean, in this round in particular, it still did look like Zhao and the rest of the squad was getting a bit proactive. It was called after the timeout, so, you know, I'd imagine, you know, both kind of falling into some of the issues here for Yawara. They identified there how effective Shelf can be in establishing mid control as well. You can see ninjas in a lot of these rounds trying to press up that Shelf side to help out with some of the mid fights, and that also put a scare on Yawara. As I highlighted, you know, this is a team that sometimes a little bit of firepower is missing. But right now, Desh certainly not. Since that big 1v2, he's been able to consistently step up to the plate. Great flashing from Pontar as he holds off the A side. Helps out with his mid defense as well while he's at it. 5v3 now to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, the pieces are scattered everywhere. This is the perfect start to the second half here for Yawara. For swingers, of course, rather. I mean, think about the way the map had started. They were down, what, 7-0 at one point. They've now been able to turn it all the way back, about to make it 6 in a row in response. Assuming they finish off the job here. And I like the way that they just kind of bunker down across the map, not looking to take any further fights, make any further moves. They've recognized they've done their job in the early round, and now they can just sit back and wait for Yawara to come to them. It does look like the hit's going to come in over towards this B-bomb side. There's no util for this T side. No P250 to try and enable them to try and get that opener. And a very passive hold here from Vinabeast and Leo, just holding down these long lines, damage inflicted. It does look like they're actually going to give up a bomb plant, so at least that's something for Yawara to take away from the round. And you know what? It's not a guaranteed read either. These locks up close and personal can be difficult to get past. Okay, well that helps. That certainly helps.
Yep, Pontar Dash seal it right there. I mean, it is still a bomb plant at the end of the day, which is a good sign for Yawara at the very least. They're giving that defuse over to ninjas, actually. Thought it would be Dash for a second, though, just considering wants to get off, but maybe trying to get ninjas a comfortable rifle there. He didn't take any damage on his armor either, so you know, maybe an A1S and head Kev in his future there. A little bit of a luxury.
Yeah, I mean, something actually that I just clicked is that Dash is the AWPer, because Ninjas has been an AWPer throughout most of his career. So, clearly a bit of like a role swap, maybe a role overlap. I mean, I guess, you know, by looking at HLTV, Dash does do almost all the primary AWPing. I don't think that they juggle between the two of them, but I need to see how Ninjas is going to adjust into this rifle role. Not in this round, though.
Yeah, he's all excited there to get that A4 and just blasted. Oh, a D. Big 1D. A little bit of shoulder seen there from Vinabeast. She's quick to kill. But there's a lot of damage taken in response, given out just the same. Also, that information pretty valuable there. They're going to queue up some more re-aggression. Swingers don't stop the motion here. Leo DRK with a flashbang in his future. And they'll reclaim some of this Jag control at the moment. But wait a second, tell a D. Not only taking the space. Oh, Dash rotates in. And nullifies all the worry there. So that'll likely spell a bit of the end here for Yawara in their potential damage. We'll see what else they can find here. Trying to scale up B, though, at least. You know, DRK holds too steady. Stacks wants nothing to do by feeding those MP9s.
Yeah, fair enough. Heads elsewhere, looks for another opponent, and actually comes across the M4. So at least he is able to make sure that he dies. Oh, could have shot the gun there, I guess. But yeah, the extra kill bonus. Scoreline leveled up here. 7 in a row for Yawara to open up the map, and then 7 in a row from Swingers. You mentioned that feels like South American Counter-Strike has maybe descended back into some of its chaotic ways. We thought that the shadows were behind them, but I guess your shadow never truly leaves your side.
Oh, it's always there. It's always creeping up on you. And to be fair, again, I've been watching a lot of young players and young teams, and so all of those same problems of like, okay, we're playing really good Counter-Strike, we just can't close, are still flaring up for so many teams. Like, it might be our academy. Yesterday, we're in a very similar boat. And then, you know, obviously, you were here yesterday, you watched that Bounty Hunters game. But just means there's more talent here to lean in on. Great double up, though, and Yawara have not been able to provide any relief here. Finally, something from Nards through the smoke, but 7 rounds in a row for Swingers to answer the 7 that Yawara opened up on.
Yeah, and they're about to eclipse that as well. They're about to go 8 rounds in a row here for Swingers. What a way to respond. Dash with the AWP posted in towards the bottom of middle right now. Revolt is actually going to boost Nards up here. But Dash not in an angle that will be spotted out. He's going to go searching. It's actually perfectly timed on the search as well. H follow-up will dunk down. Frag found. Damage done to Revolt. Leo finishes off the job. That's 8 in a row for Swingers. And it's a very similar start to the half here for Swingers, like what Yawara had in the first half, where they make that statement. They take that initiative by forcing the early fights, getting a lot of early map control, not giving Yawara anything to work with, making them work very hard for every little map control they want. And, well, Swingers have now got the lead.
Yeah, it's just maybe in a bit of a different direction as well. Instead of pressing the extremity on middle and trying to test that, they push on B and take that control instead. Anubis, especially with an MP9, you allow yourself to close the distance in a big way. Monter, though, with a tough task and perfect flashbang. Recovers his aim in time, holds mouse 1 for the double. But he gets chased down just the same. Your great HE to open up and blast that smoke. For a little bit of visual, Ninja's looking to seal the deal there by pushing past it. And punishing, making sure that there's no bomb plant here. And not only do they one-up Yawara in their early efforts, they now add 1 more to that tally there. And they lock themselves in 9.
Yeah. The smoke there, recognizing the attention's going to be on his teammate in towards CT, denies the plant and finishes off the job. And I feel like Swingers can go a big step in the direction of finishing off this map if they can win this gun round here, especially if they do it cleanly. 10-7, 11-7. And at that point, well, the finish line is in sight. They've got all the momentum in the world behind them. Yawara going to go for the Hail Mary playing towards the safe bomb site. It's the perfect antidote to the setup employed from Swingers here. They've got 4 players leaning into this B bomb site, and they're now going to realize very quickly that they're on the wrong side of the map, and they're going to have to retake A.
Back to back right there. A rushes as well. Saying you won't do it again. The Swingers and Yawara certainly give it a try. Ninja's now smoked off as well. That's a bit brutal. It's got so much control towards Temple. Makes these pose plants very difficult to hold up against there on a retake. They're going to try and maybe wait for this late flank that they've got activated, but great proactivity. TeleD takes map control instead while he's at it. Covering off CT spawn, forcing this retake heavily through Donut right now. Leo DRK gonna push past the smoke. How much can he gather out of this? Boosted up, 2 kills! 1 hiding inside the smoke, he's reading into it, and they quickly punish Venabeast to finish it. Leo DRK with a massive round and just enough time to pull that defuse off.
I can't believe what Leo's actually managed there. Like you say, the awareness, the presence of mind, you know, recognizing somebody's actually in the smoke and then going back and killing the player in Temple and then allowing for his teammate to finish off the job. That's a massive triple kill coming through from Leo in the post plant, or in the retake, should I say. As Swingers continue on their merry way, that's now 10 rounds in a row, despite the fact they found themselves on the polar opposite side of the map to where they should have been. They're still able to piece the necessary retake together. And Yawara, well, they've entered that do or die territory. Ironically, this is Swingers calling the timeout. Surely Yawara should have used some pauses in and amongst the 10 rounds in a row that they've lost. They've only used one.
Yeah, that's brutal right there. Swingers have effectively called these timeouts. I mean, maybe if you're Yawara, you're thinking, okay, we have that luxury of Swingers forcing all these timeouts called out. But, I mean, the only time Yawara have called a timeout was when they got that first round loss. Was when they were up 7-0, then they lost around 7-1. Instant timeout. But since they're not really calling anything else, and Swingers, at this point, don't really show any signs of stopping. So much control being established right now, showing that they can pull the retake. Perfect HE right there. That's 50 damage on the stacks. Alter now trying to blow open that smoke here, potentially.
Yeah, taking a bit of shape here. At least Yawara have been able to find some early map control. Oh, Tele D looking to exchange a couple of bullets there with Leo. He comes off second best, that's for sure. Such an important round here for the T side to try and make sure the map doesn't fall completely out of contention. But Dash, who's really come alive here in the second half, this AWP has been doing some great work so far. And now the focus is going to shift in towards Jag. CT's looking to try and make a move here. This is brave from them, especially considering they already have an opening kill here in the round. Maybe a little bit overzealous, and well, it's given Yawara potentially a way back into the round here. Util starting to dwindle. They've got one smoke grenade left amongst them here to try and piece this round together. Just trying to keep Swingers somewhat focused in towards mid, but they're not taking the bait. They're ready over towards this B-bomb side to welcome Yawara with open arms.
Yeah, it's such a classic setup as well, putting all the faith in your op to hold off, not only middle, but also A. Allows for 3 players to lean over towards this
And
B
he's
side.
searching.
Now, yeah, she's continuing to aggress. And he's gonna, identify that this is gonna be a B play that you can stabilize. Now the kills do come through quickly. Dash gets off the AWP for an AK, 14 seconds, and he spots out another in cave. They're gonna try and plant here. Successfully, no, unsuccessfully. Ninjas again denies the bomb plant. And Panic setting in for Tele D. He has to find a 1v2, finds both kills. He can't do it in time.
Oh my god.
Swingers swing for the kill. Beast will step up once again and deliver a 11th round in a row. And there's
he was
your
really
timeout.
close. He was really close there to actually making that 1v2 happen, was Tele D, despite the fact he had no time. In South Africa, it said, "Kele time," means you don't have any time. And he still gets incredibly close, gets the first kill. Now, surprised the second player there for Swingers even swings past the pillar. Just stay tucked in, mate, win the round by virtue of the time. But it all works out in the end. 11-7, no bomb plant here for the T side means that they're probably going to have to eco into this next round here. Dash is a madman, like you say, picking up the AK in exchange of the AWP and then committing to the push. I was even surprised he swung back onto Tele and Jag here because he got away with his life intact. Most players just count their lucky stars. He went back for more, and then Ninja's just forcing his way into the B bomb site, denies the plants, and effectively finishes off the job from there.
That's unbelievably close. Ninja's a couple of these big moments there, being a hero, denying that bomb plant provides a lot of relief. Fast play, Desh is not prepared for. HE and a no-scope, then whips out the sidearm.
What a combo.
That is an unbelievable, at least single kill that he gathers. Ponter, a little bit overwhelmed on the A-side defense, but no big deal. Back's turned here. This could be a bit of a problem. Jow. Oh, the presence of mind there. A little eternal clock ticking. Leo wondering where on earth Jow could be. Swingers have now got 12 rounds in a row, looking to close it out flawlessly.
Yeah, but I know better than that. I know better than that. I've been around this block before. I know what the next 5 rounds bring you to complete the sequence.
You smelling some OT?
You're goddamn right I am, baby. Let's go. I'm buckled in. I'm ready and waiting. Swingers, what a great performance coming through from him. 12 rounds in a row after losing the first 7. That's incredible. However, Yawara are not out of it just yet. Very good trade coming through from Ponta. That was important. And he's going to just slot into position and allow for Desh to step back out. Okay. Well, OT seeming a distant prospect at this point for Yawara as they're down by a man.
Especially shutting down Jiao in the opening phase. Sure, he gets the pick, right? But that trade, losing out on such a big element here for this team, a powerhouse that has been fighting forward. What's going on in A main right now as well? Ponter is aggressed forward, somehow getting past Nards. Might not really matter all that much, or it could have some big impact here long term. Desh is not going to expect someone out A main. Desh is going to die here in a matter of time. Meanwhile, Ponter's going to flank Ghost in middle.
Oh, I feel like Nards is just not really seizing this window of opportunity. I guess he doesn't know he got past Ponter, so he doesn't realize how he's behind enemy lines here. But now, Dash has realized that they could have gotten through Red Room. So he is privy to a potential threat on this A bomb site. And that is indeed the case. He's going to have to call for some troops to come back in this direction. Bomb plant found. There's still a chance here for Yoar in the 2 versus 4.
Crazy gap being slipped here, but yeah, definitely a chance. You need some heroics, so you need someone to step up. Tele D, can he be that guy? Good for one. And now all the pressure here on Nards. The Opper with an AK in hand instead. And a 1 versus 3. He's covering the flank, but how long can you keep your eyes drawn on that location? The answer's not for too long. As Ponter catches a back turned, a freebie. They were in that position from start to finish on the round. That molly goes straight through Dash.
Yeah.
What happened there? How did they face straight through him?
I
thought he was going to molly his teammate and kill him. I was like, there's no way he's going to do that. But hey, alright, Swingers, they do get 13 rounds in a row. We don't get overtime. And Yawara, a bit of a boom there in terms of the mental, in terms of the collapse, but a big upswing in Swingers.
I mean, they completely fell apart. They were looking so damn good. It's not like they kind of tripped over the finish line in those 7 rounds that they were winning either. Those were convincing rounds they were winning. The individuals were popping off. There was some good teamwork, good communication, rotations on points. I mean, honestly, that was looking really solid for Yawara in the opening 7 rounds. And then it just kind of felt like they dropped off the face of the earth. It was really only Zhao who was able to keep fragging throughout the map, and everybody else fell apart. So Swingers punished them. That's going to be a good boost to their mental as well. Sure, it's their map pick, but winning 13 rounds in a row is certainly a great feat. And they make me eat some humble pie as well, so props to them.
Absolutely. I mean, again, I feel like they just needed to land a couple quick adjustments. They figured it out, but then we never saw Yawara enter into that next step. We never saw Yawara really take advantage or adjust at all after we saw the reads coming through from Swingers. So they end up falling a little bit flat. The good news is here is that we are heading into Yawara's map pick. We hope to see a little bit more depth. We're going to be tossing this one off to a quick break. And once we come back, we're going to be playing out on Train. Hello everybody, welcome on back here. We're going to be continuing forward here. Next map up, it's going to be Train. It's going to be Yoara's map pick here as they take a step in that direction. And again, you know, kind of highlighting what this team just did there in that last map. They started off incredibly strong. Thinking maybe we could see, you know, something special out of Yoara on Ancient on their opponent's map pick. 13 rounds in a row responded by Swingers. That's what they head into Train here. A lot of momentum in their favor. Do you think they can carry that forward here?
Oh, definitely. I absolutely see a world in which Swingers rather can just keep that momentum up from Ancient straight into Train. You just look at the way that they were playing, and I feel like, although Train and CSGO used to be played in a certain way, I feel like Train and CS2 kind of lends itself to maybe a bit more of a punchy style. Every now and again, you can just turn up the gas, and you can be rewarded, you know, making plays on the CT side as well as a few options on the defensive half on the map. So I think Swingers should be able to translate to Train and keep a similar sort of form going into the second map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you, right? And, you know, talking about that map control, that proactivity, you think about all of those things that, you know, could favor a team that's wielding a lot of confidence right now, like Swingers is, especially with that CT side start. Notice that, you know, rosters that are usually pushing on, you know, map control, pushing on those extremities, they're often the team that's going to come out on top on those CT sides. But we're ready to hop on into the action. We're ready to see it put into practice here as Yoara trying to fight for their chance of locking in playoffs easy. That's for both of these rosters here, but Swingers now only a map away from getting to that.
Yes, sir. One map away from locking themselves a spot into the playoffs. What a good run it's been here from both these teams on the Swiss stage so far. And it's going to be Swingers now on the defensive half of the map. We've got Ninjas at range. That's a nice little jiggle shot coming through from him. And he may phase through the smoke here as well. A couple players not necessarily expecting this. Does Ninjas go for it? Well, he's going to have attention taken away from him anyway. Kills going back and forth, and the dust settles for a brief moment. 2v2. Stax finds himself a second at range with a P250. And Leo's locked out of the bomb site. Smoke will now fade. And he's just tucking himself into the corner, but alright, does look like. I thought the bomb had been planted. The bomb plant's actually been denied. And that's why Leo's taking his time here. And he's going to shift all the way around in towards middle. Yoara, they're going to pull the plug on this A hit altogether. They're going to shift the bomb across to B.
I mean, it could be interesting here, but you also have this motion from Leo DRK. A little bit of accidental footsteps here. Still stuck around in towards Z at the moment. And sidelined right now, spotted out. Info gathered here for the T side tele D before locking in that bomb plant. Is going to send one to finish the round. And you are going to start off well once again here, despite this great opening pick from Ninjas. And the collapse that I thought was going to be more than enough. You can see they did have some good reactions. Yoara, they do have tricks up their sleeves, ready to answer back to that pop dog reaggression. Double scouts brought out.
I like it. We don't see
yeah.
it too often anymore. I feel like Dust 2 CT side is maybe the only map that we see double scout set up in the fourth spy. Map like Trainer makes perfect sense. Lots of long range duels. Try find some tags, tenderize the players. MP9s and pistols can get the job done from there. And we do have a setup towards Ivy right now. Tele's the one to go searching. There's 3 players here for the T side as well. It's going to be a huge swing. Massive skirmish breaking out. And it's 2 kills favoring the CT side. They don't have to overcommit here. They can just call it a day. They've already got themselves a big advantage. You don't need the guns, fellas. You don't need the guns. And that's created space now for Stax. I actually really like that he's taken the initiative and realized there's so much focus towards Ivy. There has to be space elsewhere. And he's taken that space.
Excellent understanding. What they need to do to react to a dash again, man. So explosive.
Wow.
And a massive multi-kill there with that AK that's picked up. Puts all the pressure just on one man here in Nards. Put into a couple clutch situations, yet to really capitalize fully here for Yoara. And it could be the fact this team lifts off a lot earlier. The good news is open access for a free bomb plant. Low HP on both Desh and Venabeast as well. Now, how elusive can Nards be? Can he find a way to isolate these duels? Both low HP bars, both coming through CT spawn.
Oh, wow. Is this being read into? It's all about the timing. It is being read into. At least they've got the info before it costs them too much. Problem is there's no kit right now for the CT side. Time is of the essence. There's a smoke grenade here on Vinnabeast. As he throws towards the position that Naz is on the bomb, it's going to be the former. Diffuse not being stuck here. Swing comes through from Leo, and he's got just enough time to complete the 10-second diffuse here. I fully believe he's going to lock this one in. It will be tight, but I'm sure he's got it.
Oh.
Yes, he does. Only just. My God. I won't lie. For a moment, I was clenching, but it works out.
Confidence really panning out for him right there. Full faith and rewarded with the victory. Dash delivering that massive multi-kill. And as you said, man, right into super effective by Dash. At least he gets that information and quickly relays that to the rest of the squad. Swingers, they started off 0-7. They were out 0-1 on this map now, and have activated very quickly this time around here on Train. Forced by victory always feels nice.
Yeah.
And this is that map control I was going to highlight here for this team. It's so aggressive. They got full T-con ground already.
Yeah, good opening coming through from Swingers. Keen to see it on the gun rounds to follow as well. I do like that Yawara have got here. I feel like 9 times out of 10 teams just force buy after losing to a force buy, but they've realized that a full save gets them a full buy in the next. So it's just not necessarily worth it, just going for the massive gamble on the force in that instance. And yeah, they'll kind of have to bite some bullets here in this round, accept their fate. Good cleanup coming through from the CT side. Frags being found flawlessly across the board. Bomb's been dropped as well. They know where Revolts is. And it would be revolting if they found a way to win this, but it is impossible. And there we go, job done, round locked in, flawless for Swingers. So that will be a good boost to their economy. And now I'm very intrigued to see how they're going to go about their business on the CT side, because I've seen a couple aggressive postures coming through from them and posturing on this defense.
Yeah, especially kind of watching that. Obviously, you don't know that it's a full eco. I'd imagine that Swingers were kind of expecting that to be a bit more of an investment that they had to deal with. But now do they continue that knowing that this is going to be a gun round?
Surely, right?
They keep up the confidence, they keep up the aggression here. They had different moves for just about everyone. Yeah, it'd be tough to imagine they'd be too fearful at the moment.
Yeah, no reason to be. They're just going to be brimming with confidence and momentum based off the results on the previous map and the way they've started here on Train as well. Dash just jiggling. Doesn't have his AWP yet. We know what a massive force to be reckoned with the AWP is on the CT side of Train. Really can just see the AWP take over the map on a good day. Nothing on offer.
Bring to the table here. A lot of pressure put on Dash. Rifle right now. Needs to hold off. Great entrance found by Jiao. Has been an absolute beast when it comes down to it. There's smoke spam traded between Vinnabeast. You don't quite know where Leo DRK is, so he aggresses forward as well. Gets his pick. This smoke soon to fade, but they're gonna run through it first, and he lines up the collateral.
Oh my god!
Extra headshot through the smoke while he's at it. Doesn't quite complete the mission onto Stacks, but puts a lot of damage down range. Stacks gonna be very low in this clutch attempt, and a swing with conviction from Ponter to close it out. And that is some proactivity right there played out. They just don't give him any room to breathe.
I mean, I just love the way that Leo goes about his business in that role. I think he may actually have been spotted there initially towards Olaf, and that's why he was kind of compelled to force the fight, because they knew he was there. And he kind of tracks that player who's trying to fall back into Ivy. And then after Leo gets that kill, he's not like, oh, maybe I can get an AK. Let me just try and hold back here. I've taken the contact. Let's see what my teammates can do. He just runs back into the A bomb site out in the open. Yawara were never prepared for that. He gets the first kill and inadvertently thinks a second player as well. So that is a great bit of impact coming through from Leo. Now, another half investment. So Swingers, once they've gotten the ball rolling, they've actually been impossible to stop in this series so far. Yawara have not won a round after Swingers have won a round in the series yet. It's
not a great feeling to have there. That's a nice shot from LD. Another one coming through from Teledee, able to put up a lot of fight, a lot of resistance. Fantastic opportunity to get some economy built up here. But I doubt anything else here from Nard's not going to happen. And just not going to let any more damage take place there. You should come through pretty safely.
Yes, sir. 4-1. And this next gun round of significant importance for Uara, not just because they're down 4-1 at the moment. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but just because of the way that this game has played out so far in terms of the momentum. Uara can't afford for Swingers to get in that same sort of swing of things. And they've got the AWP out here on Nards. Desh has his as well. First time we're going to see the sniper on the server, and both the respective AWPers have theirs at their disposal.
It's going to be all the tools that you can ask for here, but same true in reverse. Be a bit of a challenge. Great opening there from Veto Beast. It's so effective at holding off this A side. The Heo Dart also swings forward for the kill. Got themselves a couple of advantages. Dash crawls right into the op of Nards, though. That's a big victory when they needed something to go their way. Look at this angle there, reading into the next move. Nards got some good lines here with this AWP, but eventually bested by Veto Beast. And you have a little bit of life here to spring into action, but there's just not that much room to breathe. And the Swingers continue to press the issue and everyone gets involved.
Yeah, just kind of getting picked apart there, really. Swingers having free reign. And now they're in complete control here off the back of winning that gun round as well. What do Uara even have in the pocket to try and change? It's their map pick, so surely a pause going to come through soon enough, maybe before that next gun round. Try and discuss what they can change up. Zhao has a hero AK here. He's been far quieter on Ancient compared to what we saw out of him. Far quieter on Crane compared to what we saw on Ancient, but has been able to get into the yard, and he's found an opening kill as well. Nards with his Desert Eagle gets a kill at range, and that blows the door wide open on the say bomb side.
Teledee's been absolutely fierce with his deagle in some of these rounds, and finally it could reward them with a victory. Still got to close, they got to capitalize. All picked up for Nards.
This is big.
Oh, and he wins the duel.
Yeah, that's the kill that should lock in the round here, I think, and it does. Very important gunfight being won there by Nards, and that's going to be Uara breaking the streak here. They lost 5 in a row, and off the back of the eco, ironically, is where they're able to win a round back. And sometimes that tends to happen, right? Because you kind of just don't carry as much expectation. You feel a lot more free coming into those sorts of rounds as well. You can kind of just unleash the shackles like we saw from them just charging into the A-bomb site.
Able to take all the pressure off in that round right there. Finally being able to succeed, accomplish some of that map control that they couldn't quite get out of. That decon position and pretty systematically shut down from the side of Swingers. So being able to break through free in that direction with just a quick shot, quick opening, and then add another one. Teledee's deagle. I can't lie, I think he's got like 4 out of his 5 kills with that deagle. He's been pretty deadly in that department.
That's for sure. Yeah. 25 years of age, first professional team here. Mr. Teledee. Like I was saying in the pregame, I mean, with a region that's stacked with so many players, with players fighting for spots in teams, I'm surprised to see a 25-year-old getting the opportunity here under the Uara banner, but I've liked what I've seen from him here on this map in particular. He's put up some good numbers lately as well. But there's certainly a job to be done on train here for Uara. Have to win here to take it to a decider to still stand a chance of getting themselves into the playoffs through virtue of this 2-1 matchup. Their economy is still somewhat on the rocks. I mean, it's got a little bit more sustenance to it. You can kind of say the same here for Swingers as well, and Hunter wants to look to make a play.
Hunter makes the play there, but traded out as quickly as he starts his aggression. Very swift shutdown. Go a long way here. Veto Beast has been just living in these smokes in the outer yard, not giving them any room to maneuver or sneak away with these kills here. Zhao gonna catch a little bit of the aggression though. Ninja's right into.
Oh man, how necessary is that though in the 4v3? Not entirely sure if that was required. And there's going to be an interesting wraparound here. Timing great there for Leo. Very good awareness from him not to just lackadaisically rotate back into that B bomb site and give up his life. You got to kind of wonder where the Yawara players even headed at that point. They got the full B bomb site, biting off a lot more than was necessary. Fake plant here. Leo realizes, hang on, if that bomb plant's not been completed, that means he must be off of it. Revolt's going to continue to go searching. He's been dinked by the low health player. Leo's done a fantastic job in this round, finding a kill and dinking up that last player left alive. Vinner will finish off the job, and Swingers are back to winning ways.
They'll stay down for too long here. So good at quickly answering the call as soon as they need to step up and slow things down. And, you know, as much as Swingers are pushing past these smokes, and you know, as you said, is it really needed? I think the amount of times they've been rewarded versus punished is, I feel like, a net positive for them at the moment. They're just getting constantly rewarded for pushing past these smokes. I think you are finally reading into it a little bit more, though. But here you go again. Leo DRK gonna push past it, and you gotta trade, but Ninjas is now pushing through a smoke. And there's no relief. They just keep on swinging you. Especially on train here.
You got to give the credit here to Swingers in terms of the confidence. You can't really cherry pick when it hasn't worked out for them. You got to compare it across the board. Net benefit's a good way of putting it. Now they can try and lock in the bomb as well. They're going to drop another smoke on the bomb here. So Zhao could kind of try and scoop it up in that smoke, I reckon. Tele is being watched by the scope right now, but the flash is really good coming through from Zhao there. Tele capitalizes, so that's a good kill back. Levels it back into an even numbers game. Spots out another. Good information found. Ninjas is burning out. He's taking so much damage. And there's plenty of time left in the round here as well. Ninjas, he's got no room to work with. Smoke to try and create some space, but Yawara have done well to kind of wrestle their way back into this round.
Ooh. Knife in hand there. Nice swing coming through from Ninjas to provide a little extra security. Still got to figure out a way to get through this round, though. Venabeast on noticed, on spotted. Element of surprise going to be in his favor. One teammate goes down, but Venabeast so quick with these headshots. 15 and 3.
Oh,
it doesn't
man.
give him a chance to trade.
Yeah, I was just looking at that as well. He's 15 and 3. I can't believe it. And although he loses out Ninjas, it's okay because he's able to get both the kills in response. That round gets incredibly close, but Swingles will make it theirs. I mean, it looked good for them initially with the control they got in A main. I must say I was impressed by the way that Yawara went about their business in terms of trying to recover the round, but unfortunately they fall narrowly short. What a transfer there from Venabeast. He is just tearing Yawara limb from limb right now. Not far from averaging 2 kills per round is Venabeast.
Yeah, with how aggressive, how much space taking he's been able to do towards this A side. Being able to provide that amount of impact there. When it comes down to just pressing the issue on A, you know, always being a moving element. He's never a stationary target, it feels like. That'd be so infuriating for Yawara to deal with as they try and, you know, ever get a default going.
Yeah, it feels like Swingers just stifled them in every single round. Not allowing for Yawara to actually play their game here. Going to be a half investment for the team with the max round loss bonus behind them. Try and get themselves out of A main, but Leo's on the front lines waiting to welcome them with open arms. He's not going to welcome them, he's going to run at them. Leo, man oh man. Multi-kill coming through from him, gets a third as well. Sure, Tele has a nice little multi-kill in return, but he's taking a lot of damage in the process. Pontus is playing around the bomb train. He'll find Tele in transition, and although Swingers take damage, they've gotten an 8th round on the board.
Step in the right direction. Another pause called in from Yawara this time. Just taking some notes on how many they've called out as the momentum swings whenever Swingers get the ground going, whenever they get the fight in their direction. They've been pretty severe, so trying to get those timeouts called beforehand, trying to be proactive and preventative of those big swings. But I feel like, again, it's one of those situations where the CT side's getting away with whatever they want at the moment, and that leads to some pretty big problems. So off the back of this timeout into a gun round, we'll see what they do to get back on board here. Tele D Been a bit efficient in some of these openings with his deagles. We'll have to see it with the AK and then Nards. It seems like if he's able to get on a position, he can punish some of the aggression effectively with the AWP, but this is only the second or third op maybe that he's had so far this half, so. Here we go, more aggression. Double up in through Ivy. This big pickup, calling in Nards off back over as well. And playing around the trash can. Ninjas falls. And that is exactly what they're hoping for.
Yeah, there we go. Far better opening coming through from Yawara. They knew it was coming their way. They knew they would have some early fights offered up to them. And they're able to hold the line as well, get the necessary kills. Swingers try and deal a decisive blow here in the map and in the Sarge if they could have won this gun round then. There's almost a case to be made that 9-3 could be irrecoverable for Yawara at that point, but 8-4 still alive, assuming Desh and Leo can't find a way to win this 2 versus 5. Desh from the back with a bomb tray with an AWP. This is going to have to be nasty from him if he does find a way, but now they know he's there.
Getting out of that one, that's for sure. Gonna be flawless. And at the very least, you're watching a Yawara team that was 100% ready for that aggression. No questions asked. They handle the pressure when it comes through Ivy. They came through Ivy with a lot of pace. Been able to complete this round in a pretty comfortable fashion. That'd be exactly what they're looking for. As you said, you know, 8-4 is certainly recoverable. Seen some good key sides out of teams here plenty of times, but will Yawara have that in their bag as well is another question.
Alright, well, let's see. 8-4 certainly would make for a far better halftime scoreline than 9-3 here. Even just trying to get a little bit more momentum back in their favor. That's the first gun round Yawara have won since they won a gun round in the 7-0 up on Ancient. They won a pistol, and they converted that against the Eco, and they've won a... Well, excuse me, they won a pistol, they've won a Force. Well, half investment, now they've won a gun round. Now they have to win against the Force. This here from Leo, he's going searching very early on. He'll get a frag for free. Doesn't really disrupt the hit though, so although Yawara have lost a player, they've gotten full side control in the process.
Well, and Leo continues to be a thorn in their side, creating a lot of confusion there. They've got some good reactions right now. Desh, oh, under hot water. Doesn't expect that. Big surprise for him. Push all the way in his face. This plan set up very effective. Molly not gonna quite do that much. Provide some coverage because all of this is coming through on the flank right now. They're struggling to get through a little bit of a traffic jam, but Revolt's caught. Surprise. Not expecting them to be that far ahead here. Nards just get a kill and then run away. Crucially staying alive. Vitabeast in another clutch, but there's simply no time for this defuse.
Oh!
And Nards lands the kill anyways, so Yawara gonna fight for 4 in total.
Oh, I mean, now Nards and Zhao combine really nicely there in the post plant, just playing off of each other, taking the attention and allowing for his teammate to step in, get a kill there as well. That was worked perfectly. And Yawara on track to keep themselves alive here, but it still kind of feels like it requires them to win the pistol. If they lose the pistol here, then it's almost back to square one at that point. Nice attempt here in the force buy from Swingers, but one doesn't work out for them. What are you thinking as a staple halftime scoreline here on Train?
I'm thinking like a 7-5 here. I feel like
so too.
You know, we can see some good I've seen a lot of very strong CT sides. Just depends on the team and what they have available here. Definitely depends on a pistol as well. Desh opens it up with a P250, another one. They give him this long-range weaponry to close the distance up against those pistols. And it is systematic and shut down. As if you were Yawara and you saw what happened in that last map, you probably wanted a lot more than just 4.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a very similar pistol round to what we saw in Ancient from Swingers on their T side, just numbers into the B-bomb site. It's as simple and as direct as you'd expect from a mixed team here, just backing their firepower. overwhelming their opponents on the bomb site, hitting some good shots. And they're now 4 rounds away from seeding themselves into the playoffs here. And they should be able to make it 3. It's just USPs. I always like to pose the question, would you rather play against 5 USPs or 5 Glocks?
I feel like 5 Glocks, because usually the way that CTs win a USP round is by like one good flashbang and then they all beat together, or even like 5 players swinging in, and that's how rounds go wrong. So I feel like 5 Glocks is easier to punish.
I think so as well.
I think there's just less creativity with 5 Glock rounds.
Yeah, less intimidating as well for some reason. It just feels mental, but either way, it'll be an elementary cleanup here for Swingers as they figure out where these players are positioned. Ponta's Mac 10 will get a second. All players stay alive for Swingers as we head into the first gun round of this second half.
Yeah, yet have much cause for concern there. 2 rounds on the outro there for Yawaras. Nice to build up a little bit of ground, but still so much fight needing to pull back this comeback effort. This fight I've yet to see here so far, except for that strong start that they had. You know, you can't forget that 7-0.
Yeah, haven't really seen them do much outside of that though. Can they try and reinvigorate that form here once again? They force that smoke out early from the B player, which means that Yawara probably have to rotate an extra player across, and there we go. As you can see, they've had to pad up the defense on the B bomb side. That's the advantage here as the T side of just taking brown holes very early on. And you can see they've got 2 players outside of Ivy. This is all by design. Early contact taken B, and then a mid-round take of Ivy to come through here. Yawara are playing very detached over on that side of the map. At least they've been able to get themselves in A main though, so they do have a decent foundation to work with on this A bomb side. Big fake coming into this B bomb side though, really big fake. 2 smokes, a nade down ramp as well. The players rotated across and they're committing to the flank. I think, no, they've gone back through A main. And this is actually okay for Yawara because they could still shut down the bomb carrier in Long Dog.
Oh my god.
No!
Leo,
surely not.
Burst. Right there to find the opening. Hunter tries to slide out there. Great trade's effective. But it is still going to leave them vulnerable on this A side for now. Going to take advantage of that. For a bomb plant at the very least. Now, can they quite close this round? It could be a different story. A little bit more challenging here for this T side to make work. The kill flowed through. Venabeast, the right man for the job here. But a very difficult job he's placed into. 10-second defuse, but Jiao gonna finish the job there for his team. One player that I feel like has been consistent in the resistance. Be able to shine through once again.
Yeah, good job. I mean, good positioning just out in the open on the off angle. It's tough for Vinnet to try and clear that one out working against the clock. And actually, I think Yawara do really well to keep their in that round because there was a lot going on. I mean, initially it was a fake into that B bomb site from Swingers, and they can't actually get into what they would have wanted. So those B players have almost a second wave on the flank, on the fake rather. Pontic gets the kill, but it was actually the long dog or the pop player there for Yawara that comes into effect really nicely to get the kill on the bomb planter and then give them a big advantage in the retake as well. So Yawara have kept themselves alive for a little bit longer, but that round they win there is the first of many required. Can't just win a round in isolation here and there and expect to keep this competitive.
Part of the difficulty is that one still comes down to a pretty close clutch. You know, it requires a bit of heroics. Requires them to shut down a player that's been really hard to nullify in Venabeast as well, crucially. Bringing that one forward. You're hoping that that could be the start of something more consistent, as you highlighted there. And that this is your avenue back into a more feasible scoreline. Most of all, I think kind of slowing down the momentum here of this opposition. They're trying to throw the aggression in their face. It just handles business. Their side turned. Flashbang
Wow.
completely nullified by the kills. No one to fight off that flash. At least a single frag back from Teledi, but he knows the pressure he's under to try and continue to press the issue here. Not going to matter when Dash ready to sideline it. Distractions caused, reload forced, and the flank eliminated. Revolts to finish it, and it will just be rounds in isolation here that you have to lean on.
I mean, it feels like that was great awareness from Dash as well to take the space through A main, push into the A bomb side after 3 players are spotted out Ivy, just recognizing the way the map might have been set up and taking advantage of the window of opportunity given up to him there. That was really well done just for Dash to lock in the round for his team. Swingers go up to 11, and does that just straight up lock in the series here? I mean, Yawara are going to have to play for overtime, which means 7 rounds in a row. They've only won 5 out of 16. How in God's name do they win 7 in a row from here?
Good luck with that. It is brutal. What Swingers have been put into the task here. They want their playoff position, and I think definitely deserving of that with how good they've looked here.
Oh,
Stacks
stepped. Oh, man.
made the noise there. You can see the late reaction from Swingers, and that's enough to scare him off of any further aggression. Now they get the chance to just sit, wait, and be rewarded there. Stacks pushes right in. They let the pistols flow into their crosshairs. But if there's one thing for sure, it's Teledi. The D for Teledi stands for Deagle. He's been deadly with that weapon, but Swingers still always good to shut it down.
He certainly has had some nice D-ground so far, but Swingers have been in complete control of the series ever since that 0-7 deficit on Ancient. Let's actually just run the numbers. Since that 7-0 deficit, they won 13 rounds plus 12, that's 25. So since they were down 7-0, Swingers have won 25 rounds, while Yawara have won 5. That's a CSGO pug right there. That's full 30 rounds played out, 25-5. This has just been one-way traffic, man. Complete and utter domination from Swingers.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you are leaning in on a little bit of momentum here, but Swingers have a whole lot more of that. This is a good reaction, though. How do they escape this position? It's a whole new question. Ponter catches one in transition. Now he's out. Pop. They're getting crunched in on this A side. It's not feeling that comfortable. Dashes up. The tip of the spear here for this A play as well. And it's just going to be Jiao left standing. Complete dominance from Swingers. From down 7-0 to up 13-7. And then going on the 26-5 run from that point is unbelievable.
Yeah, that is remarkable. That is crazy. 26-5 from that moment is just, yeah, quite outstanding from Swingers. What a beautiful display there. I mean, all of the individuals across the board there had their moments, had their standout moments, as they do just completely steamroll Yawara, who are going to have to come back in a couple days to try and find their spots in the playoffs through that 2-2 bracket in the Swiss stage. But props to Swingers as they've been able to get themselves across the line.
I mean, just a beautiful couple maps of Counter-Strike there. From the very adaptions that we saw from Ancient there, coming through with some quick adjustments, to also, you know, punishing their opponent, picking train against them. You know, that's always, I think, at the moment, a risky business, but I like it whenever underdog teams do that, and I think you are considered an underdog in this matchup, even despite not a super deep history here for Swingers. They've got so much firepower, they've got so much availability, but it looked like they also had some great protocols, some great plans on A, and that was just to continue to suffocate the map, play with that confidence that they know they can get away with there, and all the way through. I mean, Venabeast in map 2 just played unbelievably well on that CT side. I got to give him a lot of credit, but it just felt like they had the right solutions for everything Yawara was trying to throw at them.
I will say two things that have no points or major contribution. Venabeast looks like a Brazilian Zello to me. There we go. And he's got some banging eyebrows. There we go. Just a couple compliments that have no reference to the game that we just watched. But yeah, Swingers just banging their way through the Swiss stage. Maybe we can just bring the Swiss stage graphic up as well, just to update everybody as to how things are looking here in Series 7 in South America right now. I mean, certainly some shape. Couple teams have been promoted outside of Swingers. Couple teams have been eliminated as well. Really is the business end of the Swiss stage right now. So I don't know if we have an updated graphic that we can show everybody. I guess we could even just bring it up before we get into the next series, because that's just the first one of the day.
Yeah. I mean, and a very quick one right there from the side of the Swingers, who now are the next team to join Bounty Hunters, who qualified yesterday for the playoffs in a pretty hard-fought effort. And as you can see, here's those matches high. They mean they're 2-1 at the moment, and that includes Swingers now, who have locked themselves in a playoff position. Got 2 more matchups here to kind of decide who's going to be locking in playoffs and who is going to be eliminated. Up next, we're going to be going down to the elimination matchup. Familia, they've got to play up against this player squad that has proven to be very deadly and pretty exciting. I'm definitely interested to see who's going to be the next team in elimination. I maybe kind of expected Familia to be kind of leaning in that direction. Without an organization, I thought that they'd take a hit in the momentum, but they're in a scary position versus this deadly roster on the other side of things here, and players that are looking to build up a little bit of ground, building up some younger players that have a lot of potential to grow.
Yeah.
So before we get there, we're going to be tossing this one off to a bit of an extended break, guys. That next best of 3, it's going to be in about an hour and 20 minutes or so before we go live for the pregame. So go and get some snacks here. We'll be right back.
track, can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for sticking on by as we are ready to hop on into our second series. Now, this one, the stakes, I think, are put a little bit higher here, Hayes. It's an elimination matchup, and that means, you know, you win and you get to continue to fight here for playoffs. You lose and you're eliminated from the Swiss stage. A lot on the line here, but looking forward to seeing these two teams, Hayes. You know, what do you make of you know, these rosters and kind of the state that they're in at the moment?
Well, I think there's a lot to talk about. I think there's a major flux for both of these teams as well. Lots of different players from corners of the Brazilian scene coming together. You know, some cores kind of stuck together, adding some new blood to the mix as well. I think that on paper this game is going to be very evenly contested, though. I think we've got two pretty, like I said, even teams coming up against each other here, so it's quite tough to split them and predict who's going to be able to keep themselves alive in the competition or who will be eliminated. I'm probably slightly leaning in towards players. I guess we could just, yeah, I was going to say bring up some rosters, but Just a quick reminder of the schedule. Still another game to come up after this one. Unumile against Shinden to round out the day. But what are you thinking coming into the series, mate?
I mean, it was really interesting to see kind of the formulation here. I got to watch a little bit of Familia, and obviously I've seen a lot of them as they were once kind of that NA roster, playing out in NA ECL and a lot of the competition there. So it's always good to see what they can do here, see what they can bring to the table. But they've got a tough task at hand, and they've made a couple of roster changes. They've lost their organization, as I said, has been a little bit more frequent in the South American scene here throughout 2025. I've noticed, unfortunately, and especially with the fact that both of these rosters, I'm kind of assuming, don't have organizations unless Players is an org that I'm not aware of.
I don't think so. No,
I don't think so
that
either.
wouldn't make much sense. No, it's giving Gambit like 2021 before they've sold themselves to Cloud9, basically.
Oh yeah, right.
2022
Right.
maybe, yeah.
So I mean, you have to deal with that situation, and obviously, you're in an elimination matchup where it's all on the line. You kind of have to make it into playoffs. You have to prove to orgs that are out there in existence that you're worth the investment, you're worth the vision. And for both of these teams, it's a tough direction here. If you're talking about Familia, they're still unsure of who long term is going to be that last player. For now, they're locking in Freak at the moment, who has been, I think, like a very hot prospect. He has so much capability in terms of what he can bring to the table. I like when he's playing very good what he can do, but I just don't think he's had a lot of stability in these rosters since I first kind of got introduced to him. Been shaking up a lot of different teams, and I just don't think really teams that have benefited his career for quite some time. And hopefully this is a more stable core for this roster as they look to build upon the core of Tatizen, Moth, and Denoco, who's been brought in as well. But it does feel like a tough task for this team.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that the South American scene, and probably more specifically the Brazilian scene, is notorious for is players just moving all over the show. So you generally don't really get stability, especially from these mixes. And I wanted to try and add up how many different teams all 10 of these players have actually played in across the board in the server. And it was just too much. But I'm going to wager it's somewhere between 80 and 100 different rosters across the board between these 10 players. It's probably actually more, because some of them have like 18. It's quite crazy, but yeah, stability would be lovely. I haven't seen much of Freak myself, so looking forward to seeing him in action. Like, Tatizen is a well-respected name, been around for a while in the region. Morth as well, a player I've seen competing for a while. But let's have a look at their opponents here. The Familia squad, also certainly some familiar names, or the players team rather, I guess, as I'm getting my teams muddled up here. But again, lots of familiar name value, XNS from Paqueta. Hug is the one guy I haven't seen much of, so looking forward to seeing him in action. With Putini, probably the player who's seen as the most talented player in the server coming into the series, I'd say, maybe alongside Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm right there with you there in terms of the high output there. It's actually interesting. A lot of these players you're talking about, at least Spinny and Huggy, have both been playing on Academy squads in the past for Pain Academy for Huggy, and Spinny is MIBR Academy, as their jerseys do show. So they do have a couple of younger players on this roster, mixed with some older guard there. I'd still say Myth Putini, a little bit younger there, and has a lot of potential to be reached, only 23. So they have this healthy mix of players that have stuck around with organizations, have had the chance to develop underneath top orgs as well, which is a big deal. They've called in for some more veteran players as well that know how to finish the job. XNS has also played in North America there with Team 1 in the past, and I remember quite a bit of what he could do. I feel like he's been on a little bit of a slide here when we oftentimes talk about like organizations, and since he was on his Team 1 days, where I thought he was doing some of his better work when they were able to make it into some international competition throughout 2021 and 2022 until he got benched. It was a very uphill battle, but they got some massive victories, and he was a big part of those victories at one point. And it feels like since then he's been trusted by some teams, but quickly they realize that he can't quite capture that spark long term, and I want to see if he can do that here, especially with maybe a struggle with motivation. I mean, you're not quite playing underneath an organization, so how does that motivation come into picture for this player that has so much potential?
Yeah, it's a good point that you make. I mean, especially because it kind of feels like things are fairly open-ended at the moment. Maybe as a mixed team, you actually have a better chance of sneaking your way through the rankings, getting some more invites, and building up a bit of a foundation. So I'm, yeah, intrigued to see how it's going to unfold. Let's have a look at the Veto here, moving things along. We can have a look at which maps are going to feature here in the series now. It's not like we have a huge amount to go off of for the Familia roster, bit more for players just in terms of sample size. Trainers, they're permaban, so that's just not going to be coming through here. Ancient in return is a bit of a respect ban, I guess. It's a map that players enjoy bringing to the table, tied for their second most played map. It's going to be Mirage, it's going to be Inferno. Actually, two decent maps for both of these teams, so it's going to be a pretty comfortable opening maps here for, like I said, both sides on the server, and then Dust 2 to decide as the most played map for players, so if it does go the distance, probably leaning in their direction.
See, I mean, I think a bit of a balanced map pool, as you said there. What's interesting about this map pool is, you know, last time that players did lose here on Dust 2, very close affair, versus Exolos Lasers, who again is the former organization of now this Familia roster. So picking into the Mirage, I mean, rather that was what I meant to say. But you know, Dust 2 is just the same case there of a particular struggle up against this team. Underneath their last org, and underneath a little bit of a different banner there when they were still operating with Renanzin as well, or rather with Dinoco and W1 as well. So a bit of a different squad there that they're now going to be playing up against today, where you introduce Freak and you lose the organization. And I wonder again if that's going to be a big difference here between when we saw them just, you know, a couple weeks ago in that last series.
It's a bit of a pity to see the exiting of a few of the organizations from the scene in the region. It was a massive influx from like 2020 maybe to 2023 of orgs coming into the space, just because of how many players were committing to the game and how many opportunities there were for the scene as well from TOs. But either way, maybe we put that conversation on ice as we're going to be jumping into the first map of the series. Mirage is where we find ourselves. It's the pick of players. So Familia, they get to choose which side they start on. It'll be the defensive half for them. And let's get into the second game of the day.
Looking forward to it here. Should be a good time. Yeah, it is a bit of a shame here seeing the orgs leave. I wonder, you know, if there's any interest in coming back there, because there is still a lot of events being played out here. There's a lot of eyeballs on these teams, and these rosters still as motivated as ever to try and lock in big wins. But either way, these players still kicking, even without orgs, looking to build a name for themselves, what means every game all the more important here. XNS looking at entry on in, turns his back to the fight here, but quickly finds the opening duel here. Detroit, though, in the underbelly with 2 guns versus a 3 here of the players chasing him down, and eventually that third gets the job done. Huggy lands a trade and allows for the bomb play to take place.
Actually pretty well navigated here by players, all things considered. Looked like Detroit could just rip them apart from the inside out. Mid-Patini, what a tap at range there to get the advantage here for his team in the post-plant as well. No kit means time is of the essence, and Huggy is in such a good position now as well, having the attention taken away from him. Now they know both the players are in CT, maybe not actually clocked there. Gonna tap the defuse to try and draw these players out right now, but time is aggressively, rapidly tapping away. Spinny, the insurance policy just remains rooted in connector right now. Tatterson has to come to try and force the fight, but the round is over, and players open their account first.
Statement start right there. Finding the exit with the bomb as well. This is some lovely entry pathing, as you said. The smoke's so effectively put there. They also have this lurking presence, so as those smokes fade away, they're still in a pretty comfortable position. And Detroit does offer up that resistance, but if at the end of the day, your trades lead you to a 3v3 pose plant, I always think that's when you can afford to take right there. A couple of sacrifices. Players start off on the right foot. Forced by to respond here. We got the ump in play here from off.
Okay. Not something we see all that often. Let's see if it's going to prevail, as players already have some decent control and space in towards middle. rifles across the board for the T side, so they're heavily invested right now, and they don't have anybody who really wants to go in first. Wants to just jump around the corner, try and pull the crosshair off the angle. The control will remain theirs for now, but Familia are asking some questions, kind of poking and prodding and keeping players on their toes.
No deagle shots connected. Knowing this is up against the fours. Smokes fade away towards middle. There's not particularly a lot of pressure in that department, though. It's just a full stack right now towards A. And they're not prodding enough towards B to really capture that. 40 seconds left. I thought maybe, just maybe, Huggy was going to go in with his AK and try and identify if it was empty, but now they're going to walk into the A side stack here. That's going to be a huge problem.
Well, at least they use the molly there to force Freak out of position, but 20 seconds on the clock and all of the CT players on the correct side of the map as things stand, but that's only half the job done. They have to try and find the ways to get the kills, but not actually working out the way they would have hoped. That's unfortunate. Players will actually still make this one work, despite the fact they do it on hard mode by pushing into the stack. And what you were mentioning there, you know, Huggy not going in, that's why I say just have someone on a Mac 10 that you can kind of use as cannon fodder to get info. Committing like that without any direct or ironclad information is a risky game to play.
At least you have that good utility right there to find a quick 4v5, make it a little easier to scale into that bomb site. Because what's even worse than a 5-man stack is having to break through a crossfire, having to panic to land those trades.
Yeah. And it feels like Freak was the one who was in a prime position on that A bomb site in the sandwich as well, because his teammates would have been taking the bait away from him with 20 seconds on the clock. All of a sudden, a sandwich player just comes out of nowhere. It's a knuckle, and what do they call him? A knuckle sandwich? Was that it? Yeah, a knuckle sandwich, just straight to the face.
Oh yeah.
But good util usage avoids that eventuality, and now they play against an eco.
That's what you say when you mess around and find out. About to get a knuckle
Yes,
sandwich.
sir. That's it.
A lot of presence towards mid this time. Keeping their strength in numbers. A little bit of a backpack scene right there from Spinny. He does not hesitate. Capture that kill. That is one of those players that held onto with armor as well as down. Ooh. All good.
Just about damage control for players right now. I just don't want to lose too many players in the process of winning against the eco. Build up some economy. It is their map pick as well. I think that the logo players are using right now might be the exact same logo that the Gambit players used after they rebranded. Very generic, of course, but I'm pretty sure it was that.
Looks like it. Wonder if they just look like a like if CS. I mean, I guess we kind of do have a NBA style logo or something like that. The CS2 logo, but
Yeah.
this one's even
I think I
different
figured
than
it out
that.
actually. I think this is the track record for Cloud9. They don't have a team right now. Maybe they're about to sign players again.
Ooh. That's it. That's how you attract Cloud9, the org right there.
Yeah, exactly.
They were looking for players, not a team.
Exactly. It's the search engine optimization. Like Cloud9 are like, we need players. So they just type Counter-Strike players on Google, and then this is the first team that comes up.
That's why we really didn't even see Cloud9 ever succeed long term. They only had players, they didn't have that team cohesion that's required to succeed in Counter-Strike.
That's it. I missed the trick. Now they have player. They have Perfecto.
He's still on the roster?
He is. He's the only player still officially on the Cloud9 roster. And he's benched, so the
Get
bench
back
is
to
more
Google
populated
searching.
than the team itself, yeah. Either way, this round was actually very successful here for Familia. They get 4 kills in a full eco, effectively. So that's a great return for them.
Yeah, especially holding on to some Pretty good weaponry there as well. Still got the scout maintained. Put a lot of economic damage downrange. Just for the fun of it, some lovely shots from Detroit. He's such a good scouter here, actually. Is a interesting part of his game there. Especially when you see him on Dust 2. I feel like everyone gets a scout buff, but him in particular, he can do so much with that gun. Fast towards middle. No hesitation here again for players. They want to speed it up on the opening gun round. Already up catwalk. Lots of damage on the Tatizen, but good for the kill at least. It's a little disjointed now in this catwalk play here. The attention split, rotations arriving. Still more required out of these anchoring players, though. Moth tosses a smoke down as well, and he uses it effectively. Massive impact. This lurk being cut off by the back of Freak, and not too long lasting is Myth Poutini. The only one able to open up the round right there. Moth just providing too much coverage, buying too much time.
Yeah, Morth does incredibly well towards Empty Pillar because he gets himself a kill and then he stays alive. That's what buys time for the rotations to come through, drops that smoke smartly, and is able to find a second kill as well, because the major concern for Morth there was the player coming from catwalk, but kind of has a very good internal clock and keeps himself alive. So very well played there from the anchor to keep the bomb site in his team's control, and as a result, Familia are on the ball.
Is that damage done? It's
Oh yeah.
really bad buy here as well for players on Galaxy. I mean, they at least do their due diligence, call the save in, don't really try and force the issue, but brutal spot to find yourself in.
Yeah, again, it's one of those situations where if they full save here, they get a full gun in the next. So I'm just happy to see teams taking this option, because it feels like the flowchart is, oh, we just lost to a force buy, let's force back, or we just lost a round and it's the first round we've lost, let's force back. So I think this is the more conservative but better calculated decision. And actually, there's only one player on the B-bomb site right now. It's Tatizen who's here. Some support from catwalk as well. Players that just try to fake as though they're rushing B and then walk back. I think it's going to be a double pump here.
Big Russian rolling. Good information gathered there. Going clear out top middle. Now everyone else going through underpass. Surprise, surprise for Moth. Could get a little overwhelming pretty quickly if they're not careful. Looks like they got things handled. Only a single casualty is not too much of a concern. They move forward. All the better there. Familia now only losing a single player now means that their economy starts to get stacked up, that they get a little bit built.
Yeah, here we go. Game on. Open play on either side of the server. Myth Poutini against Detroit, the two players we highlighted coming into this map as well. Opposite numbers. Youngsters. Oh, Detroit. There's going to be a second nade that comes through to clear out the smoke there. Was that a smoke, a nade thrown by Nuke? But I think it may actually have been there. Ends up exposing himself. Myth Poutini capitalizes, opening on for the T side, and that's just going to earn them full mid control now. What's the response here from Familia? Is there one? There is. Morth is the one who tries to take the round by the scruff of the neck and comes away with the kill.
Around here. Positions on the CT side still holding together fairly strong though with this deep op positioning. Gonna be maybe a little head-to-head up next, and that's gonna be one that Detroit wins every day of the week. He can into his crosshair. Has to worry about Palace now as well, but he has a little bit of extra assistance. You know, spotting out that ball, or opper rather, it gives you a lot of idea of where this play is heading. This Huggy's opping. Oh, it's good. Oh my goodness. Destroys Detroit, shoots him straight through the wall.
That's a great shot there, man. That's going to go a huge way. And opening up the safe bomb site, it's still a Freak to try and get past, though. He catches on the wall. That's going to force him into the fight, but he still comes away with the second kill. Huggy left in the 1 versus 2. You asked the question, what's his AWPing like? Well, we've already seen he can connect on a good shot, but can he win a clutch out in the open? No, nobody can. Not when you get double swung like that and you got no cover to work with. Familia lost the first play in the round, but will still get the points on the board and level up the scoreline.
Nice reply right there. 3 of their own in a row. Big turns of momentum offered up. It's a 4v5 recovered as well. Which is always quite nice here for the CT side to put together. Huggy's hop pretty impressive right there, but a lot more at task. And that double kill from Freak is everything. That just completely changes the tides.
Yeah, it does, for sure. And it was just funny because he actually catches on the wall there, which forces him to take that second fight, and he gets that kill as well. God said, "You're not done yet, mate. Hang around a little bit longer."
Even yourself right there. Forced into the fight, backs the right move though, and a quick headshot out of Tadizin. Another body shot. Go with the pistols. Noko up towards top middle as well. They're fearless up against these pistols. They'll continue to dominate in the map. No one lost so far. There's a headshot from Denoco. That will remain flawless, so that's a chance to build up some economy right there.
Yeah, it's a statement the way they win against the eco there as well. Like you say, taking the fight to the pistols, not afraid, not scared. And they've got themselves a lead here. 4 rounds in a row for Familia on their opponent's map pick. Can they add another gun round to that tally? If they can, they reset the T-side economy once again. So this is where we look at players and say, all right, how much depth do you have on this T-side? This is your map pick. What do you fall back on from here? Because it's just generally been mid-takes from them so far. Pretty standard defaults. And it looks like they're going to throw the same early smokes and once again try and get that control.
I like the early emphasis here from the utility. HE could be over. Exposed. Caught Denoco. A little bit off guard. Very surprised. Like, he just being so effective on this. Causing distractions, causing attention his way. See what they can manage off of it. X&S finds another big opening. Working up connector as well. They're piecing this one up. Incredibly effective. That is a big answer for how the rounds were going on the eco. Having to go up against the guns. Remain flawless until Tadizin puts up some resistance, but it doesn't last long.
Yeah, nice angle taken from him there to fight with the vent player, but it's just a consolation kill. Players will finish off the job, like you say, just piecing that round apart. Good kills being landed across the board there. Just opens up the map entirely. Quick succession of frags, and back and forth we go. As expected coming into this map and this matchup here. Was always going to be evenly contested. We had a bit of a blowout in the previous series, especially once they were able to get going. Swingers, that is. They were impossible to stop for Yawara.
Got the 3-0 start. Then we had 4 in a row for Familia. I was wondering if it was going to be more of the same. Again, I feel like these two teams remain very competitive. Both making moves. Big trade for the top of boxes. Huggy has proven to be such a nuisance here. Drawing out multiple HEs on his location. Here comes the B plate.
Yeah, here comes the first. Volterra, good first frag found. Noses another round of smoke, but does he expect a second? Good damage has been done, yes. Even though players have kind of been able to get out of the apartments, it's still going to be an arm wrestle to get side control from here. Volterra is the one who's trying to actually find a way to open up the bomb site. Really good positions taken by Familia. Denoco holds his ground towards empty pillar. First frag found. That just stunts the approach now. In fact, they're going to have to bide their time and wait for Huggy, and he's going to find a very good angle. Frag on Freak is free, and that could allow for the bomb to rotate back across.
That's exactly what they're doing here. X&S still keeping one player's attention turned, multiple players in fact. He will be bested, but that is an incredibly composed round already put together. Can they close it out? Myth Poutini should be safe to plant as long as it's not for Gather. I guess he can't even do that. Denoco diving into window.
Brave.
Huggy's there to catch it.
As no
Tadizin knows he can't even start this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, he's just hoping he gets swung. He's hoping he gets peeked, then he gets the kill. And then from there, he's able to find a way in. And Huggy, well, the patience costs him, or the lack thereof. And now Tatazin gets a move on. I mean, Mipatini is just posted with the AWP right now. Very tough for Tatazin to actually get across. He has got a kit to work with. Gonna tap the defuse, but he misses the initial burst there. That was his opportunity. Mipatini knows he's now not sticking that defuse. Can continue to play the time here, which is ticking away rapidly. And there we go. Job done. Even going to be able to find the frag as Tatazin tries to jump back to safety. Mipatini will survive. Players win the round. That was a close one, though. Close call.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an overextension for a team that looked calm all the way through in that 3v3 situation. But Huggy, the flank is being bought. And that's what they were waiting for all the while. That's why they were just posted into van. Well, Terra goes down trying to win the round, but this is the play they wanted. A little bit scary with the scroll wheel, but no concerns.
Are you a scroll wheel jumper?
Yeah, I don't really have the like mistakes. I mean, I never accidentally scroll wheel jumped unless I get like scared. Sometimes that happens, but never while I'm like flanking like that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, well, Detroit, he is going to be able to draw first blood. Nice shot landed there, headshot to connect. In the meantime, Huggy has been able to get out into the bomb side. He is just spraying away there into the smoke, spray and pray. Shot
had his return
as well, and yeah, this is looking pretty good here. There is a flank, but Mipatini will be able to deal with it before it inflicts too much damage. 2v2. I mean, players have just been under so much pressure on the safe bomb site, but they've actually done really well to keep themselves in the conversation.
Ooh. Yeah, I can't believe they're still fighting for this round. That's pretty impressive, considering the position they were in, losing out to that AWP early, and then that flank only getting a single kill. Credit to Myth Boutini with the quick reactions. Has an isolated duel ahead of him. Freak wise not to too forward facing. And it's spotted out once again. They're going to join forces here in a 2v1. Myth Boutini going to route away here with 20 seconds left. Oh my god, this is just perfectly played out at the moment. 15, and no one is watching this. He's got an open path. 10 seconds left around the corner. It's a B play, man. What a surprise. He completely routes around the duo here. Another chance at a big clutch. Plans for market, but then goes into apps. This is going to force him into a more forward location here as a fast boost up catwalk goes in.
Is that necessary? I don't even know if it is, honestly.
Did not save any time. He's waiting for his teammate to.
Yeah, they have to go together, otherwise they give up the 1v1s, and here we go. Mipatini with the AWP in apartments will get that first frag free, and that's round over. Oh, it's diabolical. What have we just witnessed? Mipatini, I mean, he's made that look so free, but Familia really didn't do themselves much justice.
I love that. I love that he got boosted up, and then they waited to peek together.
I mean, even I'm making the jump up the bench into window and then into ladder room from there, man. Like, surely. Catwalk jumps a bit more touch and go, but that was hilarious. That was just comical. That was comical. That's a disastrous round for Familia to lose as well.
Oh, well, maybe they can get something back here. It's a nice start in the underpass. Double kill there to lock it in. Try and set up the advantage. AK recovered as well, but out in towards the A side. XNS recovering in a big way. Still have to worry about a player in Palace. Numbers remain even. And this player's roster continues to fight through the adversity they faced in the early stages. Now both players with AKs remaining, but oh my goodness, Huggy's been a beast in middle. Confident and effective, wants to close. Not going to give Freak the peak, though. Not the peak that he's looking for.
Yeah, he's praying for right now. Much smarter from Huggy. He's actually had some really good moves in this round so far after getting that kill in towards middle and then shifting himself through the sniper's window into market now, just allowing for his teammate to bring the bomb across here, guarantee the plants, and with that, the round as well.
So some excellent damage done by Familia, but not going to feel all that great here. Next round's the last of half, so as long as it's a victory for players, that's all that they're gunning for. Victory it will be.
It's been a good back and forth game between the two teams so far. Doesn't feel like any rounds have been free or steamrolls. Every round has been a contest, even rounds where there hasn't been much of an investment. Having said that, players are up 7-4, so considering how closely contested this has been, for the fact that they've got a 3-round lead here, just speaks volumes to how well they've done in these tense situations. These mid-rounds been very impressive for players. These late rounds, the way they've been able to identify where Familia are set up and how to try and pivot and weave their way through the defense.
Yeah, they've been great in the clutch situations. I mean, as you mentioned as well there, Huggy's been very, very proactive in middle. He hasn't really required that much help, and he has been finding opening kills and super effective in that department. Myth Boutini as well with this opposite element. And Noko, shot in the toes, he's trying to run away. Very scary situation for him, and Myth Boutini fighting forward instead, as you said. Noko trying to run away there, was actually just trying to take a fight.
Yeah, repositioning. Alright, well, off the back of that, Huggy again tries to be the difference maker. This time bites off more than he can chew, chokes out of the round. 5v3, Familia on course to get a 5th from this first half. Surely no way back into this for the T side. Orp on the angles, gonna tag Spinny. Still 2 players catwalk though. Detroit been able to keep himself in the bomb site. There should be no way for players into the bomb site itself, and there we go. Locked out in the apartments, they get shut down, mowed down. As Familia do make it a 5th on the board here, so I think they'll be okay with that. They're not going to be ecstatic, obviously, but they still feel like they're in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, quick pistol, you could tie things up easy. Knowing that you lost the pistol in that first half, you did fall into some economic problems. You had a 1v2 clutch that went against you. A couple things that, if Familia were able to close out, would have been a lot easier. But overall, great punish on the last round of the half there for them. Taking some charge there, getting aggressive. In that mid duel. Noko and Tadaz have been a strong force in that first half for the defense, and out to that second half. Got a B rush. Don't see B rushes every day here on the B side as much, but always fun when you do. Your good flashes tossed in from Noko, but he doesn't make it out the window. And the mollies are tossed in return. They use their full execute in as well, yeah.
I mean, okay, round over certainly a bit of an exaggeration, but execute had to be cancelled. Is more what I was kind of going for there. They had to just pull the plug on it. They were locked out, especially once the flames land and the first player's gone down. But it's still going to be tough to recover the round from here. At least they have a little bit of util. They still have what, 2 flashes there on Morph. What's the call going to be? How do they try and find a way back in? Looks like it's still going to be the final, the same port of call into the B bomb site, just a different avenue of entry.
Oh, just too much distance though.
That's clean.
XNS, 1 shot. Now they're trying to run up catwalk, but they're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Goodness.
And the call there, round over, wasn't all that wrong considering what they were left to do in the end of the situation there. Just left with no options, trying to work off of 2 flashes. They kind of showed their hand early, and players took full advantage of that.
Alright, well, no bomb plant kind of leaves Familia without much of an option coming into this next round. Going to have to be the save. Players with a great chance to get themselves up to 9. They're in control of their map pick right now. I feel like a single flashbang goes a long way in these sorts of rounds. When you got a full eco, I think it's one person. It's just worth one person sacrificing having an extra flash in the gun round that follows to have 1 flash here in this full eco around the Glocks. I wonder like what the actual percentage change is in terms of standing a chance of winning the round with a single flash compared to no util.
Yeah, I've been saying you should get $50 for flash assists.
Okay.
To encourage that more often. I feel like the person throwing the flash doesn't get any love.
The problem is that, like in Premier, the flash assist is so broken because if you throw a flash anywhere in the vicinity of the person, then you get the flash assist. It's not necessarily that it blinded them.
But it's still just $50, you know?
Yeah, it's, I guess it's not going to change things much, right?
So I was like, imagine you have to invest $200 because you buy a P250, it pays for itself if you get a kill. But if you give someone a kill with the flashbang, that doesn't pay anything.
Yeah, you're right. Where's the reward in that, right? I mean, improving the chances of winning the round for the team. What the hell? What's that about? I want money. Give me money,
Yeah,
man.
I guess there's value in that alone.
All right, well, huge value in this round for Familia. If they lose this round here, they can basically just kiss Mirage away.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. Especially with how big of a bonus this is for players. You really want to capitalize on the low weaponry that they do bring to the table. Otherwise, you're going to give them AKs. That's a nice generous donation to your opposition. They've got a double bit of aggression here towards apartments. It's just not being watched here, so almost puts this round on a timer of if they can execute A in time before this flank activates, before they lose their mid lurks, before they lose that second prong of approach as a triple B setup triangulating this move. And well, there goes one lurk. And there goes the second. So the mid prong is completely eliminated.
Oh, no.
And now they've got to run into a 3v5 where they know you're coming.
Yeah, they've got all the info in the world. They don't have to worry about any other part of the map. They can just focus all their resources on the, say, bomb sites itself. Util dwindling here as well for the T side. They don't have any smokes left. They've just got 6 flashes. That's all. Sure, that's great, but how do they actually isolate any parts of the bomb sites to try and make their lives easier? It's going to have to just be down to some raw gunfights. Is there even a world where they may just commit to the save here?
Look at what they're trying to do right now. They can't even escape A main because they know that there's a possibility of that flank coming through. That's not the reality right now, at least in terms of what we see on the minimap, but unknown to Familia, obviously. So they're just sitting there watching the flank, and I don't think you're wrong there. I think they're just going to call the eco with 3 guns. Look at this. As I said earlier, MP9s upgraded onto AKs for multiple players. I think Huggy can probably find some sort of upgrade while he's at it as well. Either way, round converted there with relative ease, and that's just a complete press on the default right there. Players test the default, see if it holds together, and as you punish top, middle, and connector, after pushing apartments, you just know exactly where the play is going. There was nothing Familia could do.
Yeah, it was round over off the back of those 2 kills for sure. Not even a single point of damage was done in that round, by the way. Not a single point of damage was inflicted in that round there from Familia. That was their full gun round. A couple upgrades scavenged, as you mentioned as well. 10-5. Another full buy here for Familia. Lose this round at your peril. Players even have money in the bank at this point, so they are sailing off into the sunset.
Now you're starting to see forward-facing angle here on A as well. On the other side of the map, they try and press the extremity. Mid hasn't really been pressured, just a dry contact walk out here for Familia. They delay the aggression, hoping maybe they can catch him asleep at the wheel, but they're still taking a very cautious approach right now on the CT side. They're smoking to scale up catwalk right now. B-side being bolstered up by 1 extra rotate and long-range duels. That's a great trade from Mothra. They desperately needed that. Now you've got this lurk activating. They've got access here. Huggy the only one to resist. He doesn't last too long. Volterra has the MP9. Now 1v2 ahead of him. Players lived on this in the first half. Can they do it in the second as well?
I mean, surely not, right? Surely Volterra doesn't have this clutch within his reach. I mean, Morph is low, and you could kind of argue that Tatsus and a Morph are a bit disconnected right now. I don't know if Volterra could actually isolate these fights. They're not giving him anything as he creeps his way forward. Morph starts to realize that he has to be coming through from catwalk. He's going to hug the wall, though, to get past that apartments player, but there's just nothing on offer for him right now.
Gonna run away a little early, though?
Kill. Hold on. Do they? First frag found. Can he jump on the defuse? I mean, there's not enough time here. There won't be enough time, but at least he's drawn Tatsus back. At least he's going to force an extra kill here effectively. And there we go. Frag found at the hand of his AK. Familia win the round, but at the most expensive cost.
Yeah. It said at the bottom there, Volterra 1v3 clutch. But I will say it's the
Not
best way
quite.
to lose there for players. They manage to take everyone down there. Volterra even finds that last kill for an extra cheeky 300 and when he's still in a good spot on the side of players to get another investment. Meanwhile, this kind of becomes a round you can't afford to lose, otherwise you're probably kissing Mirage goodbye. Here if you're Familia. Obviously players map pick, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but not the easiest way to pull back a series here. With Boutini on that CT side off as well. Bit of a switch up, and Spinny in this sandwich position set up by that smoke. The idea that it is just a retake setup on A.
Does look like Familia are going to head in that direction. Let's see how this is going to work out here on the defense. Could just pop at a moment's notice here and just sprawl all over the bomb site. Maybe just trying to give a little bit of time to the player coming through from lowers right now. Another player top mid. At least they're not going to be disrupted in the middle of taking their control this time around. They will be actually allowed to kind of go through the motions. Attention going to be taken into connector here by Nuke as well. He's going to catch a glimpse there of Huggy. That's a huge kill to go massively and opening up the safe side, because now look at the pressure. I mean, Spinny, he's trapped, he's stuck, he's hoping he doesn't get checked, but it looks like Detroit might have spotted the gun barrel. Molly's going to come through. Spinny's out in the open, immediately executed by Detroit. Volterra gets one back, but there has to be more where that came from.
He's getting spammed down there, not a chance. Does land a bit of damage, but overwhelmed very quickly. They're gonna dry swing in. And Moth is gonna eat up with the AWP right there. Another myth onto Moth. But I think this might be a save here, and Familia, with what little utility Denoco had right there, manages to use it all effectively. Top con smoke, and as he gets met with a bottom connector smoke from the CT side, it's a huge game changer there that he's able to HE that smoke and blow it open and find that opening duel. That gives him that second prong of approach they've been kind of missing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the kill that completely unlocks the round in the bomb site there for Familia. Because it becomes so much more challenging for the players in the A bomb site to actually hold their ground at that point. So, good work. You can see once the default's actually able to kind of go through the motions, it really does offer up a whole lot more there compared to what we saw earlier on in the half where they got disrupted. And now you look at the money here for the CT side and you got to ask some questions. Does look like they're going to empty their pockets now. Honestly, I would have preferred to have just seen them save around the AWP and the M4 and then guarantee a full buy in the next round. I think that kind of just gives them something to work with here, and then a full buy in the next, whereas they just go all in here. How much have they really improved their arsenal of weapons? What, they get a couple of masters and a pistol or something like that, and then completely sacrifice any potential investment in the next round if they lose this? I don't think this is a great way to actually distribute your money.
They do have for them a little bit of room to maneuver with the little bit that was held on to, but yeah, it will be interesting to see. Here going for a couple FAMASs. This gun's a little bit more effective nowadays. See if they can remain so. Players falling on hard times in the CT side at the moment.
Well, let's see.
We're going to put a little more resistance towards middle.
Yeah, actually, we haven't really seen that from players yet here in the first half. Huggy with his master playing on the smoke radar right now. It's a brave game for him to play. I don't know if this is really smoke he wants to be a part of. Also just trying to take the bait away from Spinny, I guess.
Get all that attention in as much as possible on his location. Make sure that feels like Spinny was an unknown quantity, but in the meantime, really evacuate the mid-fight in an effort to reroute towards another A execution. Now, we've been seeing players play a lot more towards a, I would say, passive setup here. We saw in the opening gun round that they played very aggressive. They pushed through apartments. Now we're seeing them try and rely on these setups, and we'll see how effective this is.
Bit of a fake being thrown into the mix here. Bit of util thrown into that B bomb site to try and draw attention away, but because they've left this one so late and the molly hasn't gone deep enough, they've kind of realized that XNS is forced out. He doesn't necessarily have to actually peek out there. I think he gets a little bit ahead of himself, but at least he gets a kill regardless. Spinny finds a frag in the meanwhile as well. Bomb will get onto the site, but to actually find the space to activate the C4 is going to be a struggle right now. Spinny could just swing from connector here as soon as that plant comes through, and there we go. He will be able to deny. That's round over.
Yeah, just had to pray that players were not going to peek him. With 10 seconds left, there's an easy decision right there out of connector. No one saving there for Tadazin as well, so the FAMASs are able to fight forward there. And yeah, I mean, I think maybe left into the idea that he's gonna die, he's gonna get spammed down there, I think is what he was thinking. So he just swings forward, gets a kill, quickly traded, and then this is what I kind of highlight there. Whenever you miss that connector kind of threat, if there's no pressure on that side of the map, it is pretty tricky to break through an A-side play without smokes, and Familia didn't really have any smokes to lean on there. This time trying to do the same thing. They love their A execs.
Yeah, they certainly do. Favorite side of the map. Volterra's here out in the open, been blinded and going to get swung on. Denoco taking a lot of ground there, further forward than what Volterra was expecting, and they've now got full side control here. Plant going to be coming through as well. Lots of damage being done. Decent weapons in play. This is looking good for the T side. This is going to be a difficult retake here for players right now. 3 of them going to be coming through from CT, and there's a very late lowers push here as well for Familia to work with.
Wow. Spinny, though, instantly turns the tides into his favor. That's a CT smoke they threw in a long time ago. That's a big pickup from Freak, though. Exposed in Palace, missed Molly. They still don't fully know where Tadazin is. It's not planted for Tadazin, though. So he's going to struggle to find impact there. It's distracted by the op presence, and Myth Houdini puts up a nice shot to close.
Oh, man.
At that point, there was no way to win the round.
Yeah, that's off the back of Spinny's double. Brilliant double coming through. I mean, that's the multi-kill that completely opens up that retake there for the CT side. Brilliant work. This is Volterra initially trying to make something happen on the defense. Familia just moved with pace and vigor, but that double kill there, the spray down, perfect from Spinny, and players up to map point.
Yeah, I think they changed the bomb plant there for CT spawn as well, so when you lose CT spawn, it becomes very, very difficult to win in the post plant. Bomb plant at least, it'll give him some fight here. Another contact approach out A. Already in sandwich is his T side. They are threatening. This aggression waiting to activate. Pretty fancy jungle smoke tossed in from sandwich, which is not too bad there. Volterra set up with a little bit of utilities down low, though. Nice spot from Myth Boutini. HE's open the smoke, but his rifle, it helps him out with the kill in the HE. Now just 1 HP left for Tadazin to survive. You got to dodge the utility that's being tossed your way. Needs a monster clutch. What feels impossible, it will be impossible as XNS comes in to cap it off, and players will shut things down 13-7.
Oh, that nade was hilarious. Just used to try and clear out the smoke, and then inadvertently gets the kill. Bring back using nades to get kills and do damage, not just to clear out smoke. Because he does both, man. He does both with the same nade. Why not both exactly? What a performance there from players. It looked pretty back and forth. I mean, I feel like the first half was hotly contested, but players on the defensive side of the map just looked so convincing. And to be honest, we didn't really see Familia shift through many gears on their T side. It kind of felt like it was just mid-default or bust, or if not that, then an A exec. They didn't really have many other fallback options.
Yeah, I'd almost venture to say it wasn't even like A executes, but like contact plays that they really leaned on.
True.
So a little bit, one-dimensional in that sense of really trying to expose the A players. But I think, for the side of players, it worked a couple times against them. It got them a little bit of space, but they so quickly adjusted to, the familiarity of what Familia were throwing at them. They got used to it pretty fast, and by that point, I think that's why we see such a dominant scoreline is maybe this Familia squad kind of running out of ideas for what to do on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, well, hopefully this break will serve Familia well, because they're going to have to come back swinging on the second map of the series. It's going to be Inferno. It's the pick of Familia as well. If they lose this map, they're eliminated from the Swiss stage here in Series 7. If they win it, well, obviously they take us to a decider. We're going to have a breather, and we'll find out after the break which direction this goes from here.
And we are back here. We just watched a pretty dominant affair come through in a player's close of Mirage, but now we have Inferno picked out by Familia. Kind of highlighted there that maybe on their T side they ran a little bit out of ideas. It looked a little bit too one-dimensional for them to ever really move past the point of making a T side comeback there for themselves. But they got Inferno. They've got their map pick, and I hope to see that lead to some more game plans here for Familia.
Yeah, it's the one grace that they get, the one kind of pass that they get from Mirage falling apart is that it wasn't their map pick. Now we go to their playground. Now it's their pick, Inferno. We're going to be jumping straight into the action here as well. Let's get into the second map, Familia's pick, and see if they can turn the tide here, because right now their fate's not looking great.
Pretty hefty task ahead of them, but again, you know, see what they can do to try and slow down the roll. Gotta do it on the T side here as well, which can't be the easiest of targets. Some typing, I was a little nervous there as they ran into the wall that was going to be a not live, but no, we're still cruising through this one. 4 players stacking over towards A. Familia are heading in this direction. They're heading with pace. Full speed ahead into the stack. Disrupted by the Molotov. And the bomb drops to the floor. And Detroit cannot quite make the moves just yet. He has to wait out that flames. He does find a quick kill, though, at least to provide some coverage. And Tadasit's still activating.
Is there a way back into the round? That's the question. I mean, surely not. It's fallen flat on its face. The big burst up middle hasn't worked out. Detroit's going to just make his way up Banana, though, and figure out there's no one home. Problem is, Tatterson just can't make any plays. He's going to have to wait or just post up on an angle and get offered up a fight there, and that could pull the attention away from Detroit's massive flank, and he's going to be able to go into library right now. The one guy is kind of considering the potential push through B, is kind of checking archers, so some good pathing here from Detroit right now. Time ticking away, but I don't think that's going to be the main problem, and there we go. Detroit's got a frag back. It was a 4v2. It is now a 1 versus 2. It's only Spinny left.
Wow. I had bomb in their control for so long, and they still have it in their grasp as that headshot rolls out. 20 seconds left. There's so much time for Detroit to pick up this bomb. Rush towards the B side.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
oh no.
Oh, spotted out. Has to go A now.
Can't go B now.
Maybe.
I don't know. You think so? 8 seconds, 7 seconds,
I'm saying maybe.
6? No chance. No chance. Surely not, right? 5, 4. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, he's got it. He's got it only just. He's got it. The round's alive. Spinny's got a kit, though. Spinny's making his way up. Banana! And he's landed the instant 1-tap as well. What a crazy end to that pistol round.
I saw the 4 switch to 3, and I thought, I mean, there's no way. There's absolutely no way.
I think it's 3.5 seconds for a plant, right? 3.5, somewhere there or thereabouts. I'm not sure the exact...
wow.
Exact second.
Couldn't have timed that any better.
It should have been 1 at this point here.
Oh yeah, I mean, the fact that you even put it down into a 1v2 is unbelievable. Players gonna feel like they fumbled until Spinny just bails them out. Just completely bails them out with a 1v2 like this. A quick headshot to close. Did feel like that round was impossible. It was, I mean, even a 2v5, I believe, at one point with the bomb dropped out. And, you know, the molly dropped in as well. But players still convert. To a little bit of heroics coming through from Spinny.
Alright, well, Familia are going to look to try and answer back immediately after losing the pistol. And, well, Spinny's a man on a mission right now. After deep banana control was taken early on and some spam damage was inflicted, he's decided to pad up the defense over towards the, say, bomb site. But Familia are just biding their time here, waiting for their opportunity. They still have a wave of util to retake banana, and they could just ride that wave all the way into the B bomb side.
We got a bit of a classic here. We got a deep banana smoke tossed in once again while jump spotting as well for Volterra. And they're just stuck on the bottom of B right now, outside looking in. He'll have to wait another 15 seconds out before they can start to make their moves. Trying to set a little bit of a distraction, keep some attention turned over towards this B side That smoke's gonna fade, and now it's gonna start the recovery effort of taking this banana control. Still a little bit concerned about the clock. Here's some fast play here. I think he must have heard Tadison with his knife out, running into arches. This is all because of the timer being a little bit low. Flash is good. 10 seconds left, but they get the kill that they needed. Now they just need to plant the bomb here for them to close out, or at least get a chance to. Numbers punched in. Playing effectively, another flank arriving on the scene for X&S. Gotta be careful not to line up here. But it is X&S who has to activate. Pulling in 2 players' attention in this post plant, finding a quick kill at the very least, but it is still so suffocating here. Spinny looks to move through. CT spawn, distractions pulled out. And now Freak left into the clutch. Is he going to be cleared? He finds a headshot still, and Spinny can't save him again. Not 2 rounds in a row.
Oh man, Familia, there was a plan from the start of the round there to take Banana when it was offered up to them once players ran out of util, and they do exactly that, and the push all the way into the B bomb site works out for them. And there was the peak here off the back of the flash of Volterra was late. I mean, there's only 15 seconds left on the clock. I reckon just prioritizing your life on the bomb site's the better option. I mean, swinging out there was a really bold approach. Good attempt from Spinny to try and save the day again, but unfortunately, this time he falls 1 kill short and the force fire is successful.
That definitely is a kind of a surprising approach right there from Familia. I don't know how they look so comfortable in the post, or in the like 30 seconds left where they don't have bomb. I mean, maybe they didn't look comfortable because Tadison's just running with his knife out into CT spawn. But eventually reading into the setups nicely, they get those numbers punched in. That's what matters when time is low. As you said, playing a bit of a dangerous game here is players on that B side. Got a hefty setup on B this time around. Trying to force their hand. But the majority of this A-side defense has just got to come through from X&S.
Yeah, he's got Miputini there at range as well, who's got a P250. Of course, the Orpa just holding onto some extra funds here, not committing to the force fire along with his teammates. X&S has been tagged, so this is not looking great here. Another good call, good read coming through from the T side. Hagi's going to try rotate across, but he's going to be late to the party. And this is just should be impossible. It's going to require a Deagle masterclass here from X&S, and he's missed a couple of shots. He will connect on one, though. Hagi comes through the smoke. He's been able to actually make his way through on the other side, find a frag, but the shots don't connect with the AK. He needs that kill on Tatterson so bad. He's just going to commit to the big swing, but Hagi's connect on the shot. Tatterson, he had the bomb. What was he thinking? A rush of blood to the head. He couldn't have realized. Detroit's trying to recover. He'll find the frag on the first, but he's been traded out. The round's over.
No, Tadison didn't have the bomb. The bomb was dropped when he pushed through the smoke right there, so that's why Tadison was just charging him down like that. I was wondering why he was pushing him right there. Yeah, but I think it might have been either X&S right there dropping the bomb, or Denoco, because obviously, if you're Tadison and you have the bomb site, why on earth would you make that move? But the bomb was to his right there. And so it must have been X&S with that Deagle that dropped it initially, and that completely breaks it down. Oh, and so it is a Deagle masterclass right there. It's just one kill from the Deagle, but it's enough to change the tides of the round.
Yeah, it's all he needed. The one kill drops the bomb, but they don't realize it in the moment, and Tatterson looks the fool trying to recover it until we actually realize what's going on there. Look at this from Tatterson. Doesn't look the fool here in this round. He looks a racehorse. He's charging into the A-bomb site. He can't complete the second, though. Miputini's run out of ammo. He needs Hagi to desperately try and assist, and he'll arrive in time. Miputini found a frag with his USP. That's his third in the round. It's only Detroit left, and not for much longer.
That's unbelievable, man. Miputini's boxed in there, survives on 1 HP, and then still finds another way to land a kill. I mean, just incredible work right there. Especially when, as you said, you know, Tadison gets a little bit of his revenge. Very quick motion in towards that A side. That feels like a guaranteed bomb plant there, and then you have to try the A side retake. But Miputini offers up enough resistance, rotates and reactions in time, and players survive the force by wars despite losing in the second round. Now we're running down middle. Miputini wants it all. He wants the whole thing.
Yeah, the whole kid caboodle.
He's running into spawn right now. He's got him boxed into T-Apps.
Yeah, you're right there. Players have weathered the storm, and Familia kind of got to be kicking themselves if they pass up that opportunity after winning the Force Buy in the second round. And, well, Miputini, he's not going to stop there on the doorstep either. He's just let himself in. The door's unlocked, and, well, Spinny says, don't mind if I join in on the action as well. And there will be one casualty in the round through virtue of a team kill, but a mutiny there. Spinny killed by XNS, but that's okay. 4 players stay alive, and players get themselves up to 4.
Yeah, well handled. Only a single casualty at the hands of players. They just are bloodthirsty. Gonna cap themselves off. A nice little 4th round. Now it's back to the gun rounds. But it includes a Myth-Poutini op. He was aggressive for a reason. He wanted that cash. And look at the utility damage. Oh my god, a kill.
Wow.
And almost a second right there. Tadazin does thread in a quick one. In return, though, that's a fantastic recovery. It sacrifices a lot of his health. At least it puts it into a 4v4.
Yeah, it was really brave there from Tatasin to actually commit to the push there and get that kill back. But like you say, a lot of damage done in the process. Detroit also below half health. This is an important round for Familia as well to make sure that the early stages of this map doesn't get out of control. We saw how quickly things veered off track on that previous map there, so it can happen. And how do they get themselves into a bomb site from here? They've got a decent amount of util. Retaking banana, just ensuring that players don't have any control or info, but they're just going to trust the AWP right now. Posted up by himself on this B bomb site allows for them to have 3 on A.
They've put in a lot of faith in Myth-Poutini, and understandably so, with his op to cover off B. 2 players relatively low. Not going to be the easiest of access. Great fake being sold out right now. Multiple smokes. That's a smoke into apartments so that they try and get past. And it just completely disrupts them. Huggy steps out just when he needs to, just to buy time. Help out his player inside the pit. Absolute perfection from a little bit of initiative out of a young player.
Yeah. Which is something he's shown heaps of throughout this series so far. He was incredible on Mirage. Certainly one of the most beneficial players for players in that first half, man. He had a huge amount of impact. The guy I probably knew the least about here, maybe even on the server across the board coming into the series, and probably equally the man who's impressed me the most so far. Alright, well, where to from here? That's 5-1, no money in the bank here for Familia. At least they save an AK. We saw the player saving, head back to the kitchen and apartments to save. What are Familia going to cook up here? Because they're going to have to put something on the table soon. They're going to have to serve us something.
Finding themselves on the worst bit of that resistance, and these A-side holds, whether it requires like big individual moments to lock it down, or if it's good cohesion like we saw in the last round, they've got the answers, and even, you know, great utility from players in that last round as well to start it all off. I mean, they got a kill in almost 2. If it wasn't for Tadazin, it could have been even more desperate. 4 players starting over towards B. A little utility dump for those A-side players, as they toss a lot of smokes and mollies into the B side. And then now gear up back over towards A to offer up their defense with the rifles. Really hoping that Tadazin can
standard.
do a lot.
Yeah, he has to. He has to find a way here to potentially win the round for his team. We got a trade in the previous round, but that's basically all Familia has to show for the round itself. Maybe a big burst into this B bomb site. They have got a smoke, well, a couple smokes actually at their disposal. And this is where it gets dangerous. Oh, the AK starts to look scary as it closes the gap like this.
I mean, at least Tadazin, he's playing with a lot of confidence, trying to lead the pack. But that's not going to do him too many favors right there. Leveled out instantly. They're pushing past his smoke. jumping into the fights, but instantly getting dismissed. One player's wrapped in towards coffins, though. Volterra could be surprised by Nuke in his positioning. It doesn't look like he's going to be, though. It looks like he understands his vulnerabilities right now. Nuke picks up the rifle. Gets spotted, though. Volterra vested right there. Nice shot from Detroit as well. Bomb still dropped in the favor of the CTs at the moment, and one step up from X&S to close it out. A nice try, nice attempt rolling out the late flank, but can't quite get full form out of it. It's already a little too far gone with that bomb dropped.
Yeah, I mean, considering the position that they were in, it was a pretty well-worked situation there from Familia, but unfortunately one that doesn't even net them the bomb. And, well, that is indeed 6-1 now. Players have guaranteed themselves a leveled-up scoreline going into the second half. Can they extend on that? They'd love to. 6 in the first 7, still 5 rounds to be played here. What's going to change for Familia? Maybe a change of pace. They've got the AWP here in Detroit, but something's going to have to give.
Doing this again, starting 4 players on B to start off the round, dropping their utility on the ground so that these B players can have extra. And it puts a lot of weight on the shoulders early of X&S to offer up the resistance and make sure that he doesn't lose his life. That spam was pretty close right there, but
That was just narrowly missed, right?
he does his job and he does it well. He doesn't fall. They get the rotates back in time. I think I got an interesting setup here. It's X&S trying to fight forward, knowing that he's oftentimes anchoring things down in this pit position. Might allow for Huggy to be the big element of surprise.
Yeah, X&S is just puffing his chest out right now. He's looking for a fight. He wants to fight them on the front lines. He doesn't want to allow for Familia to kind of close the gap and pounce on the bomb site. Wants to give them some resistance as they start to make their way forward. Familia not really pressuring either side of the map here again, kind of just getting some control and then grouping up and trying to burst from there. Oh, X&S has gone searching, and Freak doesn't expect that. He's going to clear far deeper into the corridor, and Tatson's just gone straight through the smoke. That feels like way too much of a gamble. A 5v3 at least, Morph gets one back, but again, the time is working against Familia, and they'll never expect Huggy here, because they killed X&S. They've already gotten the frag on the player who was in the corridor, and another one's now appeared.
That's just so perfectly played. Now Detroit's trying to buy a little bit of life into this round. He has to fake the bomb. Trying to have a huge clutch moment, but Flash is so well placed. He just can't get anything done. And that setup just beautiful all the way from start to finish from players.
Yeah.
As we highlighted from the very beginning, X&S getting aggressive. You know he's here. What you don't know is that Huggy is also with him. And while Myth Poutini is finding shots to cover the rap side, you can't believe it, but there's another player in apartments that you just couldn't expect. You couldn't anticipate. Your attention wasn't in that direction.
You can't fault them because they've gotten the kill on X&S. They're thinking, right, we've cleared out apartments at that point, and then Huggy just emerges. Great interplay between them. Nade's going to rain on them. Banana. Look at how much damage has been done from Familia's utility. Of course, they'd never know that, but certainly have tenderized a number of these CTs. At least a bit of damage in return here, but do not count Familia out of this round here.
Oh, I mean, that makes Tech 9's all the more deadly. 25 HP. Whoop. That's a bomb.
Hello. A little bit of ankle.
Yeah, just a little shoulder scene right there. Nuke giving him some visual there. Maybe Charles in an extra rotate, but that's not the case. They're still stationary. On moving on the CT side. And Moth with a big wide swing right there. Trying to bait out a little shoulder peek, but might have accidentally went too far. Volterra's low. He's feeling a little bit condensed in this position, but holds down the line effectively still. Detroit with the trade. Rifle to be retrieved. Still heading in the direction of this A side to plant the bomb. They get it done here. Huggy misses out on his shot, and they manage to make it happen. They capitalize on a couple of those players with low HP. Capitalize on a big misstep, and now you got a retake scenario. Myth Poutini late to activate. They're still going to give this one a go.
I don't even know if they are. I mean, they're kind of feeling it out right now, but I think this is just too far gone. There's nothing on offer in middle. There's barely any time left on the clock. They've got a smoke grenade, but This is impossible at this point. This is literally impossible.
Oh,
Swing comes
it's
through.
possible.
Oh no! Hold your horses. It is possible. Is there a kit? There is a kit. It's
No
going to be
way.
off on the angle. Miputini's landed the shot. The defuse will come through in time. How have players done that?
Oh man, they just bait them into with a lullaby of a save. Catch the players rotating away. Oh, a little swing inside the pit when you think the round is done and you want to run away from that bomb. Well, guess who's right around the corner? It's players at the last possible second, ready to steal it right from your grasp. Finally, it feels like victory is going to go their way once again. They're going to remember what it feels like to win. And that's when players strike and rip it out of their hands.
Snatched. I can't believe it. I mean, that was an emotional roller coaster that round. From the util damage initially to the Tech-9 kill there onto Huggy where he kind of messed up. And then the retake in the dying stages of the round. Disaster for Familia. Huggy in conjunction with XNS continue to rule the roost in apartments. They want more, but they bite off more than they can chew and freak punishes.
Big time double right there, and they desperately needed it. Tadizin capitalizes. Miputini, last line of defense here, is uncomfortable with the op and runs right into Detroit. So guess who is back and activated? And I tell you what, they're not gonna fall asleep at the wheel this time around here. They're gonna be wide awake for the remainder of this post plant, no matter what the case is. Spinny does find a kill though. They're all leaving the bomb site instantly, which is a complete shock. Like, it wasn't that long ago. Just around.
May not even have been 3 minutes yet. It was pretty recent, but oh man, at least they will lock this one in. They're going to double up their round count here. 8-2. Freak is the chief destroyer. Great triple kill coming through from him. XNS and Huggy probably didn't have to commit to that big push there, the swing on the player on the stairs. They had the opening kill already, but it's probably just a symptom of how much they've already dominated on the map, right? You want to continue to ride that wave of momentum, but this time it works against them.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, right? It's just the idea that nothing can really go wrong.
Yeah.
And the reality does strike that maybe it can. Maybe things can go a little bit wrong for us, believe it or not. Lessons learned here. We'll see if they're valued as the aggression continues for the CT side. 30 bullets in that A4 used to just about finish the job on a Denoco. More damage done as well through that smoke, so now Tadizin down low. Dominance on banana control early. They're going to try and react fast. Maybe to play out A to catch him by surprise. It's going to take a whole lot more than that to catch Miputini off guard, though.
Yeah, good awareness there from him. Good scope placement as he steps out as well. That frag is free. And this round is in jeopardy right now for Familia, down 5 versus 3, and Tadzin's low as well. Plenty utility. Generally, the fallback option in this situation is to take Banana and exec into the B bomb site. I hope there's only 2 players there. Maybe trade favorably 2 for 1, get yourself a 3v2. That's normally the fallback option, but doesn't look like they want to play this one by the book.
See what Detroit has on offers. Seems like he's aware of the possibility. There's a shoulder scene, and oh, Miputini goes for the kill. He goes for the finish right there. Spots out the jiggle. It says, you're not going to get a chance to do that again. I'm going to go a little bit wider. Tadizin,
yeah, exactly.
picking up that AWP, reveals the save here most likely. No more contact taking place. They're going to run away into apartments. And players right back on top after a bit of a hiccup in the last round.
Just shows you how confident Miputini is as well after he spots the player on the jiggle, that he's even keen to extend a little bit further out there, give himself a more favorable angle. That's round over. 9 on the board now for players. 4 rounds away from eliminating Familia from the competition, but I hate to say it, Exner, you've been in a very similar position fairly recently, so we can't cast any inferences just yet.
Hey, I know it's not over until someone hits 13.
And even then, that could be an OT, so who the hell knows?
Yeah, at some point it likely is, right?
Probably. I mean, statistically speaking, yes.
In this case,
This is a variation.
he's just remaining so confident. He'd blow open that smoke. Like it allowed Myth Poutine to calculate where he needed to spam. So he repositions. Oh my goodness.
Love this.
He's so confident.
Don't you love it when you just have an Orpo who's calling his own shots, he's making plays, he's taking the round by the scruff of the neck, he's just being a menace. He's not just posted on an angle library watching archers for 40 seconds with his scope. He's all over right now. He's even rotated across towards the B bomb side. He's got the read here, man. Miputini, right place at the right time once again. At least as far as the round is taking shape right now. But Spinny, I think he just had a rush of blood to the head.
Yeah, maybe he wanted to set up, knew who was behind him here. Fortunately, Myth Poutini stands right behind him. And when he falls, another head of the Hydra steps up, and it is a scary one. Not a player you want to peek into. Hyper focused on his location. Dinoco thinks he can capitalize, but that is not the case. Volterra walks through the smoke just when he knows he needs to save his teammate. Comes through at the kill, distracts the op presence, allows for Myth Poutini to seal the deal. So maybe just maybe, Spinny is getting aggressive, but I think it was all in an effort to say, Myth Poutini, you close out now.
Yeah, it was calculated. It was like, I'm going to give up my life. They're going to think B is free, and they're just going to run into you. And, well, he's clearly great at maths because his calculations were perfect. Then again,
Perfectly
any
read.
bets on Mutini seems quite safe at this point, so... Double digits, man. How do you come back from double digits in the first half? And I just had a look at the numbers as well. This is Familia's map pick, and they generally have a better output on the T side of this map. It's a pretty small sample size. They've only played 3 games on Inferno lately, but that's a scary fact. Either way, it's going to be brute force here from the T side to try and put the finishing touches on the map. The flashes are perfect. There's still one more. There's one more, but XNS has cleared it. Oh, Detroit is just hating his life right now, man.
Oh my god, I thought they were going to run right past him. I thought it was at least a chance at being a hero. But instead it's going to be called upon Moth and Freak. As the shots don't quite connect. Okay, they just don't give him a second opportunity, a second chance.
Smart.
Sticking forward still to try and contain Coffins. Moth with 2. Starting to fight his way through this round. I'm only half tick now, close to it. And the fights are opening up here. Chances are opening up. Freak offered up 2. It's another situation where Spinny has to bail them out. Just like he did in the first half, Pistol. Coverage for this bomb play. He just needs to find the kill, and he gets the diffuser.
Oh, no,
of course he
no.
does. Spinny does it again. From a 2v5 to a 1v2. Spinny, just like he started off the first half, does it again in the second.
Identical, right? It was a 5v2 in the
Yes.
first half. Pistol, Spinny clutch 1v2 on the B bomb side, and he's done it here on the T half as well. You can't script it. How has it happened again? How has it happened again? And I love the spray paint from him after he gets the first kill as well. Have a look at this. It's the
He
crying.
knows.
It's the wailing. He knows. They're hating their lives. And, I mean, even Detroit's in the corner. He was probably licking his lips. He was thinking, oh, boys, they're running past me. They haven't checked me. I can save the... Oh, I'm dead. Okay, X and S.
The third or fourth person in right there just hard clears him.
Yeah.
Just when you think you've got yourself a move to be made.
It was brutal because he's probably even in his head trying to calculate how he wants to go about taking kills, taking heads, you know, prioritizing targets, and then X and S, just good awareness from him there. 11-2, another emotional roller coaster. Feels like this 11-2 scoreline's not really too accurate of a reflection of how close this game's been. All Familia.
Expecting to see on the T side. Extra turn. Familia maybe looking to demand some respect on their name by getting aggressive like this. See if they can provide it. What a transfer there. Both players very low left standing. Both on 1 HP, but so is XNS. Freak still forward facing, but long range duel's not going to do him any favors. Bomb recovered, and Tadazin has left the bomb site. And a read that is just going to work against him.
He's on the wrong side of the map, and he has 6 points of health as well. Not like saving is going to get the juices flowing either. Players on the brink of getting themselves up to map and series point. Again, a round that goes back and forth. Familia would have been loving the position they got themselves in with those opening kills, but XNS, I feel like he's just been the saving grace for players. Like, he only seems to activate when they really need him, like the X and S signal in the sky when the round's falling apart, and he just swoops in. And there we go. That is indeed going to be a 12th round chalked up here for players. 10 opportunities to finish off the job. We started the series an hour and a half ago, and we're on map and series point. This has been a capitulation from Familia ever since that first half on Mirage. They've never really been able to get going again, just kind of wheel spinning their way through the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would say as much as they ran out of ideas on Mirage, I would give players a lot of credit in the X Factor moments as well. Just
Yes.
to, kind of maybe paint a positive note for them. But yeah, it does feel like Familia are a little bit out of energy. That last round was a little burst that they had left, and even that got punished by X and S. They tried
There's
to
this
throw
weird
it
phenomena.
in their face.
Yeah, sorry mate, go ahead.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, there's this weird phenomena in life where just before someone dies, apparently they have this like crazy
Yeah.
wave of life, and that kind of feels like what that previous round was for Familia.
Yeah. Even worse is, again, elimination is what they're facing as well, so it is...
Oh man, the injury.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're experiencing right there in that last round. A little bit of euphoria quickly shut down by players. And even in this round here, avoiding the stack in kind of a big way at the moment. Three
Yeah,
players
Familia
leaning over
just gonna
towards
double
B with the
down
read.
here. And they got no idea, just kind of gambling and hoping that players do head in towards that B bomb site, but now they'll hear the util raining on in, try and rotate across, but it's going to fall onto these two side players. They are confided into the corners, backs against the walls right now. It's going to require a massive multi-kill from one of them, but Huggy just ran over Freak, and, well, Detroit's good for a single frag, but that's certainly not going to be enough to enable the retake or not make it any easier than they'd want it to be. They have caught Miputini just out in the open, so at least that's a kill to bring it back into even numbers.
A-side post plant. Even numbers, but even on HP as well. As they look to split up the direction in which this retake comes through. Spinny gonna bait up X and S. Gonna set him up for success right now. Spinny instantly dismissed. X and S also revealing himself. There's a lot of distance to cover here. That MP9 finds a way. Huggy now left in the pit, just buying time. Tattison with a kit, so he has a little bit of extra opportunity, but Huggy just dancing with this duel so effectively, and then closes out the kill. Players utter dominance on their opponent's map pick. They shut things down. They come in with the game plan for this CT side. It works out. They win a tough pistol. Spinny with both of those 1v2 pistols. A massive clutch moments all the way through this map. It just feels like players could do no wrong.
I mean, just look at the kill counts across the board there for players, and it speaks a story in terms of how everybody pitched up, everybody popped off, everybody had some really good moments throughout that map there. And the series at large for players, that's a statement victory. 13-7, 13-2, a game that was billed as a 50-50 is completely one-sided by the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely thought that Familia would be able to put up a much better fight here. And again, as I brought up earlier, this was a matchup that when they had their organization previously and played last month, it was a matchup that the Lasers 2-0'd players in. And again, we're dealing with a couple of different roster changes, and for that matter, for both teams as well. But so far, it looks like players coming out the better end of that and coming through with a big victory here. A lot of confidence being built for this team. They look deadly, man. Huggy on Mirage, always looking like an active member. That mid-lurking that he was doing, it makes him look like a experienced veteran with some of the decision-making that he was doing. And obviously comes through from the Pain Academy squad, so a younger player looking like he knows what he's doing so effectively. Myth Poutini with the explosive opping all the way through there. And then Spinny with a couple of very important pistol clutches to redeem any sort of chaos that was happening in those rounds.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, the butterfly effect could have been wild there if Spinny hadn't won that first 1 versus 2. I mean, imagine how that would have affected the mental of players. Losing a 5v2 could have been a completely different map at that point. but it is going to be players who prevail. And we've had a couple clean 2-0s here, Exner. It's been a very speedy opening couple games for today.
Oh yeah, I think I got paid back for yesterday. I'm pretty sure I was gassing for like 9 or 10 hours. So
Wow.
I think you know, we got paid back right there with a quick 2-0 back-to-back. I'll definitely take it, but so will players as they move forward. Obviously, this does mean that they're now 2-2. They haven't quite qualified just yet, but if they continue to look as good as they just did, I think that they won't have any problem making a playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a good position. It's certainly going to give them a good boost of motivation and confidence as well, momentum, even going into that 2-2 bracket in the Swiss stage, as that's where they find themselves. And unfortunately, Familia have been eliminated, so they're going to hopefully find themselves in Series 8 and see if they can do some damage from there. But I'm not sure if we have an updated standings graphic now to just bring up before we do close the shard for another extended break before we have that last game of the day. And there we go. We will indeed get to see the current standings. So a couple teams promoted, Odic solid, no surprises there. You mentioned the previous series, we've got a couple notable names that we wouldn't have expected to be eliminated yet. And I guess the names you were referring to in particular are Crew and Adul Amigos, I'm going to guess?
Yeah, definitely. Maybe more so Crew than anything. I feel like that's kind of a big surprise for me. I can see a world where Adul Amigos kind of gets shut down, but you know, for me, it's also looking towards this next matchup as well. Like, you know, one of these two rosters here, as we can see, for Uno Mille and Shinden, gonna find themselves in a pretty scary position in both of these rosters. You know, doing a lot of damage. And if you're Shinden, again, you've got that organizational back. You got a bunch of young players. You got a bunch of young teams. You're so close to locking in that playoff run to try and, you know, keep things forward. Keep the ball moving for a scrappy team, and you know, you kind of want to see them succeed, but obviously Uno Mille, they've got a whole lot of experience on their side.
Yeah, certainly do, and we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in that last game of the day. We're going to have to wait a while as well, unfortunately, just by virtue of how quick the second game has been. So yeah, be sure to use the break wisely. It's going to be about an hour and 25 minutes or so before that next series starts. So yeah, depending where you are in the world, maybe have a nap, maybe get some food, I don't know, go spend some time in the sun perhaps. But we will have that extended break, and when we return, it'll be the last game of the day.
Hello everybody, welcome back to more action here in the CCT Season 2 in South America. This is the 7th series, and as you guys know, we're currently in the group stage. It's the 4th round, meaning that some teams have already punched their tickets into the playoffs, and we've got a chance now to see one more of them qualify. We already saw Bounty Hunters and Swingers get through. Tonight, we've got Unumele versus Shinden for that final spot of this round. I'm Tune, and I'm with Dio. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Honestly, yesterday we saw just a tremendous display of understanding of the game between teams like Dusty Roots, between teams like Crew, within Game Hunters. And, you know, these teams that have already qualified or at least made their way towards that 2-2 mark. We're going to have one more joining them today, and it's going to be between Shinden and Unomile, which is, of course, going to be quite interesting because you already said it yourself. You know, Swingers has already made their way through. We've already had a couple of them, Dusty Roots yesterday. I mean, Bounty Hunters. What a really, really nice game, the one that we saw there. And it's because of the storylines that we've been seeing and that constantly been making all around here within the CCT series. I think that right now, South American Counter-Strike is within one hell of a spotlight.
Oh, for sure. This has been quite the display of skill. Also, the display of some surprising losses, in my opinion. I think it's a bit disappointing to see Crew go so early. Also, don't believe that Familia Maquininha thing. It's actually Echolos who lost. But yeah, we've got a final match here in round 4. And by the way, just throwing that out there, Swingers has no logo. I need their logo to be a pineapple. If you know, you know. Anyhow, we've got the standings here. You've got a few already qualified into the playoffs, like we said. Namely, Bounty Hunters and Swingers punched their tickets. And yes, about that great showcase of South American Counter-Strike, well, both Swingers and Bounty Hunters got some pretty solid victories, and you see already that Audic and Team Solid made it through way earlier. Team Solid made it through without losing a single map, Dio. That's how good their performance was.
Yes, it's so strange, right, for us to be seeing something like this happen straight off, because I'm not saying that these two teams aren't good, right? Audic and Solid, of course, they've already made their name here within the South America series. But more so, what I'm stranged out by the fact is that with so many good teams, the fact that they were able to leave without essentially unscathed is definitely testament to the training that they've been placing in. And I mean, it's not just a one type of player thing, right? This isn't a fighting game. This isn't like any other single player game. You have to make sure that you have coordination, understanding of the game as well. You know, that game sense that really kicks in and into overdrive whenever you're within those clutches, right? Those 1v2 situations, understanding where the bomb placement is and everything. It's been really nice to see, and a breath of fresh air within the South American Counter-Strike, specifically Counter-Strike, right? Because I mean, South America has been popping off in shooters all along. You've seen them participating very well within Marvel Rivals. You've seen them participating within other shooters that, of course, I'm not going to mention right here. But regardless, right now here within Counter-Strike, this is the epitome of what can be given to us at this moment.
It's also a bit of national pride, because in Argentina, for instance, they were saying, okay, you don't know how to play Counter-Strike, buddy, what are you doing? Like, you need to play Counter-Strike if you're Argentinian. And for Brazilians, that's true as well. I mean, a lot of shooting games for them that really do pop off. Let's take a look at the rosters for tonight's matchup, the final one of the evening, that is, starting out with Unamile, composed of RealZin, ZMB, Remix, BNC, and Leo Monster. And as you can see, particularly for the first three, they are the core of what used to be Vikings KR. So they have known each other for a while. And these five in particular, I believe that they have rotated between rosters many times now. Maybe not all five of them together, but they definitely know each other. So, you know, one of those cases in which no matter where they go, they will always find their way back to their teammates. Who to look out for? I would say that Remix and Leo Monster are probably two of the most dangerous ones, but man, I mean, all these five are pretty solid.
Definitely, especially with the time that Leo Monster actually spent with Bad News Chickens, right? And Bad News Chickens is one of those teams that completely dominated the scene for a good amount of time. Of course, obviously, sometimes taking their losses, but more so getting their wins as well whenever it mattered the most. So obviously, those are the two players that we want to bring attention to. But let's go ahead and talk a little bit about La Escuadra Argentina, que nos va a dar un poquito de deleite here within the next roster, which is going to be Shinden coming up next. Now, I do want to bring a little bit of attention towards specifically the fact that Nacho is actually one of the newer players that joined the roster, to be exact, the only new player that has joined the roster as of late. We still have Roy, Abiz, IVZ, and BK1. So I'm very excited to see the new blood that has come here with El Buen Nachito and Nacho Ignacio Rodriguez. Ay, sí, güey, como si no supiera español. Ignacio Rodriguez, right? Ignacio Rodriguez coming out here swinging. And of course, Shinden, these two teams, they are on the verge of victory here. So this is going to be a relentless assault, to say the least, because of the way that these teams are positioned. You lose one, you go into that dreaded fifth instance, that round number 5, but you win this one, and you're going to be going home with a 3-1 record up until the playoffs.
And that's what you want here. You want to clutch your ticket and everything, but you need to play through the maps first. So let's take a look at the map, Vitos, and what they have in store for us, because this is actually the first time in a while that we're going to see Dust. Well, I'm not going to spoil it. Let's just see what they banned first. It's going to be Train as the first one being taken down, selected by Shinden, of course, and then Inferno will also not be around. It's interesting, Dio. I think for a while I have not casted Inferno. It's been a solid month or so since the last time. But the first map that we're going to be playing in is Nuke, selected by Shinden, followed by Anubis, selected by Unamile. What's interesting here is that the decider is Dust 2 once more, and it happened a few times now that Dust 2 was actually selected within the first two options, and we were kind of, you know, defaulting to Dust 2 being the system selection because people just didn't want to gamble on selecting Dust 2 and then losing it, right? Because it's so, because of its longevity and how you already know that everybody knows how to play the map.
Yeah, definitely. I was talking with Evan Toon the other day when we were on this map as well. And if you don't have at least 10,000 hours here within competitive Counter-Strike, like on Dust 2, at least on Dust 2, like, you know, you're not ready for what's going to be brought up for this moment. So at this point, both of these teams want to close this out as soon as possible, with the first pick coming in from Shinden on Nuke and Unamile with Anubis, right? So let's go ahead and check the stats regarding this, because I am very anxious to see how this is going to work out. While I talk about numbers and things that generally tend to be boring, let's go ahead and head straight into the game tune, because here on Nuke, this is Unamile's best map with a total of 31 times played and a whopping win rate of 67.7 times won. Whereas coming in from Shinden, this is also their best map, but it's actually their second most played one, at least played one at this point. A total of 8 times with the win of 62.5.
So that number alone clearly tells you about you know, the comfort that Unamile should be bringing. However, it is Shinden's selection after all, and let's take a look-see at how the pistol round goes first and foremost. Usually this is, you know, the big momentum swinger or the big momentum gatherer for a team, and guess what? It's actually going to be the dual Berettas and the USP that help out Unamile to at least bang the first 2 kills, almost the first 4 actually, as Nacho had to move out of the way, but he is going to be the one to fall next. Now Shinden does have a chance to make a bit of a play here. They can either go back to A or keep pushing B, but in the meantime they just want Unamile to show their own game plan, see if they can catch anybody on the move, but of course the high ground control belongs to Unamile.
Yeah, definitely right here. And the fact that both of these teams are obviously better off within the CT side, but I think that Shinden, with the fact that they've actually won a little bit more on T, rather than the comparison that Unamile has within this, can bring a little bit of a turntable right here. But I mean, this is definitely why Unamile, we're seeing, especially why Unamile has those rounds won a little bit better within their favor, right? Because of how well they're playing off right here within this side. We're gonna see the shots. Yes, we are. Dual Berettas are flying. Remix though was able to get that kill on IVZ and just barely able to see the head right there. Remix opts to go back, waits for Leo Monster to be able to get that flank, and then we are now into the second round, in which Unamile played it very calmly, very, I wouldn't say even like hesitantly, reactively if I do say so myself, and that is what ended up giving them the opportunity right here to claim that first round within that victory. Shinden, you know, I mean, they played that well towards the end, but definitely we see, as we see right there, the dual Berettas not hitting their shots gave enough time for Remix to be able to claim a kill, and that was essentially curtains closed right here for Shinden. So let's see how that's going to work out at this point. Seems like it's full aggression.
With Tech 9s galore, and Realson already seeing them on the move, he catches one. And of course, Roy here, gonna set himself up for the defense. Guess what? Remix is going to be the next one to bite the Dutch house to Roy, our boy. Not on the commentary mic today, but he's actually playing. Roy became Argentinian for the day. And here he is, trying to get Shinden into the playoffs. Let's go. Now, the Tech 9s galore seem to be doing their work. However, it's still a deficit in the player count, and I think that Leo Monster has to read. Yeah, he does. That's not quite the round, actually. They're going to miss a couple of bullets, but it should be over real soon. There you have it. Nacho could not quite plant in time, but I do like the spot in which he was planting, like ever so slightly covered by the smoke, making, you know, forcing Leo Monster to reposition himself to actually land the bullets. But it is what it is. 2-0 now for Unamile. Like I said, not the biggest momentum swing or anything. This is kind of what's expected. And of course, Shinden, they went for a forced investment of Tech 9s. They're going to have to play this one with just Galox or maybe at best a Deagle. And I think this should be a 3-0, but the true story begins in the round right after this one.
Definitely, and the fact that they tried to force that second round, of course, is going to come and bite them a little bit right here, simply because of those HEs and everything that is going to hit very, very close to home. It is Shinden, though, the ones who have that, the deagles within their hands. So, what? Oh, okay, it's a cluster grenade. Okay, I thought that was weird. I thought it was going to be a flash, something like that. No, apparently it's a cluster, the one that they simply threw out right there. Seems that they're banking a little bit more on the information, but it doesn't really matter if you have that information. If you're going to get hit so harshly with that, get your hands off a utility right here. You have a gunfight to win. Almost costing Leo Monster his life right there. Fortunately, he was able to clutch things up due to lack of firepower from the opposing team. And speak of the devil, look at that spray transfer that Reelsin was able to bring towards a table. Claims the Deagle as a bit of a treat right here, as now Shinden is going to be fully equipped with firepower within this fourth round. Unamile yet to drop a round.
Solid start, kind of what's expected given their history in the map too. But of course, it's just the first 3. Now, this is where it gets real, because Remix is down to play, everybody. Actually, I mentioned the 2 big menaces from Unamile probably going to be Remix and Leo Monster. Well, you've got those 2 with 4 kills so far. Realson delivering 5, which is a pretty solid number given the amount of rounds we've got so far. But of course, Remix, with the AWP, seems to be holding an outside angle, so he's going to be the one, you know, preventing the approaches towards Minion and everything. Actually, he's moving a little bit more towards Hell. I'm assuming he's going to take on Heaven. You see the wall of smokes being set up, but nobody actually going towards Secret. They would rather fight the battle right on Minion. Unfortunately, that's not going to deliver good results, as BK1 is the first one to bite the dust. And of course, after these smokes dissipate, they will see the approach from Shinden going into A site from both Squeaky and Hut, but I'm not sure, Dio. the distribution of units, I think it's a little bit more risky for Shinden. Of course, they are probably not expecting the ambush from the top of heights. But there you go, they're actually going to make a short, small, calculated move. Remix might be able to find one of them on the move, though. An interesting approach. What I do like, however, is that they take their time. I mean, every time. Both teams are taking their sweet time, getting the information, and also getting where there's no information. Like, it's just as important to know where they are as it is to know where they are not.
Yeah, and that, just like you said it yourself, right? No information is also information, right? Because knowing, like, okay, this seems to be free, so what can we do? No way. No way. Oh my god!
The disrespect!
No way. Oh, what trigger discipline right here coming in from ZMB, able to not only able to get the double kill, but also just lining them up right there.
And he just leaves.
Yeah, and then he's like, I'm out. All right, takes out half the team, simply dips. Oh, and then Remix very ready to be able to get the kill on Nacho. One player left alive. That patience cost them dearly. You know, sometimes it's okay to be patient, but whenever you're just stagnantly placed within one single place, there's nothing much that you can do right here. Goodness gracious, not a single kill coming in from Shinden.
Oh my god, you're right. That was a zero-sum round for Shinden, and actually, overall, they have not averaged even a single kill per round, I think.
kill.
Or no, starting now, they have averaged 1 kill per round. They have 4 kills total as a team. And yes, the disrespect, man. Also, getting this kill with an MP9? Like, bro, cojones.
Against an
props
AK.
to you. Yeah, against
Yeah.
an AK. You won the battle against quite possibly the second hardest weapon to win it against. So, props to you for going that far to get that kill. But also, like I said, so far, averaging 1 kill per round. Shinden is just not landing those bullets, and that's, I think, the biggest alert right now. The fact that, you know, the damage might be in, they could deliver some damage and whatnot, but they're not landing the headshots, they're not actually finding the final bullets, and that's going to cost them big time. Oh. Well, that's no better, actually, as BNC takes care of the first player, Nacho. Remix takes some damage, but thing is, they know now that they're approaching secret, so Leo Monster is going to give them a welcome.
Yep, at least a little bit of a Brazilian hello in the form of just raining lead right here. Okay, gonna see that Molly simply stand back right here, and I think this is very smart coming in from ZMB, because now he's going to be able to get those kills, not only 1, but it seems like 2. No, IVZ finally puts him down, but ZMB has been on a roll, and it seems like this round, this kill, could be the one that helps them out at least a little bit more in order to turn the tide. But with IVZ lit up and 2 players down, only 1 player being hit relatively, and that's Remix, of course, already ready. Look at BNC with the angle right there. And not only is it 1 angle, but it's a second one. IVC finally able to put him down. It just goes in right here. Peekaboo! Oh, Leo Monster almost squandered that kill. But I mean, it was IVC, the one who was very lit up, the one that he whiffed on. In the end, does not matter. Uno Mile looking very comfortable here within this Nuke pick. And I mean, numbers don't lie, man. This CT side is completely dominated by the Brazilian team.
It is so. Granted, this was, I think, the best round so far for Shinden, given the amount of kills they got. Still, though, not quite enough, and I think a lot of that comes down to, you know, when they decided to stop checking their angles and what's around them. The Leo Monster here emerged from the vents quite easily, took care of the remaining 2, and unfortunately for Shinden, they had also been forcing some purchases, so they are never okay in the money front either. They're forced to go back to the Tech 9s or Deagles sometimes at best. This one, for instance, seems to be going for 4 Tech 9s and 1 Deagle. And yeah, like I said, average kills still not looking too good. 6 so far out of 5 rounds that we have played. And on the other side, well, I'll let you be the judge of that. You've got 6, 5, 5, 5, 4. Goodness gracious, that's an interesting zip code to have just 6 rounds in.
Yeah, definitely. And not only that, but everybody averages 5, right? So you can see already that every single time they've been able to completely exterminate the Shinden squad. Every single round that has come up until this moment. With the good balance as well within their kills. 1.25 kills. Well, deaths rather than anything. Within...
Actually, it's like getting a kill per round so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just 1 kill per round, because what is this? 2, 1, 1. That's like 6, right? 6 deaths coming in from. I mean, oh my goodness gracious, Abyss! You are very, very fortunate to still remain alive right there with the coverage that was given up by Remix. Unfortunately, unable to hit that shot, but I mean, in the end, you're leaving a teammate on the deathbed. So do you have the shot? Yes, you do. Remix, what a flick. Abyss is now, he said, you know what? I'll save you once, but I'm not going to give you a second one right there. But the thing is, no second shot, no third shot. We got the sprays. Leo Monster with the double kill. Roy puts him down. The boy is now within contention. He has the site free for himself. Gonna go in with the bomb plant, but the cavalry is coming in. Can he withstand the horsepower that is being brought by Unomile? Looking absolutely great right here. Roy able to get the shot, but the second headshot does not come and reels in on 2 HP. Still able to make things happen.
First defusal off the map too, but it once again goes to Unomile, who have so far demonstrated a nearly perfect game plan. As time goes on, Shinden does find a few more kills, but yeah, it's still looking pretty meager. As like I said before, it's about the money here, man. Like, they keep trying to force their purchases and everything. This was probably the best one actually so far because they got to where they got it with Tech 9s only. Problem is, they were not able to carry over anything, but here you go. Here's the big investment. They did get the bomb plant bonus, and of course the loss bonus, which is now topped out at 3,400. So, Shinden, they have their best chance at life right here, but of course, they need to do better as a unit. That's where Unomile really shines. They are a unit. They are actually a team. That's how I feel about this team right now. Whereas Shinden, they've got one person popping off in the Roy. The rest of them are kind of staying behind, but maybe IBZ would be able to pull off something great. Oh, careful there, man. BNC barely surviving from that flash. You saw on Silo how Nacho definitely caught a glimpse of him. Here's the grenade to dissipate the smoke. Does he see BK1? He does not. Oh, he does find somebody else, though. It's Roy. And of course, they know now about the approach towards Secret, so it's probably going to be a barrage of bullets real soon, trying to stop that approach. Look at that. So many guns stuck on the outside.
Yep. And it's all just a little bit of a ticking bomb, and not the one that's about to be planted, or rather that they want to plant right here, but more so the exchange of information. Leo Monster actually dry peaks right there, gets taken out, but then CMB able to get that refrag. However, it's a refrag against them. They're able to tie things up, and look at just the jump right there from Nacho, able to get that kill on BNC. Oh, not able to go in through quite yet. Nacho once again with the pristine aim. ZMB unable to do much off of it as well, and look at this P coming in right here from BK1. And no, I definitely think that this is a little bit of a wake-up call that Shinden is giving towards Unomile, because yeah, you beat us 5 rounds in a row. That's 6 rounds in a row rather, or we're still able to make things happen, but so many dry peaks, man. Unomile got comfortable with not using their utility.
That's the thing, yeah. Unomile played a very odd round this time. They were more so reactionary to what their opponents were throwing out. Not really proposing that much. The one piece of utility that really gave them some info was that one grenade on Mini that let BNC catch a few players moving, and unfortunately does not lead to many kills or anything. But here we go. They're once again trying to rush in, and unfortunately it won't go the way of Unomile, as Realzin is the first one to go down. But finally, Shinden seems to be getting their confidence back. If you don't have the proper mental space in the mojo, well, it is going to be a very hard task to ask of you to really make a comeback here. Now, 2v1, Leo Monster is going to eat the dust once more. Leo Monster, who, by the way, up until round 5 had not died, so now that's 3 rounds in a row where he has fallen to the wayside, but still, Unomile defensively, they have now realized when they need to stop pushing. So this is probably going to be the end of the round. Oh, careful there. There you go. At least 1 kill going the way of Unomile. Hey, if I can have it, nobody will.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that too, right? Because it's giving, it's just telling them off like, nope, nobody's gonna grab this, and you guys are essentially not gonna use it. Goodness gracious, Remix already placing the team back into the fray right here, and it seems like ZMB is actually gonna try to make his way inside towards the side. Does he get the kill on Nacho? That is definitely going to be needed right here. Is he gonna try to ninja it? He is gonna try to ninja it, but Nacho was very ready. Just says like, DMX pop, knock knock, open up the door, it's me, and that bomb is going to detonate at this point. Is Abyss able to make it out of life? He is. Shinden claims the 2nd round in their name, and Remix is able to claim his AWP for a later day. The damage has already been done though, Toon. Look at the economy coming in from Unomile's side. It's not looking too great. It's good, and it seems like this round at least they're going to be able to fight on. But if they don't win this next one, or if they take too many losses here within the kills, it could spell at least a little bit more of an uncomfortable situation. We saw Unomile able to just completely obliterate this team previously, but it seems like the adaptation coming in from Shinden is making wonders work.
The thing about Unamele is that they were so good on the trigger and finding those headshots. They have definitely been missing out a ton now, and Nacho, on the contrary, is popping off so far. Look at that. I mean, earlier I said that Roy was the star player for Shinden. Look at Nacho now. He's got 7, just like that. He added like 6 kills over the course of 3 rounds, and that's a fantastic performance. Definitely a huge percentage of Shinden's success comes from this guy. And BK1, on the other hand, has stayed behind, but at least he does get some solid intel that always helps his teammates. So, Shinden finally seem to be, well, I'm not going to say fully in control, but they do seem to have at least some ideas of how to get control back. And that's helping out a ton. They are also seemingly the owners of Secret. Like, look at how many times now it's been that they've been able to push for Secret so well. This is a bit of a weirder push as they're trying to go for Heaven. And, of course, knowing that the Opera is still in play would have been a bit of a dangerous one, but, you know, they kept peeking, they got their intel, and they know now that there's nobody there, but Rielsen seems to have an interesting read on that.
Yeah, and it's weird, right? Because I mean, if you already know that Secret is one of the prime areas of contention, look at Rielsen with the double kill, great stuff. If you know that the prime area of contention has generally been them making their way through to Secret, you obviously want to start covering it for it like there. Oh, look at this, just running como gallina sin cabeza, making his way through. IBZ completely blinded, gets shot execution style by Unomile, who are now claiming that advantage within this first half, right? You know, those 7 rounds, magical 7 rounds that you have at least a little bit of breathing leadway. But not only that, but I mean, the fact that we saw Rielsen able to go in with the pre-fire and deal with not only 1, but 2, and then the 3rd player right here, definitely gives the area of opportunity that Shinden has wide open. And it's the fact that maybe the scenarios that Unomile have been forcing them into regarding utility usage, regarding setups, regarding positioning, defense, offense, everything, maybe they're not that familiar with them, and they haven't faced a team of this caliber that is able to make them bend towards what they want to do. And that uncomfortableness that Shinden is feeling is causing them to play in a way that can be predictable by Unomile, right? You saw it within the outside, right? How many nades did we would see them get hit by whenever they tried to go in for the eco round? So there's so many little things that have to be taken into consideration that right now Unomile just is not looking forward into playing with this, and is causing Shinden to be able to exploit it, but then Unomile comes back again. It's just such a nice game of seesaw that I'm seeing slowly but surely, but Unomile has been coming out on top every single time.
It took a while for the game of seesaw to start, though. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Shinden are still trailing behind by a bit, so those 5 rounds, well, it's not easy to come back from that. Ooh, careful now. ZMB attempting to go for a flank. I think this was the same guy who went for the flank the other time, so yeah, this time Shinden actually adapting to that option. But will they be able to adapt to this? Nope. Remix takes care of IBZ. Unfortunately, though, A-side has already been invaded. This belongs to Shinden for the most part, but do they have the read on BNC? They do not! The bomb, however, is still further away from the site, so you've got 2 players remaining who could go in and defend A, but they're also quite far away. Now, who's going to finally bring the bomb? There you go, Roy is moving in. Rielsen's probably going to wait for a sound cue to get his chance to move in. It's a complicated one, though. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna go for a retake at this point, Dio. Like, you do have the time, but you already saw where BK1 positioned himself now. Little Monster here, yep, he's going to be the one to bite the dust, so Rielsen is not going to keep on pushing. But yeah, I mean, very solid position for BK1. He's going for the same read that Rielsen had before. Now Rielsen here, if he turns around, he might be able to catch BK1. It's going to be a bit of a jump scare. There you have it. It's a kill. But of course, it's not going to be a defuse. He can maybe hope for a couple of exits, and I don't think it's gonna happen. That's the round for Shinden once more. And even though Unomile have already gotten their lead before the side switch, well, Shinden can still add up to that score. And you already know, a 9-3 score, if Unomile were to win the remaining 2 rounds, that's always such a questionable lead to have going into the second half. But you know what? I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Shinden's still trailing, but they're slowly building up to something big.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, mind you, this is the T side of all things, right? So they definitely feel a little bit more comfortable within the CT side, which is yet to be played. Goodness gracious, remix. Okay, just those reflexes. What a flex right there in order to be able to get a kill so early on. And not only that soon, but this has definitely been one of those maps that the AWPer difference has been shown constantly throughout what we've been seeing. Yeah, IVC has not been able to don that AWP, and look at that, ZMB actually using one for himself as well, making up for the small lack of firepower that BNC currently has within his MP9. So doubled AWP, I think, is a good answer towards what is being said right here. Does okay, no, I thought that was somebody from the outside, you know, Nacho maybe didn't see, but I definitely think that them using this double AWP could just simply give them a little bit of an edge that they needed because of the aggression that Shinden has been coming in from, right? They really like rushing in, not necessarily unprepared, but rather just going in and catching them off guard within times that could be, you know, a bit strange to execute on. And it seems like that is going to be the case. We're going to see them try to take the A site, and it's slow but a sure push right here. They could make their way towards B if they're able to get the ramp.
Ooh, nearly collateral, dude. Holy smokes. But nearly is the key word here, as ZMB was only able to find one kill. It is a 3v2 situation still, though. Oh, I'll make that a 2v2, as Shinden can still claim this one for themselves. And it seems to be a bit of a faster race to get to the top area. Nacho here is going to be the one to defend the vents, and it's not going to be easy at all for Leo Monster to emerge from that. Plus, you've still got some util to boot. Look at that. Shinden has an HE, couple of flashes, and of course they're going to play the safest angles possible. Oh man, oh man, oh man, no way! Nacho did not expect that, but Leo Monster is not expecting the one from behind either. Look at that. He's about to emerge. Any second now.
Look at the trigger discipline.
Any second now. Any second now. Do they see him? They do! No way! Just barely a Viz! Holding on to dear life, but guess what? That timing was perfect!
Yep, and not only that, it was like a bit of a situation where he was like, okay, no, wait for it. We still got time. If our economy is what we think it is, if their economy is what we think it is, because obviously there's going to be somebody crunching numbers, it's very unlikely that they're able to afford a kit, right? And even then, it was just like, wait for it, yes, and just goes in, peaks perfectly. And not only that, but that spray transfer in order to get the headshot on Leo Monster. Mwah, chest kiss overall. Now it is going to be a bit of a, you know, not a bit, just a complete eco round right here for Uno Mille, which is definitely not what you want to see within the last round. But of course, this is going to spell at least a little bit more of aggression, because look at where they are pushing. You already got one player coming in right here from Secret, and that smoke is going to be like, hey, you know, we got players here. We gotta wait for a moment. So just simply standing back right here and opting for defensive positions could be what is expected, rather, from Uno Mille. I want to see how Shinden plays off of that, because I mean, we got 4 players within the upper floor right here, 1 near ramp, so it's all a little bit about where they want to move. I mean, who is it, the one that's playing over there? It's ZMB, the one that, no, it's BNC, sorry, the one that's playing ramp. But I mean, Leo Monster with the merge, time isn't something that Shinden has to worry about, if anything, soon, because I mean, they have the firepower, so of course it's gonna work out in their favor. See the first battle right here. It took 2 of them to be able to take them out, and I mean, these AKs, of course, they're gonna rip heads open. And even if BNC is able to get that AK-47, it's going to be a very, very difficult bout, especially since you're alone.
On his own, indeed, and yep, nowhere to run. The final tap is going to do it, and that's a victory for Shinden once more. About as good of a side switch as they could have hoped for after the big onslaught of victories that Uno Mille got at the very beginning. So Shinden is definitely still alive and kicking. Good to see that they're showing signs of life. What I'm still questioning, though, is that, yeah, that was T-side. What's Uno Mille going to do now? I mean, this is going to be their own T-side now. And sure, it's their best map and everything, but goodness, T-side is usually, you know, a bit more of a momentum swing, and this is not their better side either. CT was their better side, so they got kind of neutralized at the end of the first half.
Toon, you there? Where am I at?
Wait, hola?
Okay, no. I thought for a moment that, you know, maybe something had happened because I didn't hear you towards the latter half of that statement. But no worries, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. This is going to be a bit of a momentum swing, the one that we saw, because now it's Shinden, the ones that are going to be on the attacking side. And this is what I mentioned, right? Shinden is very on the defending side. Shinden felt comfortable on both sides here within Nuke. Rather, Uno Mille favors their CT side just ever so slightly. But do not let those numbers get ahead of you, because while Uno Mille has less sides on the has less rounds won on the T side, it's because of what a brutal CT side they can have. So they can obviously perform well within this as well. So let's see just how that's going to work out. You see the flash right there. Roy immediately gets a kill on Little Monster. It's BK1 running through the fire and the flames. The flash off right there. BK1 getting a second kill. Reelsin and BNC both out of play. And then Remix goes and feeds the flames of BK1's relentless assault and just simply turns around. Not even an opportunity to be able to make the bomb plant. What a great defense coming in right here from Shinden, on the verge of tying things up.
Riding that same momentum that gave them this scoreboard on the side, so it's so good on Shinden for making good of especially the dual Berettas. I mean, whenever I see a piss around, I'm always like, okay, will the dualies work? We saw them kind of bite Shinden in the butt at first, but as time went on, you know, they were able to correct that mistake, and now Shinden is the one claiming that victory on the side switch press around, which could represent a favorable scoreboard in just a few more rounds. But unfortunately, they do drop their first player, and they give up an MP9 that BNC is going to pick up. Now you've got Tech 9s galore on the other side, and this is pseudo rapid fire, but unfortunately, doesn't really win the battle against the M4s. Even less so when you've got somebody else hiding there within control. Oh my goodness. Within observation, that's going to be another very fast one. And Roy lands 3 kills for himself. And Nacho got 2, so even with the good beginning from Uno Mille, not quite enough. And it was very hard to make the MP9 work at that kind of distance. But still, that's what happens when you keep clicking with the MP9. Such a weird weapon to control.
Yeah, to say the least, right? I mean, you definitely want to make sure that your firepower is, of course, going to. Oh, it seems like Little Monster having some issues with this connection. But I wanted to bring attention a little bit towards the fact that we've actually seen both Shinden and Uno Mille within the second round rather, try to go in with the 4-spy tune. And I don't think that's a good idea, because it didn't work for Shinden and it didn't work for Uno Mille. So not only are they relinquishing they're risking a lot, and unfortunately it hasn't really been working, right? So they're relinquishing that third round for the possibility of the second one. So at that point, I mean, most teams generally tend to go with, like, you know what, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I should wait a little bit more for us to continue with the execution, because yes, you had a fighting chance within that second round, but now this third round within the second half is going to be heavily favored towards a team that has the firepower. And not only is this going to be a team that has good firepower, but it's a team on the CT side, on a CT-sided map. So you're adding a lot of gas towards a flame that didn't even want to extinguish itself anytime soon, right? So a lot of questionable decisions, to say the least. Uno Mille seems to be struggling a little bit to grasp the situation that they're in, and that's strange given the overall experience that they have. So let's just hope that this ends up changing for the better right here.
Consistent evolution. Oh, baby, they definitely gotta look at the possible headshot there, not quite landing it. And there we go. Nacho does find the precise spot to take care of BNC and Leo Monster. Dang, son. I mean, I mentioned Leo Monster's KD earlier, and how he was popping off at first. He got like 7 kills really fast. He has only gotten like 3 kills ever since. So, you know, he's definitely one of the players who's been completely neutralized for a while now. And unfortunately, if Leo Monster is not in his A game, it's definitely a complicated one for Uno Mille. Remix, though, is the one that's really kind of popping off for the team. Almost, well, actually, the second highest KD in the overall map. So he does have, you know, some statistics to show for himself. Unfortunately, though, the firepower does not really give you too much to work with right now. And even then, Shinden still with a couple of MP9s. They're still finding the headshots here and there. Flash is thrown out and everything. I don't think Uno Mille will mind too much. Remix, Deagle in hand, already found a kill. The only one for his team in this round, but will he find a second? Is there somebody in heaven? Yes, there is. They already saw him. But even with the intel relay, the problem is that 2 of your teammates are super lit. One of them being ZMB, and yep, that's going to be it. Bomb located too. ZMB had it with him, and now Realson is the last one standing. They know where he is, but will he be able to at least put up a little bit more damage? I don't think he gets to plant the bomb, and there you go. That's another headshot. Goodbye, good sir.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to get the bomb location definitely didn't favor them much at all. Unomile unfortunately seems to be playing a bit of catch-up now that they are the ones that are within the disadvantage for the first time within this map. I mean, still taking a little bit of time within your execution whenever you have to go bet a little bit more on aggression. I think that Unomile is trying to play CT side whenever they're on team, man. Like, yes, you got to take your time. Yes, you got to make sure you're executing properly. But, I mean, whenever your economy doesn't favor it, you really got to go for broke, right? Literally, because you don't have anything, essentially anything to lose. I definitely do not think it is going to. But, I mean, still, IVZ, he does have that AWP, man. It is about time that we see this work out in favor of Shinden, of the Argentinian squad. So simply staying there. See if there's anybody that maybe he could catch off guard, trying to peek through. Nope. And we still see the utility being thrown out right here. The smokes, everything really working out wonders right here for the players that trying to make their way through secret. Once again, second HE, we see a kill. That's ZMB with one on Nacho, but then BK1 gets the retaliation on BNC, and that is going to come back to bite them soon. BK1 with the double kill. And with little to no angles to continue with their onslaught. Seems like Unomile has to continue with their offense, but they're 2 men down.
It was also another kill on Leo Monster, so once more, one of your better players forced to watch from the sidelines. BNC has not landed too many today, so, you know, staying behind a little bit longer, but still, you've got the core players. The ones from Vikings KR too, look at that. It's the same 3 who are still alive, or were alive, as CMB is the next one to fall. But still, I guess they have some intel given the util throw beneath. So here we go. Are they actually going to be able to enter the facility itself? That's the question. Ooh, they seem to be going for the vans. No, just getting some more intel, but with 13 seconds to go, yeah, there isn't too much you can do. No chance to go plant the bomb. This is a round for Shinden on timeout. So, also exploring your different win conditions that you can go for. But yeah, in a 2v4 situation, you want to keep your AWP for yourself and at least land an exit, and there you have it. Abyss getting a little too greedy. He does find Remix, but Remix kind of gets to him first. And that's Shinden's lead expanding ever so slightly longer. 7 rounds in a row now, Dio. That's better than what Unomile did at the beginning of the map. So definitely looking like this is actually Shinden's venue. Even after all that talk about you know, the statistics of Unomile in the map and everything, how this is their best. Well, not really showing that for themselves right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen numbers lie time and time again, but I mean, in the end, it's just that number. Wait, no, I cannot believe that. Ay, cabrón, güey. What the hell was that? What a shot coming in from Remix. He really took the personal right there. The fact that we are seeing just a bit of a difference between the oppers. I mean, they're still going to be able to make things happen, and especially because of how important that AWP and that AK-47 are within the hands of Remix and Realson respectively. So unless we see something completely unprecedented happen, the lead that Realson and Remix have been able to force and pry open against Shinden's defense is looking absolutely phenomenal. Still unable to claim the weapons though. But I mean, at this point, you want to make sure that your executions come in strong. And with Leo Monster just waiting patiently right here through the hut, seems like the execution time is about to come nigh. You got 2 smokes, one from BNC and one from ZMB, and both of them are very near you. So, I mean, you can still take your time, but you already lost 1 round to a bit of an issue right there. So, I mean, you still got to make sure you head off for it. Nacho goes down. Oh, but Roy able to get that kill on Leo Monster, and now things are tied once again. And the 2 remaining players are the ones who carry their weapons over.
And that Molly definitely comes in clutch. Gives them enough time to go in and plant real quick. Unomile have now taken on the defensive efforts. Remix here, standing way behind on Toxic. Oh, goodness gracious, actually. BK1 was able to take care of Roy, so... Of course, the location of Remix is already known, and actually he threw a second bullet for good measure. I'm not sure about this one, though. Oh my goodness, you can't miss those Remix. You cannot let those go. Wow, BK1 by the skin of his teeth. Praying to his RNGesus, man. I mean, look at the pixel that Remix ended up hitting. Just not quite what he needed, and BK1 barely living and able to go for a second spray.
I think that right there, what happened is just a lack of coordination overall within Uno Mille, right? You saw them playing super well towards the end, and I mean now, yeah, you go in for the trade, everything happens, but why? You know that he was there. You have to take your time in order to be able to get the flick. He has the M4A1S. He's not going to kill you within one shot. You can do that with the AWP. Now, obviously, I understand coming from the other side. It's like, dude, you're zooming in, you're scoping in. You can't really see it, but you already had visual contact on him. You essentially trade off everything that could be a downside by just looking at the screen. So I guess, you know, a bit of an issue right there coming in from Uno Mille. I definitely understand why Remix opted to do that, though. I cannot lie at this point. I definitely understand why he opted to simply stand back right there for a moment, or rather just simply play back, right? Because he was the one that had the bomb time within their favor, the bomb clock ticking within their favor. So I mean, he played back, played defensive, because probably thought maybe the last player from Shinden, BK1, was going to try to get the defuse as soon as possible. Well, unfortunately for him, it does not happen. So I guess in a way he was caught off guard too. So yeah, it's a bit more of how rattled right now Uno Mille feel within a map that they should generally feel comfortable on.
Being their best one, this is definitely a shift in their reality. But, you know, there's still a chance for them to make a comeback. Shinden has not yet secured overtime. They have not yet secured the map itself, but this is their own selection, so already a good result, all things considered. Look at that, Abyss. A little bit dizzy for a second there, but he is still able to take care of two, and IBZ finishes out Remix. Not only that, but I believe that the bomb has been located, so this is going to be a pretty fast end of the round. Shinden are now one away from securing overtime, and like I told you, Dio, the winning streak keeps on building. They got 3 at the very end of the first half, and now they've got another 6. 9 rounds total. Goodness gracious, what a shift in focus from Shinden, as they're definitely looking like a different team. And they have also invested their own tactical pauses, which is interesting. Now Uno Mille is going to have 1 remaining after this, but they do need to go for a, shift in focus themselves, as if they lose it here, which, given the money loadouts, probably will, unless they go for a force buy. If they lose it here, that's overtime secured for Shinden, and of course, the money is not looking too good, even looking out into the future. Uno Mille is going to have to make a very calculated approach. I think the Galils are on the table. If I were them, I don't think the Galils are too bad of an idea. Look at that. You've already got BNC buying one, Remix as well. So yeah, you're going to have some rapid fire to play with, some pseudo rapid fire with the Tech 9s, and a single AK that ZMB purchased. You've still got some money for yourself. Remix actually going to bank on the Deagle. Yeah, a very complicated effort, but not impossible. Let's see how Uno Mille plays it out.
Strange. We actually saw, you said it, right? We actually saw Remix try to go in for the Galil, but it seems like saving up right here is going to be a bit of a better situation for him. So there goes all the utility, everything being thrown out at this point. Then just a molly over there near T-Red in order to stop the approach that they cannot see, or cannot feel out. My man, you cannot go for those type of things. Even though BNC was able to get the refrag right there, I mean, still right through the smoke, those bullets have tracers, and well, can they trace? Nacho is able to get the kill on ZMB. And now things are within the favor of Shinden. Uno Mille, of course, you said it yourself, going in with the calculated approach. You know that their economy isn't going to be completely off if they are to lose this round. I mean, still, once again, 2 of the players that have been popping off with the way that they can save and just simply taking things super slow are the ones that have been the decisive factors overall within this. Very well done by Reelsin, able to get that second kill on Nacho, essentially securing the site is free. And with visual confirmation, one player had, now it's all left to that one remaining player from Shinden. And they saw him, right? They saw him over there within the stairs, which is why we heard the bullets fly. Abyss unable to continue with his onslaught. Maybe he's going to be able to catch 1 player, maybe 2, but now they know exactly where he is, and he's coming in from remain, and with little to no expectations, he goes in with the swing, reels and takes him down. What a round right here from Uno Mille. Finally breaking that streak of how many rounds was it?
9.
Nine? Yeah.
Yep, cut short at 9, but still showing signs of life, and right when they needed it too. Reminder, one more loss meant that they would have to play overtime if they wanted to win this one, but hey, you did not quite make the dent in the pockets that you wanted, right? Shinden was still able to make the full purchase. Granted, if they were to lose it here, now you start to sound the alarms a little bit more. Given the situation, I mean, they definitely had to invest almost everything they had. Uno Mille, though, with AWP in hand and 4 AKs galore. Oh no, but you can't beat the reads, and you've got the read of the century taking care of Squeaky. And now, unfortunately for Uno Mille, they're starting out with a big deficit as they lost the Leo Monster. And they're gonna have to make a different approach. I don't think A side is quite as safe. They're gonna make a very, very slow approach towards the ramp. And there you go with the flashes sending off. I think that Shinden might get the idea to start making a defensive rotation. Oh my god, the coordination here. BNC living by the skin of his teeth. Only 8 kills to his name, by the way. He still has not added that many to his count, but walks out of that one alive, regardless. But it seems like the cavalry has arrived, as it's BNC once again, the one who's trying to make an effort, and there you have it, he finds the headshot. Oh man, but so many traits here, only Remix remaining, and he is on the top floor. And Shinden, no. It's all a matter of catching him on the move. The vents are not going to be easy for him to walk through, and that's going to be the round deal. One more to go for Shinden to win this map.
And I want to look at the money, man. I want to look at the money coming in right here. Yeah, they have a little bit more than what they expected to have. So this is going to be a complete buy right here from Uno Mille within this last round. However, it's all going to be essentially carried on by Remix and Reelsin, right? Both of these players, the ones that were able to make it out alive. This loss bonus has essentially been saving them up because of how favored within the CT side everything has been. But, you know, going off with that last tactical pause once again, we've actually seen players, I think right now, it's the fact that Shinden has one player that is underperforming, right? And I say underperforming once again, not to dunk on him or anything, but it's just the truth, right? It's IVZ. IVZ has been underperforming. His AWP hasn't been hitting shots when they matter. Rather, whenever it's just a possibility of them hitting, right? Not really game defining, but just simply waiting off, and then he immediately gets traded. That's what we've been seeing time and time again, if anything, because how many times have we been seeing try to go in with the duel against Remix and unfortunately just loses in that situation too, right? While as on the other hand, we have both Leo Monster and BNC. Leo Monster generally makes a very, very good appearance, similar to what his last part of his tag is. Monster. He's generally monstrous. He's super good with the flanks. He's super good with the coordination with his teammates, the setups, everything. If it's very uncharacteristic for us to see him play this way specifically, and I mean BNC, unfortunately, performing as well. That's what's been giving the edge right here for Shinden, because in comparison to one, well, as yes, it is a very important role, the one of the upper, he's still able to at least get some frags, right? As where from Uno Mille, you got 2 riflers that are underperforming. That's an issue.
Not really playing as a full unit, that's the thing. That's where Shinden has shined through. Even IVZ, if he's not able to land the bullets, at least the intel is relayed, which is kind of the role that BNC has taken on. But look at that, he's actually popping off right as we start to talk about him, as Nacho is the first one to fall. That gives Uno Mille the slightest lead for a little bit. Leo Monster with a Tech 9, by the way, so he's going to... I'm not sure if he's going to lead any packs here in terms of the offense. Oh man, BK1, yeah, he was not going to resist the onslaught of bullets, and it's a 3v3 now after all that. The vents became a death mill. And Uno Mille still having the bomb in their control. They're going to try and threat as a unit, as Leo Monster is going to get some intel starting now. Oh, and he finds the kill on Roy too! Picks up an M4 for himself. And now the bomb will be planted. This is going to be an interesting decision to take. Will they push for the retake? Will they wait a little bit longer? I mean, they're 1 round away from winning. Do you get desperate? You wait for it? IVZ? Yep. No, not quite going to be the entry you wanted to see from him. Anubis is going to try to carry over his M44, but it won't be any good either, as Uno Mille wins it here. And let's take a look at that money, man, because I'm actually starting to question whether Shinden can buy or not. Ooh, well, that one hurts. It seems like Unomele will get to the double digits if they play their cards right here.
Big if you ask me. A very, very big if they play their cards properly here. I mean, definitely one of those momentum things that, of course, it can just light up and spark the team into oblivion, if you ask me. But I mean, we could be seeing overtime within this first map as well. And now no more technical pauses. I want to applaud both of these teams soon, because there have been so many matches that ever since we started on commentary, what was it, 2022 that we were on commentary for the CCT? No, 2021. Holy crap, we've been here for 4 years, man. Time flies. But how many teams have we seen actually use up all of their tactical pauses? How many?
Yeah, they're few and far between.
Yeah, there's so little teams that actually use this. I mean, it's a resource. Use it! And it's such an important game of resource management, right? Specifically like Counter-Strike 2. I definitely have to give my kudos to both of these teams. But doesn't really matter. Stop just talking about the possibility, right, of them going forward for this. They're gonna see that smoke. It's not going to work out too much. It actually pushes both of them back. Okay, interesting to say the least, given the fact that that Unomile should know that Shinden doesn't have a lot of firepower within their arsenal. I think that they should have probably rushed that smoke a little bit more the moment that they saw it, right? Use a little bit more of aggression and exploit the fact that right now your opponent's defense is essentially tin foil.
It is looking like a complicated approach for sure, as the usual keeps flying by. And Unomile might not have gotten that much intel after the first bullet exchanges, but they still know that perhaps Shinden will keep on pushing. Given the situation there with the firepower that they do have, you either play it at a very long angle or you kind of run and gun. With the FAMAS in hand, I don't think that's too out of the question, but they will take their time on protecting Squeaky. And I love the high ground effort as well. Now Leo Monster here about to show his position, and that's going to force a movement. Unfortunately, BK1 not able to deliver the first bullets, and now that's a couple of trades for Dio. That's a very odd way to go. But of course, it's the positioning from Roy that helped them get that other kill. And now in comes Abyss. Oh my goodness! You're kidding me! The P shooter defeats the AWP. Oh man, and unfortunately the AWP goes down right away. But still, what a highlight. He got the headshot on the AWP.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, it's Unomile, the ones that are trying to make this close for content, bro. Like, seems like they're going completely in within this. Oh, look at the fact that Shinden went in with the buy too. And this is not going to be a good round for Shinden. They're banking it all literally on round 24. So still gonna have to play their cards right here. Are they gonna go in with this gamble stack? I mean, they're all playing it in together. Oh, it seems like it is going to be a duel from the outside, and I don't know if this duel is gonna work out within their favor. We see 1, we see 2, we see 3, we see 4. Give me a 5th one right there. Abyss is able to get the kill on BNC, but he's the last player remaining, and Remix claims a triple kill within his name. Unomile 1 round from tying things up. What a lightning round, the one that we just saw. And I definitely have to say I understand the game plan that Shinden was trying to do, try to catch him off guard within the outside. But with Remix as a very, very good front line offense, it's now going to demonstrate a little bit more. And look at this once again, opting and donning the AWP ×2 strategy tune. They're really liking that double AWP.
And at this point, if you can play it, why not? If you have the money for it, make the investment, dude. You're so close to tying things up. And look at that, already paying off as ZMB finds the first kill on BK1. Unfortunately, you do lose your other opper, but still, the trade kind of gave you some intel, so now the push will be on the outside. HE thrown into Secret, making darn sure that nobody's protecting that, but I don't know, I don't really like the timing. Would have been a bit complicated to find somebody in Secret by that point. Still, 4v4, you've got one AWP in play now on Unomele's side. Shinden does not have one. Leo Monster going on his prowl on the B halls. Sees nobody, finds nobody. And I think he's giving them the green light to go in and push towards Secret. Well, Shinden, all of them seem to be within the facility of A sites, and actually they're taking a much stronger approach on protecting the high ground of A site too. So Unomele kinda in control of B for now. But will Leo Monster find anyone on his way up? He's about to come across Abyss. Abyss, does he turn around? He does. Oh my god, I think he saw him. I think he saw Leo Monster. There you go. He's going to set himself up. That's the kill on Leo Monster. Giving Shinden once again a lead. And now Abyss going to set himself up within the bomb plant area. Will they find him though? Yep, they got the read on him, so that gives Unomele their way in. And it's a 3v3 deal. This is the last exchange of the map, possibly.
Oh, and look at this. BNC with the kill on Nacho as well. Does he expect one more player to pop out from there? He does not. Unomele with the bomb plant. Unless we see a double kill, this is essentially curtains for him. We see the peak right here. Excellent execution right there with the kill on Realsin. But ZMB able to refrag. Low on HP. Oh, Roy took a heavy blow right here. He has to make sure that the headshot flies true, but doesn't really matter. ZMB with the AWP and the triple kill is going to send us directly into OT.
Holy smokes. I mean, talk about clutch from Unomele. Like, they did not let themselves be too defeated after taking those 9 losses in a row. They eventually got their stuff together and planned a different approach. You know, I think this is the kill that really gave them the round. Like, the fact that they found Abyss right there really shifted things, as Unomele was able to then just go in, plant the bomb. And shoutouts to ZMB for taking his sweet time as well on that approach. Like, the fact that ZMB had an AWP here was all the difference in the world. And Unomele are now enjoying a little bit more time to live, as we're going to start out overtime. The first one of who knows how many, but still, overtime is in, everybody. And just a few days ago, Dio, there was actually a 6 overtime map between Crew and Bounty Hunter, so
yes,
let's see how far we can go here.
Right?
Yeah, that's what it was. 54 rounds total. So let's see how far this one takes us.
Yeah, I saw that. I think I got to be on commentary for one of the teams that was on there, and I mean, they lost, right? I think it was Bounty Hunters, the ones who won that round, that game. So I mean, definitely one of the demonstrations of just that stamina that South American Counter-Strike has, right? I mean, obviously it's no 100 rounds or anything like that, but I mean, still, goodness gracious, 54 rounds, it's more than enough to make a grown man cry, especially if he's on commentary. But I mean, still, gotta see those happen. What will be, we're actually seeing a battle from outside. We haven't seen, though, on even terms, mind you, we actually haven't seen a lot of those tune much at all. We're gonna seeing somebody peek right here. Yes, we are. That's IVC with the kill on BNC, and just simply heads back using that smoke favorably. HE gonna hit Reels in. Just simply all the utility being thrown out right here by IVC. Only one piece of utility more, and that's why he's going back towards locker room in order to be able to use it in case of it's necessary. ZMB does not see that there's a player right there from top, so he doesn't really want to risk it because he knows somebody could be popping out from there. So he's just gonna retreat. Very, very good setup that he did, that was waiting, just anxious like a Venus flytrap for him to fly straight into it, but does not work. We see a flash off. Leo Monster essentially one tapped. One shot, rather. So we're gonna take its time. Reels in. If we're going with the bomb plant, we see the approach right here. Get shot down. Abyss is no longer within play, but Nacho and IVC both make one. Tying things up immediately. IVC gets a double. My man, are you gonna get the highlight that you're looking for? He breaks his legs, falling down right there from the top, and then he gets a shot. No!
He
misses that shot.
Oh no!
But pros are fake. Oh my
Oh,
goodness gracious,
good.
IVC. He does make the highlight of his life, and he says, you know what? Ya desperté el sueño, cabrones.
Better late than never, but man, if that wasn't a very complicated one. You don't want to whiff like that, buddy. Like, thank God he actually found that kill, because if not, that would have been like the anti-highlight, you know?
Yeah.
That would have been the play that you probably
That
clip
kills
and
ya.
you're like, yeah, that's gonna be the play that follows you for a while. But hey, he found the kill. That's good enough. Shinden gets their lead on CT as well, which is important here. For what it's worth, Dio, the balance of rounds still favors CT for Shinden. So when the side switch comes around, I'm not sure how good they're going to do it. Towards the end of the half, they did a very good job on T side, sure. But still, this is their true comfort area. Oh, and BK1, look at that. He does find the first kill in Leo Monster. Bets on shooting through the smoke, finding the kill as well. Now Leo Monster here. Is he waking up? The fact that Leo Monster woke up might be what puts Unomele ahead of things. At least for now, they do have a lead on the player count in the 4v3. Shinden forced to reconsider their approach. the remaining units that they do have are going to have to rotate a little bit more, or at least put themselves on entryways rather than on the sites themselves. So a very, very hard round here for Shinden to retake.
Going to start adding up right here. Oh, we see Reels able to get the kill on IVZ. And once again, it's now going to be Uno Mille, the ones who are on the verge of tying things up, unless Abyss and Nacho can really bring things home right here. Like the way that Abyss is doing right now. Of course, it's gonna spell something completely different. Flashes off right there, but he gets caught off guard. Why are you gonna flash and then not commit to it? Abyss, that is completely on you. Why are you flashing and then immediately changing to your utility? You already had the flash off right there. You saw him turn around. And that is gonna cost him, Toon. That's gonna cost him so much. Because right now, Nacho, he has to get the kill. Not gonna happen. Reelsin ties things up here within that OT, and it's all Abyss's fault. I am 100% calling that right there.
Yeah, you kind of have to. This has been the second round in a row in which there is a very big mistake from a Shinden player. One, got to correct it. The other, well, you saw what happened. So that is going to cost them big time, especially because, again, this is CT. This is their better side, and it's where they could have popped off. You're going into a side switch soon, where Uno Melee has already shown us what they've got in CT. Even if they couldn't quite end that half too well, I think that's still the true final boss of the map so far. And look at this, fantastic beginning, but unfortunately they once again lose notion of where everybody should be and where the bullets should be flying from. And look at that, the AWP goes down. Finally, Shinden is able to clear this one out, but that could have been a 3-0, Dio. I think that's what's really scary here. It could have been a 3-0 for Shinden, and just getting a single round would have done it. But now they need to go a little bit further if they want to bring us to Anubis soon.
Yeah, I mean, and you want to make sure that you bring your A game, right, to Anubis as well, because of how heavily contested it is within the T side and the CT side. But not only that, but I mean, if Shinden is able to get this win, they're of course going to still be within the prime point of contention. But if Uno Mille gets this one, reminder, Anubis was their pick, right? And I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to really speak about stats before we actually get there. But Anubis for Uno Mille, mightily favored within them. While as yes, not the best win rate that they have, but I mean still. There's a reason why they chose it. Maybe they're banking on catching Shinden off guard. Doesn't seem like they're getting caught off guard with this. The Leo Monster with the kill through the smoke. Already setting the tempo for Shinden to have to play catch up once again soon.
Gonna force Shinden to recommit units. It seems like they are still banking on a push towards A, so at least there is some commitment there. Look at that, Nacho, it actually pays off for him to stay there in that area, but look at that, Leo Monster takes care of IVZ and Nacho now. So once more, it's a round that Shinden is going to definitely kick themselves for, as only Roy remains here, but yeah, he was too surrounded, 3v1, and Uno Melee is going to still fight for their life now on CT. And like we said, CT is both of these teams' better side, so for them to get to the side switch with a lead would have been a huge part in the possible victory. And they go for another tactical pause too, like shoutouts to that. Once again, good on them for going through all of their tools, right? All of the resources. Unfortunately though, not the greatest use of resources here from Shinden. I think some of that util is still kind of, announcing
they're
where they're
dying
going
with
to
it.
Yeah, they're announcing where they're coming from, and that just gives Uno Melee all the time in the world to set themselves up and stop them.
Yeah, and it's not only the fact that, yeah, I mean, utility sometimes can make it predictable from where you're coming from, especially from a well-studied team like Uno Mille. But not only that, you see them throw one piece of utility, 2 pieces of utility at most, and then they die with mollies, they die with their HEs, they die with everything that they could use in order to break that position that Uno Mille adopts because of where they can predict where it's coming from, right? So you have to use your utility effectively. And we also saw like one occasion where Shinden, it was Abyss, the one who threw that flash and then just didn't commit to it. He had him serve within a silver platter and then said, I'm not hungry soon. So there are just some occasions that you have to like understand that if you're gonna commit to it, you gotta make sure that no way, BNC, no way. Okay, at least getting one. BK1 is now out of play, and that is one of the players right here coming in from Shinden that has a very, very good KD. Gets a second one as well. BNC gets a third, finally breaking positive within his KD. Ahora sí, he said the same thing, man. Yo también ya desperté. No, wait, you get the next. No,
What?
mames, wait. No, mames.
You're kidding me.
I don't want to commentate this anymore. I don't want to do it anymore. He just went completely ballistic. What a round right here for Unomile.
But will they close it out? That's the question here, Dio. I mean, shout out to BNC especially, dude. For so long, I was talking about how his KD was meeker. Now he's at 21 kills, just like that. And he's positive now, so yeah, fantastic approach from him. Shout out to ZMB, cojonudo. Este tipo, Dios mío. Pero bueno, última ronda. Possible final round of the OT and the map itself. And if Unomile win it here, reminder, this is Shinden's own selection, so even more damage, mentally speaking, that is. Oh, man. Oh, you're kidding me! Alright, so Remix comes in clutch to finish Realzin's work. And BNC also takes care of IBZ, so it's looking almost over, Dio. 2 players remaining for Shinden, and they did not complete the wall of smokes! Meaning that as soon as they emerge, they're gonna be taken care of by BNC, and that's the map, everybody! Unomile win it on overtime with 16 rounds to their name against the 14 of Shinden. Very, very unfortunate couple of situations for Shinden there, mostly derived from the util usage.
Damn, like, mostly derived from util usage, yes, but also BNC woke up, bro. Like, he woke up, and Leo Monster did too. Yep. This is what I brought attention to. Leo Monster finished up with a 21-20 KD. Like, yes, it's 1 kill. He finished positive, but he woke up. He was able to start performing, and the moment that he started performing, Unomila just skyrocketed towards it, and Shinden couldn't do anything. We actually saw a reminiscence of what Unomile did early on when they were on the CT side, right? And once again, where did they finish it? On the CT side as well. So I think it's a bit of poetic justice, or more so like a bit of a strange but completely understandable statement that, you know, Unomile really liked their defense, right? They really liked how they played defense, and they bet it all within that last one. And bringing attention to the fact, Toon, that this is Unomile's opponent's pick. O sea, it's Shinden's pick. So they're going to be heading into very, very comfortable territory within the arid sands of Anubis. Let's see if the Brazilian team can actually outright beat 2-0 and secure their way into the playoffs, or if we're going to be seeing Dust 2 once more.
We're going to take a bit of a short break before that happens, everybody, so stick around. We will be back with more action real soon.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the second map here today from Unomile and Shinden. Shinden chose Nuke, but in reality they unfortunately chose their own place to be buried on because they did lose that map within the first overtime. However, we are going to be heading into the arid sands of Anubis, where Unomile is looking to position themselves with a 2-0 victory, lest they want to go into Dust 2, while Shinden is trying to claw their way out of the sarcophagus here within Egypt. But it seems like everything is pointing bandages halfway through the body. Let's see if they can make it happen too.
When you see two on either team side, you will see a punched ticket into the playoffs as well. So the guys who are at Unomile, ever so slightly closer to getting that, but of course this Anubis is going to be an interesting one. They're going to end on T side as usual. You definitely want to save your better side for later, and this is the case, as Unomile will be playing their better side later on. But here's the thing, Anubis first T side, as we say, as it always is, the technology is still being developed, you know, and as time goes on, one thing that I have realized as a pattern, not just here, but in many different maps, is that retakes are not super common now. Like, people would rather just keep saving their weaponry and everything, instead of fighting for a retake that's not nearly impossible, but even if they have like a 3-2 lead or something, they would rather just stay behind because it's so hard to retake. And yeah, that's a technology that everybody has been developing, right? So, really good to, they're really good at securing the site itself and forcing a no retake situation. But let's see if Unomile has anything to say about that, because, you know, we did see them with some impetus to try and defuse and such. They did get a defuse last time on Nuke.
Yeah, let's see if something of the sort is going to work out here, because, I mean, Unomile is going to start off within the CT side. Of course, Shinden wants to play starting off right there. Okay, we're going to head back. Of course, understanding, but the smoke isn't going to stop anybody from completely being able to get off of there from heaven. But look at this. Remix able to simply head back, and ZMB gets one. That's 2 players remaining towards that side, and Wheels and Remix both able to claim one more, but as well as their teammate going down. 2 kills for each of them. BNC unfortunately unable to get one, but we already saw that BNC is more than capable of holding his own ground. Unomile claiming that first round within this half. I'm sorry, within the first round of this map, man, is looking absolutely phenomenal.
Great way to start, indeed. Especially because they got their victories on overtime in CT, so CT's just looking like a very, you know, calm side to play for them, regardless of the map, it seems. But still, that was just a piss around, so let's see how this evolves. Of course, given the situation, one would expect that Shinden would have a very hard time getting any kills here, and it seems to be the case indeed. This is going to be another perfect round for Unomile. They did lose a few players in Vissel, so at least there was some damage being dealt by Shinden. But if you recall, Dio, they were averaging a kill per round for the longest time in the last map. They took a while to wake up. When they did wake up, they did great. But let's see how long it's going to take them here. They do have the full AKs, so I'm expecting something good.
Yeah, I do see that, and like last time they actually full bought out within the second round as well. So this time they're actually taking their time, and I think it's more so because they're on the T side now, right? We saw them, and it seems like they believe that this map is generally T-sided. So let's see if that is going to work out at least a little bit within their favor. We're actually going to see a pop flash. No, not at all. HE goes off right there. Perfect coordination between Leo Monster and ZMB. Able to get a kill for 2 pieces of utility. I call that a bit of a deal, if you ask me to, and especially right now, since that is going to diminish the approach towards the B site. Is it going to be A? That is the question that Reelsin, of course, is asking himself, which is why he's going to try to opt for the defense all the way from heaven with the complete flashed off right there. Remix unable to continue with the approach, but mid control is solely being handled right there exclusively by one smoke that has just dissipated. So now, Toon, it's all up to him, all up to them rather, to reposition right here with one player trying to make their way through Ivy right here, seeing if there's anybody that maybe they could catch off guard. Seems like once again it is going to be A, the site that they want to attack on, with Leo Monster simply holding back seeing if there's anybody maybe they can catch within the crossfire. But at this point, yep, it's Reelsin going in with the call like, hey, everybody, they're over here. We need to catch him within a bit of a pincer movement, but it doesn't seem like it's necessary because Reelsin and Leo Monster both claim the 2 players that were there. They get bombed and say, yeah, this guy's, he's not going to try to make it happen.
Super heartbreaking because Abyss does not have the bomb with him. He could have still tried to make a run for it in plans if he had it in his control, but it seems to have gone to the wayside already. With 10 seconds to go, yeah, he can only hope to stay here alive and kicking with his AK in hand. He does take care of 1 exit though, keeping the average of kills for the team ever so slightly higher than 1, but doesn't seem like it's going to last for too long as Abyss eventually bites the dust. Just before time runs out too, so Unamele getting their 3rd in a row. And a bit of a heartbreaker because Shinden did go for their full investment. Like you said, they took their time a little bit longer this time, but still, no good results. The last time they went for a full purchase, I think it was a force buy of Tech 9s, so
yes,
at least it did play with better weaponry this time, but still, same results. And Shinden, unfortunately, seems to be, you know, they potentially are going to grow their deficit a little bit longer. As Unamele definitely enjoying the weapons they picked up. Look at that. Leomonster with a Galil, actually. Curious.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really have the other option to buy, right? So, I mean, if he just had it, well, then, yeah, I mean, really nothing much left for him to do other than keep it up until this point, especially since with little to no armor, or rather little to no helmets coming in from Shinden, it's as good as gold right here with just on par with the AK-47s, right? It's those minuscule little details that can, of course, cause some bit of a difference. Okay, I mean, Leo Monster is the one that is defending the B site prominently. So let's see if that is going to work out within the favor of Shinden. The lack of firepower is going to cause any sort of difference. But you said it yourself, man. 2 AK-47s within the hands of Unamele. Yikes. Don't really want to see that happening too often. I mean, slowing this game down to a crawl, everybody essentially on their way to make it through towards the exit. But look at this, look at this. Every single one of them went down right there. That gate is not a gate towards the site. It's a gate to hell, and everybody tried to go through there. Nacho's the only one still fighting the devil right here, and that devil is called Unamele. And the rest of the game, other than BNC, who was able to net a triple kill, he's stuck within the connector. He's in purgatory, and it seems like the pincer movement, angels, devils everywhere, sent him towards a divine retribution, which is Unamele's 4th round.
That's 4 in a row, indeed. And once again, Shinden keeps averaging that very, very low KD. Seems to be tradition at this point. Shinden takes a while to wake up. When they do, they pop off. But given the fact that they're on T side of Anubis, that's definitely a wake-up call. You need to make it work ASAP if they were able to win it here. I think that's going to be the real tide turner, but for what it's worth, Unamele are still looking swell in terms of the composition. And look at that, they also got an AWP in play already. AWPs that usually take a little bit longer to come out on Anubis, but still, it's in play now. And look at that, the AK will win the battle against BNC. And they already saw where Leo Monster is. Uh-oh. Danger, danger.
Man, well, that kill. Leo Monster is now out of play. Of course, we're gonna see the AWP make it happen. No! Actually, Remix goes down right there, but not before taking down Nacho, as BK1 was able to get 1 kill. And at that point, I mean, if you're ZMB, you just want to guard mid in case somebody tries to come in for you. But with a lot of time left, since the bomb has now been planted, a little bit less, I don't give or take like 30 seconds now. You just don't really want to commit too much to it, right? I mean, you have your M4, you got a lot of utility. Just save up. Don't do too much off of it, and we actually see the smoke being thrown off right there. So, this is going to be a Shinden win, definitely, 100%. But, I mean, if you're ZMB, you at least want to get you a couple of exit frags. Is he going to claim the AK-47? Yep, he's going to run for it. I mean, sloppy play by Roy. I'm going to be very, very real with you. Roy, ¿qué pedo? ¿Por qué no agarras la?
No better way to describe it, honestly. It was a very dirty kind of shooting, but for what it's worth, they still got the round, so just a little bit of a miscoordination there. Still, it's a bomb explosion, meaning that you've got the bomb plant bonus, and of course, the victory plus the 4 kills. So Shinden's money is looking okay now. They still have a bit of a loss bonus building up too, so if they were to lose it here, that wouldn't be the end of the world, but Time is ticking, Dio, and the rounds are going to go by quite fast for what it seems. Unamele did go for their big purchase once more, though, meaning that we've got the AWP in play. So, Remix already got a kill. Unfortunately, the coordination from Shinden was actually effective. Unfortunately for him, that is. He was not able to get more than one kill, but here we go. It's time for them to really put up the defensive effort, and unfortunately, Leo Monster flashed for the very first few seconds. But immediately after, he comes through, and oh no, wait a minute, actually, it's a trade. It's 2 players down from each side. And that's a 3v3 situation now, but the side belongs to Shinden.
Not the shots that you want to see at all, Toon. Not at all, especially since IVZ is able to get that kill and wheels in and says, you know what? Let's continue the approach right here. Let's try. See what we're gonna have in store right here. Do we see the shot? Does he see the barrel? Yes, he does. All very, very important for him to be able to get that offer because it's gonna clear for Remix. Oh, but no! It was actually Remix. Oh, that played that very, very unfortunately for him. He was not ready. Do we see the elbow peek? Yes, we do. Misses the shot. And then the reload, not gonna happen. Remix actually gonna head back. That lack of coordination right there, man. That lack of communication, rather, is what's going to cause Uno Mille to lose this round. At least it wasn't the AWP, but I mean, he saw the barrel of the Opper IVZ from Shinden's side, and he went with it, Sengolosino, right? He tunnel visioned, unfortunately, and that led to his demise. Shinden now with 2 rounds in their name in a row, well, as Uno Mille not looking too bad within the economical side, but still gonna be a bit of an issue if they're unable to win this next round.
Good that they do keep a balance, but it is for sure a little omen of what might happen later on as Shinden keeps doing better and better on the fake outs. I mean, if Unamele were committed to those options, it's because he definitely ate a fake out here and there from Shinden, forcing them to, you know, maybe commit a couple more units to connector. We need to take care of the Opper, etc. So Shinden has been redistributing themselves quite well, is what I'm trying to say. And now they've got a new approach. It's going to be 3 players from water into connector. Second smoke fed into it, however. And here's the dissipation. They're trying to find Leo Monster. They do. And also ZMB leaving Remix on his own to guard the side at first. And now comes the Cavalry. Or no, actually, the Cavalry will not come through. This is another instance of what I told you, Dio. No retake attempts.
Not at all, and it seems like once again, I mean, this is a completely understandable non-retake, right? Because of the economy and how it's going to work within the next upcoming rounds. But I mean, you lost 2 players very early on within the round, and let alone within the execution that Shinden had. So something is going on right here within the defense that Uno Mille is proposing that isn't really working out too well for them. Maybe it's time to change up the positioning that you're having. Maybe change up, instead of playing A anchor, you go B anchor, or you try to play, you know, be the one that goes for mid. You know, those little things that could change up the way that they play it. Because, well, as I do understand, you generally have a role within your maps. You obviously, if you see like if you see that something's not working, you need to change it up. Especially right now, of course, we are going to see a good amount of money coming in right there from Uno Mille, but Leo Monster is going to have to go with the FAMAS. So that's, you know, whenever you go for the FAMAS, that's a sign of poverty, right? Like, you know that you're not doing too good within the economical side, but I mean, FAMAS best weapon in the game, man.
It's the kind of weapon that you don't want to use, it's more so you have to use it. Very circumstantial, but it is what it is, and it should work out for them if Leo Monster wakes up. He has so far achieved an even KD, but I think it's the same situation as last time. Both him and BNC have kind of been neutralized for the longest time, staying behind in the lower end of things in the KD department. So if Uno Mille are able to get them to wake up, that should turn out some great results for them. And there you go, BNC already taking care of Nacho. He saw somebody else moving through mid doors as well. So the intel is in, and Realsim is going to feed a smoke and some extra util, but unfortunately it's not going to earn him a little bit, or actually that much time. BK1 dies as he goes in, but it's still a side control for Shinden, and of course Uno Mille will once again back out.
Okay. Once again, they're not committing to, Ah, man, like I can't say like this is frustrating because once again it's optimal, but to get towards this point, it's literally just saving what you can, right? What is Uno Mille doing wrong? I think it's more so the fact that Shinden is playing this right. The fact, and you're seeing so many executions going very well within their way. You see the utility being thrown out properly in order to flush the players out from areas like Pillar, from areas like Heaven, smoking them off right there, just keeping them away from the leeway tunnel. You know, these little details, like once again, we were seeing that Shinden was struggling to use within Nuke. Anubis is facilitating it a little bit more. It seems like, of course, you're never gonna make the skill ceiling any higher, but it seems like here within Anubis, the skill floor for utility usage is a little bit higher. So you see Shinden exploiting that a little bit more right here, but Uno Mille unable to retaliate from it, which is why Shinden was able to claim that 4-round win, 4-round streak, and tie things up ever so slightly. Uno Mille is now tasked with something that I dare say can be a bit difficult, but up until this moment, I have to commend the fact that their economical distribution has been very good. You haven't really seen them go eco at all these rounds, and I think that this could be the last one. But you haven't really seen them go eco at all. You do see them, you know, with like Famises. You don't see them with helmets or anything like that. But they're really just going completely ballistic. And once again, it's an execute towards the A site. Where's your utility? Why are there no mollies right here? You have 2 other players with mollies on the other side of the site in order to stop them with their approach. And everybody, it's just an active war zone. Why are you not using your utility? This is what I'm talking about.
How many times, dude? How many times will it be the same story with Shinden, bro? Goodness gracious, and now they have no util. So just to add insult to injury, you've got absolutely nothing to throw out. Ooh, okay, they do gamble it and shooting through the smoke into connector. They do find a kill. Roy has the bomb with him, so it is going to be an interesting approach here. Final player standing too as Nacho goes down. And of course, Uno Mille will now recommit their units into protecting B side. They could try to rush Roy down. They know now where he is, but still a bit of a complicated approach. They're going to let him plant, and then they're going to start playing the magical roundabout, and there you have it. A round for Uno Mille once more. But man, Dio, this is, what, like the 5th example of Shinden going poor, or rather, performing poorly when it comes to util throwing and everything. Like you said, it's Anubis. It's a very different map. Doesn't play quite the same role as it does on Nuke, but
yeah,
even then, I mean, regardless of the map, Shinden are still having a lot of issues coordinating their util throw and committing to when they throw.
Yeah, no, and like the thing is, you actually saw, I wanted to bring attention to the fact that Uno Mille were the ones that weren't using their utility properly. And their player distribution was just, within that, early on within that round, it was just atrocious. If Shinden had executed properly within the start of that round, it was definitely one more round for them. Why do you have 2 players, the ones that can stop an approach? Why do you have one in mid? And one, it should be one in each side at least, right? So, I mean, a little detail to take into consideration right here that can end up winning you the round. Once again, and it seems like Shinden, you know, took a little bit too much time. Okay, Leo Monster with the approach right there gets a double, but is put down right there by BK1. Means damage has already been done, favored within the Uno Mille side. Now, if they are able to catch the play right here, oh, look at where the bomb is, man. They have, of course, Uno Mille has not seen it. But it doesn't seem like BK1 noticed that the bomb is right there. So as soon as that smoke dissipates, if ZMB is able to see that the bomb is right there, everything is going to change. It's going to be a complete shift within the formation.
Well, they do announce where they're throwing the util from, so that's 1 player located, but they have no idea about Abyss. Of course, ZMB is going to insist upon defense of mid doors and actually a little bit closer to the action of the bridge. I don't think he's going to emerge anytime soon. He would rather just wait and get any sound cues, but there you go, slowly peeking, and there you have it. He's not going to see anybody just yet. Oh no, does not pick through the bridge! Could have seen Abyss or caught a glimpse of him. He just walks out of the way faster. I think he will take care of BK1 though. Yeah, there you have it.
Yep.
That's the headshot on BK1, leaving only Abyss remaining. And of course, the bomb has been located, I believe, so it's going to take a little bit longer for Abyss to pick it up, given the molly, or the incendiary that CMB just threw. But there you go. Abyss has a chance to go for a very quick plant.
No.
Or will he?
Yeah, no.
Decides to stand back, actually.
At this point, whenever you're outmanned like this, you know that going in for the bomb plant is literally placing a target on your head because they know where you are, right? They're going in for the bomb plant. At least for now, you're able to get that kill on Reels in literally last second. So you're going to hinder their economy a little bit more. So no, I have to agree with Abyss right there. Saving his AK-47, saving his utility, and getting it towards its next round, which could be the saving grace, you know? You already got Uno Mille on the verge of a tie right here. At least, right? At least a tie, and looking to... Hey, bro, give me a little kiss before we go anywhere. But, yeah, they're already on the verge of claiming an advantage. Already secured a tie right here. You definitely want to make sure that you're not giving up too much of the information right here. Oh, actually gonna drop down. Not quite yet seen. Leo Monster, body's in the water. Nobody's gonna find it. Smoke once again, going in for the flash in order to set anybody off right there towards the back. Seen by nobody quite yet. BNC actually gets a kill on IVZ. Abyss does get the kill on Reels, and what a HE. Once again, utility is the name of the game tune, and Uno Mille knows the game so well.
What I love from them is that they have been sneaking around quite well, too. Leo Monster in particular, like, he was seen, but he was still able to get that kill on water. So, shoutouts to him. He has definitely been waking up. Look at that. When BNC and Leo Monster wake up, yeah, these are the results. Actually, the Remix is the one who stays behind a little bit more. But I think that's more so circumstantial due to the map's own nature. Like I said, the AWP usually took a little bit longer to come out on Anubis because of how good the rifles are and how awkward it might be for some operas to play, given the length of the map and everything. So, yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer for Remix to find his own kills. But still, in the meantime, the intel can be relayed. And Shinden seems to still be having a pretty rough time taking care of the opera. Oh no! Right as I say that, though, Remix goes down. Oh, such an awkward place to be in for Remix.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, especially right there. You see his double kill. Reels in, able to get two. Is he going to get the third? Yes, he does. On the verge of an ace right here. He's looking mighty fine. Oh. Reels in, able to get that fourth win. Unfortunate for him. BK1 takes him down. You're resting on a literal glass floor, and you gotta be careful because the pressure could break it. That's exactly what BK1 has on his mind right now. If he's able to make this clutch, it's gonna happen. No! Leo Monster, make sure that the bed is clear because beneath it, he's the only one that can make it happen. 8-4 is going to be the final scoreboard right here, Tune. Within the side switch. What a game right here that we're seeing from Uno Mille, and this isn't even the best side.
That is the thing. We're switching to T-side now, and like we've said before, T-side usually yields better results. However, that is not true for Shinden. It seems as they took a while to get going, and then when they did get going, they could not quite push through that momentum further. Now getting into the side switch, trailing behind by 4, and we said before how eventually they woke up, eventually they were able to get the ball rolling and everything. This is a very different map. I mean, it's not their selection. It's not their greatest venue either. It's their third best. I mean, it's not bad for Shinden, but for what it's worth, Uno Mille, if they pick to go here, yeah, they definitely must have that strategy down. Uh-oh, it appears that somebody disconnected.
Nacho crumbled under the pressure, bro. Nachito. Mi Nachito.
You're telling me that Nacho just broke?
Yep. Nachito no aguantó. Nachito no aguantó. Así, mira, mijo, él estaba con nosotros en la primaria. No, te creas. Anyways, but yeah, I mean, right now, Shinden, I think they should use this fact that Nacho, you know, had a bit of a connection issue, probably crash, the CS2 crash or something like that. They should definitely take this as a moment to reconsider and recapacitate, like, what are we doing wrong, or what did we do wrong while we were attacking, right? And like I said, utility, right? Utility. But what happened there is that it was actually Uno Mille the ones that started using it, and the suboptimal usage of said utility actually gave them the opportunity to be able to exploit it, because Shinden, they were struggling so much to be able to get stuff like HEs or things like that, because yes, it is easy, relatively easy for you to execute towards the site, but one molly, one smoke, one HE can do so much damage that it becomes easy for the CTs to be able to pick you off with a simple spray. And not only you got your AKs, you got your M4A1Ss, you got like bullets that have really good piercing that can take you out in a moment's notice. That's why utility is so important, especially here within Anubis. You got your setups within the flashes, you got so many windows that it looks like a pristine chapel over here within the way you make your execution towards either of these sites. So I mean, utility is super important, and of course Uno Mille knows this. How is this going to work out? Do we see the dual Berettas find their mark? Gonna see a flash off right there. Little Monster BK1 with the double kill. Gets flashed off. Smoke is now in action, sealing off half of your leeway towards the site, and he's gonna be taken out right here as playing a little bit of a game of ring around the rosy. The smoke is stopping anybody else from going in with the execution right here. IVZ gets one on B and C, and this is one for the time to decide soon.
Side belongs to Shinden now, but of course, baiting out a defusal will ignite some movement from Uno Mille. But here we go. One dual Berettas user still remaining, and there you go. There's the bait and switch that we were talking about. That's the first kill. It's a 2v2 now, but they keep on defusing. It's a commitment, and the dual Berettas seem to be doing the trick. Goodness gracious, took a while, but they do eventually find their mark. And Shinden wins it on the pistol round and the side switch. And I mean, already looking slightly better. For what it's worth, good on them for, you know, putting on some numbers very early on. But still, it is going to be a bit of a complicated approach. This is what you would come to expect. Now, good on them for getting the Massacre too. They earned enough cash to make their big purchase. You've got a couple of MP9s, 3 M4s, and nearly full util. Good amount of util here. But we've talked about how nightmarish this can be to actually manage all that util. So, big question mark in the air right now, how they're going to use it. Oh, well, for what it's worth, that HE finds ZMB. Not quite the kill, but it's half his HP. But BK1 is the one who bit the dust. And now they're forcing the ship back into connector 2, and that's going to force them to eat some lead as well. BNC and Leo Monster take care of both of them.
No mames, güey. Qué buena. That was a really, really good exchange right there. So much that Little Monster was like, hold on, I gotta wait for a second. Bro has not moved for 40 seconds after he got that kill, man. And what a round right here from Uno Mille. It seems like they bet everything on them, on those weapons. And it's paying off, definitely paying off. And we're actually seeing a Leo Monster that isn't struggling, or rather playing behind, man. Leo Monster actually playing this super, super well from the get-go. And now Uno Mille is definitely going to exploit that. Just want to make sure that nobody even tries any sort of funny business. But at this point, Shinden isn't even going to try because they valor their weapons more and their lives as well. Simply gonna stand back right here, and there's nothing much left for us to do. Uno Mille claiming that 9-5, just like my job, and it seems like their job is to eliminate Shinden, or rather, make their way towards the playoffs while placing Shinden in such an uncomfortable position. That's that 2-2. Nobody likes being in a Game 5 situation. Everybody hates it. So much stress, so much pressure.
Game 5?
Yeah, or rather, yeah, in a map 5 situation, you know?
Well, this case map 3, right? Because...
Oh, no, I mean like overall within the general standings.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's so uncomfortable. Like, I don't know if you've been there, Toon. I know for a fact I haven't been there often, but it's just so weird, right? You nervousness all over the place.
It is. You know that, you're so close and yet so far from qualification at the same time. So, it's the fact that you got to that point. Your fault in the good sense, and your fault in the bad sense, as you've proven to yourself that you can get the win. You couldn't quite clutch it out to make it a 3-0 situation in your favor. Unfortunately, this one seems like a bit of a complicated push for Uno Mille at first, at least, but Connector now belongs to them, and so does the side itself. Oh, not for too long, though. A lot of more trades happening here. It does yield a good result for Uno Mille, though, as they are able to get the full-on Massacre. Here's the new question, Dio. It was a scout that ZMB got a kill with. Will the AWP come out of play here?
Yes. I mean, that's answers right there as a
Fast
Remix.
one.
Yeah, Remix just goes completely all in right here. And I can't blame him. I mean, you saw the kill with the scout happened. I mean, what can you expect with the AWP that is double the firepower and more so the same position that you actually need? Actually, less position, right? Double the firepower, less position. Hey, sounds like one hell of a deal to me. And what the deal is right now coming in from Shinden is, I mean, double the scoreboard right here. A little bit less in the execution. Reels in, no, sees him right there. Ah, can't really say KO off the butt. What a shot right there. But we have the AK-47 within the hands of Leo Monster. Is he going to be able to get a triple kill? No, he actually opts to back off. Very smart. Because now the execution has been made towards the site, and there's like, you know what? No, we really don't have to commit too much off of it, because we already know this. HG's gonna hit Roy heavily right here. Remix going in, getting the bomb plant. Does he see anybody coming in from the snipers area from lane right here? Street is now contaminated with Nacho's blood. And with 2 players remaining, only Roy with the AK-47 actually scavenges it off of a dead player's body. And then going for the hunt, man. They are on the prowl.
Super close to the target as well. Abyss, I think they already heard them, but he will still bite the dust. And that leads to only 1 player remaining. It's Roy. He does have an AK to his name, so it will be a bit of a harder battle to win if you're ZMB. With an AWP, sorry, with an M41S of all things. So shout out to him for carrying that over as well. One good thing from Unomele is that, you know, much like in the last half, their money has always been so pristine, man. Like, how many times did they play Eco? Once, tops? Most of the time, they are the ones in control of the money situation. So that consistently puts them ahead in the loadout department. And of course, the util. That we keep mentioning how crucial the util is going to be here. But yeah, they're now about to clutch it out. Of course, you can't quite play like it's over. You need to see that 13 on your side. And this will be the hardest round to play because you've got an AWP on the side of Shinden as well. Now, unfortunately, IVZ said that on Nuke. It's true once more. The numbers do not stack for him favorably. And it's the upper that it really needs to pop off. And there you go. He's actually the first one to bite the dust. Of course, Abyss is ready to make some contention bullets fly by. But I don't think he is going to be quite enough to defend. He needs some backup, Dio, and he does not have anybody with him on the A sides.
Let's see how that's going to work out here. I mean, because time is of the essence right here for Unomile, but whenever you're a man up, you can definitely take your time, right? Abyss did claim the AWP for himself. You know, following IVZ's legacy. Let's hope he doesn't follow the same skill as well, because IVZ has been underperforming once again. So we're going to see the execution over here towards the A site. Of course, it's going to be harsh, especially since it's just 1 player, Nacho only. But now he is reunited with Abyss. How well can he play that AWP? That is a question. ZMB, he's been the lurker. He knows that there's somebody going to be right there. Roy is now out of play, and they have so many angles that they have to worry about. Abyss is able to get that kill on BNC. Does not expect the other player, but goodness gracious, what a flick. You know, I think you should keep that, Abyss. I think that's definitely something that you should keep at this point. 3v3, definitely doable. Abyss is very low, though. And if BK1 goes down right here within the hands of Leo Monster's AK-47, this is definitely going to be a bit of a weird situation right here. Yup, goes down, Reels able to get a kill on Abyss as well. And then Nacho, last player left alive, the sole defender of the site, dies there as well. And this is looking like the final nail within the coffin tune. 1 more round before Unomile qualifies to the playoffs.
And look at that money from Shinden's side, man. I don't think there's too much in play here anymore. Shinden will force by a few things here and there, Roy in particular getting an M4. But, yeah, I think this is pretty much curtains at this point. BK1 is going to get all the util he possibly can. Probably a deagle to boot as well. Actually, no, that's not a deagle. It's a bit hard for me to read the shadows of the weapons sometimes. But, hey, that's not a deagle. I'm sure of that. Still, Unomile, they kind of know that they're in a very, very solid position money-wise, as they have always been throughout this entire map, and ever since the last half of Nuke 2. Like, they have not really struggled that much in the eco department. So, they get a lead of 2 players now, or rather 1 player, in a 4v3 scenario. And they can choose their avenue of movement now. I mean, B-side is pretty much wide open until now that IVZ has decided to walk back, but still, with just a scout in hand, I don't think that's going to be the weapon to land those kills. So Unomile can also take their time, force Shinden to come out of their area, and try and go for a prowl and everything. They could take care of Roy, for instance, if he walks through the bridge, but Leo Monster does not want to take on that task. And look at that, they did find BNC on the move, but Roy cannot land the kill, so just 1 more issue to boot, Dio. By the way, only 1 player from Shinden has reached the double digits in the kills. Everybody else, single digits.
Yep. and he's already out of play, man. Like that's so rough, and with little to no possibilities of anybody actually getting there as well. If BK1 is able to make this happen, of course, possibly getting them within the execution. Little Monster didn't see him. See exactly where he is towards that side, but the thing is, he has to now deal with the Opera. Not only that, but the fact that everybody came back right there, and they're gonna catch him off guard. Roy is now the one sole protector of the site, and he's gonna be completely flashed off. He's gonna buy a little bit more time. Oh my goodness gracious, what kind of epilepsy they're gonna inflict on Roy? This shot right here could define everything. He's actually gonna hit Sam back right here. Remix gets the kill. Not even the bomb being planted anymore. Tune. This is going to be Uno Mile's win and their pass towards the playoffs.
They make it through with a 3-1 record, and they're forcing Shinden to play a little bit longer if they want to make those coveted playoffs. Shoutouts to Uno Mille, though. They played a fantastic CS2 tonight. Pushing through on overtime, by the way. I mean, props to their stamina for holding on for that long. And of course, props to them for this solid strategy on Anubis. We talked about how crucial T-side was. And yeah, Shinden looks absolutely lost on CT. Anubis only getting a win on the pistol round. So yeah, almost feeling like it was part of a government process, really. Like, you had to get through it, and that's about it. I mean, it did not really give them any chances at life later on, even with that slight advantage in the money front that they had at first.
Say it like it is, man. Fue trámite. Hacía el chilazo. Fue trámite. La neta.
That's what I was trying to say, but I didn't find the words in English.
Yeah, it's governmental process. It's so weird. But yeah, like, you're right. It was just something that they had to do in order to be able to make their way towards the playoffs, right? Shinden unfortunately falls within the faces that we're seeing right here. Rilzen, ZMB, Remix, BNC, and Leo Monster. And I want to bring attention to the fact that both BNC and Leo Monster were underperforming within the first map, and they were able to get back on their feet and give us one hell of a performance. So I think those two players are the ones that definitely want to bring the highlight to. Obviously, not to demerit the fact that both Rilzen, well, rather all three of the remaining players, Rilzen, ZMB, and Remix, played an absolutely phenomenal within their role. So I mean, in the end, it is what it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the two matches that we're going to be having for, well, this is the last match that we're going to have for today, but tomorrow we're going to have one of the remaining parts for the latter half of what we're gonna have, because look at this, 6 more matches to be played, only 2 more days remaining before we head towards the playoffs. Dusty Roots players Shinden, Game Hunters Yawara, and MIBR Academy are all gonna try to crawl their ways through to the playoffs. Only half of them are gonna be able to make it to.
Yes, indeed. The final spots are going to start being in play real soon. And you know, if I were to make a prediction, I do think that Dusty Roots has the talent to pull through, but it was pretty heartbreaking loss from them. Actually, a couple of heartbreaking losses from them, namely against Bounty Hunters, but for what it's worth, they will be playing against MIBR Academy, who, by the way, shoutouts to MIBR Academy. I mean, shoutouts to the Academy team for making it this far. They're still in the contention for the final playoff slots. Shinden will play Yawara and players Game Hunter, sure. So yeah, just going off of that prediction, I think it will be Dusty Roots, maybe Yawara and Game Hunters, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, because players and Game Hunters, a reminder that they were 2 teams that within South America series, if I recall, it was either 6 or 5. They actually qualified 3-0. So for them to be playing off within, you know, that, once again, that series number 5 situation is, of course, going to be very, very uncomfortable. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is getting late. I am very hungry. And of course, not only hungry for food, but also hungry for your feedback. So if you have anything that you would like to tell us, make sure you follow us on our social media at Saints Dio and at Toon Laguna. Without further ado, stay tuned in for tomorrow. One of the final days for the CCT is about to start within a couple of hours. But regardless, we'll be seeing you guys within the next one. Bye-bye.